Hey everyone, I sincerely appreciate your support. If you enjoy my audiobooks, I would be truly grateful if you could subscribe to the channel. And if you'd like to support even further, you're welcome to become a Patreon member, where you can access audiobooks of novels as long as they are freely available on the internet. Your kindness and support mean so much. Thank you.
When Lin Yu's Tiangong was extremely angry and looked like he was ready to kill or chop him up, even Lin Yin, who always had a bad temper, was a little weak. Especially from Tiangong's speech, she had already indirectly guessed what happened to him. The people from Zhengcheng of the Predator seemed to have suffered a lot of casualties and were close to being wiped out. This inevitably made Lin Yin wonder in her heart, and she also sighed at the strength of Zhu Ming. That veterinarian's sister said that she offended two organizations at the same time. It seems that she is not joking, and she could find my doorstep. Sure enough, her strength is not bad. She killed so many people without an upgraded identity and forced the first-level Tiangong into a desperate situation. According to Tiangong, it's not just him. Another first-level member of the Predator even died. It's enough to see the strength and cruelty of this veterinarian. Moreover, although Lin Yin herself did not get any substantial benefits, she could not say much when Tiangong accused Lin Yin with an attitude of, "Your local gang is really too rude." She was in the wrong in this matter. Lin Yin overnodded when Zhu Ming went to help her solve this matter. The other party was indeed a reserve member of the Free Alliance. It was just that Lin Yin underestimated Zhu Ming's ferocity. She thought the veterinarian would go to negotiate. Who would have thought that she would just kill someone and dress him up? Therefore, Lin Yin, who did not want to completely break up with the Predator, could only laugh. Oh, members of our Freedom Alliance organization do not interfere with each other's actions. How about this? I don't want to hammer anymore. Let's take a step back and don't make this public, Lin Yin said with a smile. No matter what, it's not good to have many of you picked by one person from our Freedom Alliance, right? What do you mean by one person? She colluded with your local organization in Jiangcheng, and the doctor who came to Zhengcheng to harm me. Tiangong, that is, Lin Yu interrupted Lin Yin again, saying angrily. Lin Yin was shocked again, and her evaluation of Zhu Ming was refreshed in her heart. She coughed lightly. Well, whether you believe it or not, she has not yet joined our Freedom Alliance. In this way, I will negotiate compensation for your dead brothers through the organization level. How about it? Lin Yin took another step back. Then she threatened, I don't want to make a big deal, but I'm only here to talk to you in a nice way because I don't want to make a big deal. After Lin Yin finished speaking, Lin Yu's expression eased a little. Okay, let's do as you say. This matter is indeed our inferior skills. After Lin Yu finished speaking, he turned and walked to Zhongbin Street and took out his mobile phone. A moment later, a commercial vehicle quickly backed up from the road. Xingren rolled down the car window and said anxiously, "Hurry up and get in the car. If you send a message later, I will be on the highway." I didn't expect you to be alive. Tiangong didn't say much. After getting in the car, he dragged his wet body and sat in the passenger seat. I misjudged the danger of Jiangcheng, Lin Yu murmured. They are all dead. That woman is like a monster. After he finished speaking, Xingren's expression was not very good. I also met a person in a white coat, claiming to be a reserve of the Freedom Alliance. I'm talking about her too, Lin Yu said painfully. She was really the most cunning and treacherous opponent I've ever seen. But fortunately I escaped. Besides, I just met a thief. Xingren was even more surprised. You also met a thief? Is this a design of the Freedom Alliance? Lin Yu smiled bitterly. I'm afraid not, because the thief let me go, and she didn't seem to know about it. I didn't see other members of the Freedom Alliance on the boat just now. Instead, I met a local thief in Jiangcheng and the doctor who attacked me at the time. After saying that, Lin Yu closed his eyes. Find a place to put me down in front. He exhaled and said. Xingren was very surprised. You still want to stay in Jiangcheng? Are you crazy? I brought them here. Hongfashi, Xiaobing, Kang, Mingzi. Lin Yu's face showed guilt. Hongfashi. And you're the few people I can call my friends. I didn't know Xiaobing, Kang, and Mingzi so well before, but They died in front of me, Xingren. Do you know when Xiaobing died? Mingzi was like crazy and wanted to avenge her. That guy should like Xiaobing, right? Lin Yu took a deep breath and then exhaled. I thought I had participated in the death game and had become indifferent to death. It's really ironic. I joined the Predator and killed innocent people for revenge. But when they died in front of me, I couldn't look at it indifferently. He said self-deprecatingly. Xingren was silent for a while and patted Tiangong gently. It's not your fault. From the moment you joined the death game, everyone is destined to just linger on. I know, but because of this, thinking about how they all struggled to survive from one copy after another, I find it even harder to let go. Lin Yu's voice became quiet. I just negotiated with the thief, and she said she would give us compensation, probably at the organizational level. But I don't want to let it go. I want to stay in Jiangxing. Xingren stepped on the brakes. The car stopped smoothly on the side of the road. Xingren was not driving fast. This kind of high-end commercial vehicle would not be too unbalanced at this speed, even if it brakes suddenly. I don't object. Our relationship is not good enough to interfere with your decision, but what can you do if you stay in Jiangxing? Revenge. Xingren asked. I joined the Predator for revenge. Lin Yu opened the car door. Now, there's a new hatred. I seem to have motivation. I have remembered those 3 people. The hatred for burning down the house and killing my friends. I will pay it back sooner or later. After Lin Yu finished speaking, Xingren in the car sighed deeply. Okay, I respect your choice. I will report what happened here to the boss truthfully. To be honest, he shouldn't blame you. After all, the people from the Freedom Alliance have taken action. Then, the taillights of the business car disappeared into the night. Lin Yu watched Xingren go away and breathed a sigh of relief. It's finally over. It's exciting to write, direct, and act in multiple roles, but it's also really tiring. After saying goodbye to Xingren, Lin Yu ended the effect of mask and returned to his original appearance. At the end of a street in downtown Jiangcheng City, Lin Yu took out a black plastic bag with a notebook inside from the red bucket at the door of a closed milk tea shop. There is an anonymous virtual currency account on it, which is provided by the hunting club. Lin Yu sold the virtual coins on the virtual account and transferred 1.04 million in remuneration. Next, he went to a takeout counter outside a high-end community, entered the pickup code at the back end of the hunting club, and took out a takeout bag that looked like it. But what was inside was 4 gold bars worth a total of 120,000. 1.04 million belongs to Zhu Ming and 120,000 belongs to Lao Yao. The heavy gold bars are in my hand, and the balance of my bank card is also in my account. For the first time, he truly felt. A blessing in disguise is a blessing in disguise. Maybe Game of Death isn't so bad after all, at least it actually makes money. The series of performances that started in Zhengcheng were not caused by Lin Yu's addiction to opera, but there are really tangible benefits. But Lin Yu is not just for money and props. Money is important, but Lin Yu knows very well. Even an astronomical figure, like 1 million for ordinary people, is definitely not worth the risk he takes. If it was really just for money, he would just use his identity as Tiangong to trick these people into Jiangcheng and then kill them. There is no need to establish a sense of presence in front of Tycoon and Anian. Ever since he knew that he was being targeted by the Psychological Society and the Freedom Alliance at the same time, Lin Yu had always been very aware of the crisis. Therefore, in order to improve his strength as quickly as possible and obtain more information, Lin Yu chose to join as many organizations as possible and create different false identities. But Lin Yu doesn't plan to just sneak in and dive with every identity. So, whether it's Lao Yao, Zhu Ming, Mei Mei, or the fake identity of Tiangong that now belongs to him, Lin Yu intends to further enhance their popularity. Admittedly, this will increase the risk of exposure to a certain extent, but the benefits are also high. As the time of becoming the only profession of deceiver lengthened, Lin Yu also gradually figured out the rules of coming true. This ability requires belief to come true, and belief disappears not only when the lie is discovered. In addition to unmasking, there is also forgetting. Why most comes true have a time limit. Because belief will not always exist. He deceived Lin Yin and Tycoon that his profession is a soldier, but these two people will not always think of the lie that Lin Yu is a soldier. You need to see him again and be reminded again before you remember him. This was also discovered by Lin Yu after he sold the fake props, because Lin Yu could feel that his belief in the fake props he bought had never stopped. Players who bought the props will see those fake props when they use them, which is equivalent to believing Lin Yu's lies. Therefore, Lin Yu derived a conjecture about the ability of the trickster. When a lie is remembered by many people from time to time and becomes a truth, can it become a permanent come true? Based on this, Lin Yu also had a basic understanding of his fake identity. He wants to make many useful false identities famous. Leave a deep impression on everyone you come into contact with, so that every time you use that false identity for activities, you can still use those professional abilities even when no one is around. And the best way to impress those organizations and other players is just to show a wonderful performance that connects several of his current false identities. Now, it's not just as simple as Lin Yin remembering Zhu Ming, Xing Xing learning more about Tiangong, Tycoon trusting Lao Yao a little more, and Order paying a little attention to Mei. In addition to the fake identities they had direct contact with, these people also had impressions of Lin Yu's other fake identities. Just like Lin Yin, he had also met Lin Yu's version of Tiangong at this moment, and knew the identities of Lao Yao and Wu Yu. The Tycoon also learned about Zhu Ming and Wu Yue, and had a preliminary impression. As for Xingren, apart from having a deeper connection with Tiangong, I am afraid Zhu Ming will never be forgotten. And when these people tell this story from their own perspectives and to members of their organizations, in the end, Lin Yu's qualities that penetrated their hearts when he performed these identities also left a memory in the hearts of those members. After confirming each other in the future, even those who have not seen Lin Yu's performance with their own eyes will probably firmly believe in the existence of these fictional or dead players. Moreover, Lin Yu also deliberately revealed the fact that these identities of his were connected to each other. In this way, even if someone notices that there seems to be some connection between his several identities, they will be guided to the already established facts. You mean Zhu Ming and Lao Yao? Oh, they seem to have known each other for a long time. They even collaborated once. Although no one has witnessed the two people working together, once such a fact is repeatedly spread in rumors, it will always give everyone the impression that the two did appear together. This is also a layer of insurance that Lin Yu left for himself. In this way, it is almost impossible for anyone to see through his fake identity. Even if one of them is seen through, the rest of the fake identities can be kept. The next thing to do is to accumulate strength and try to investigate the psychological society. Lin Yu returned home with the gold bars. It was already late at night. Lin Zhao had already gone to bed. She had recently begun to get used to Lin Yu's frequent absence from home. The reason given by Lin Yu is also quite sufficient. Gigi's career has been improving recently. Although Lin Zhao is the elder sister, her mentality in some aspects is exactly the same as that of typical Chinese parents. Although she can't go home late at ordinary times, once she has a career or school business, it is not unacceptable to stay out all night. Especially since Lin Yu had handed over part of his income before. Lin Zhao sighed. Xiao Yu has really grown up, but didn't say much. Lin Yu thought about it and quietly put another 20,000 yuan in cash on the dining table for the sleeping Lin Zhao. Then he returned to the bedroom, turned on the phone that belonged to Mei, and sent a private message to the user with the ID "Fall Below" in the background of the forum. I heard that you were investigating the Psychological Society before. Under normal circumstances, if Lin Yu wanted Fu Luo to help investigate the Psychological Society, it would definitely not work. But because of the identity of Mei Mei in Fu Luo's view, he was already a trustworthy partner. So, 2 days later, Lin Yu got the information he wanted from Fu Luo. The information of this Psychological Society is actually not difficult to find. The style of these people does not seem to be low-key, nor do they deliberately hide themselves. So in Jiang'an Hall, Lin Yu can find a basic introduction to the situation of the Psychological Society. The structure of this organization is just like its name, like a society. It's like an academic group jointly established by some universities. The highest leadership body is a board of directors composed of 5 people, and its subordinates are composed of 3 parts: professional committee, local branch associations, and executive office. Among them, the members of the professional committee are limited to professional doctors, nurses, scholars, and students. Most members have psychology-related work or learning experience in reality. The local branch associations are members of each place, regardless of their occupations, and most of them seem to be conducting surveillance operations for the psychological society. As for the execution office, it is similar to the team in the order, mainly doing work and fighting. Currently known senior and representative figures of the psychological society include 3 people from the board of directors. Their codenames are Jung, Lacan, and Wundt. The information recorded in this part of Jong Hall was written by the tycoon himself. Half a year ago, he had a face-to-face encounter with Lacan in the copy. The other party did not hide his identity and directly reported his name. There were 20 people participating in that copy, which was considered to be a large scale. And those who could participate in a copy with the tycoon and Lacan were not novices or rookies. But in the end, only the tycoon and Lacan survived. And the tycoon also evaluated Lacan's strength, definitely ranked in the top 30 on the list. The tycoon did not describe what happened in the copy in great detail, but he clearly pointed out that it was Lacan who deliberately killed all the players except him directly and indirectly in the fighting copy that was supposed to be a cooperative effort without any need. And the motive was screening and cultivation. This is also the purpose of this psychological society. Just like they killed Lin Yu, the purpose of this group of lunatics seems to be to create more and stronger players by almost coercive means. In reality, they hand over the data collected by the branch association to the professional committee, and the committee uses some evaluation methods to screen out people with potential. This psychological society will then send invitations to those who have become players regardless of whether the other party has an organization. And if they are not players yet, the psychological society will send members to kill them, and if they are confirmed to have joined the death game, they will send invitations again. Such crazy means are enough to make many players hate them. And in the game, in the copy, the members of this organization are even more hated by everyone, because there's a high probability that they will deliberately increase the difficulty for other players. In the confrontation dungeon, teammates and enemies fight together. In the ordinary dungeon, they will simply help the monsters or rules to kill the players. Usually before the dungeon ends, they will reveal their identities and invite the players who perform well in this game to join the organization. But whether the other party joins or not, this group of people does not seem to care much. Of course, there is also a very small probability that the players of this psychological society will help other players. But the conditions are extremely harsh. It seems that they think that the potential players have encountered problems and difficulties that are too beyond their ability and stifle their growth and advance. So they will stand on the same side with the players. Therefore, what many people are most reluctant to meet in the dungeon is not the predators or the free alliance, but the people of this psychological society. Most members of the predators only want your props and are ruthless. In the cooperative dungeon, as long as you don't show off your wealth or hinder the other party, you can still maintain superficial peace. The members of the Free Alliance are rare, and the currently known members are all neurotic, although sometimes they will mess with you inexplicably, but the probability is still 50 to 50. Only this psychological society is here to harm people if you meet them in a copy. The above information, except for the tycoon's personal experience, is compiled from the lessons learned from the blood and tears of many victims of the psychological society. It is not only open to the public within the Jiang Hall, but also to most righteous organizations. Even many members of the psychological society do not know their code names, but their basic information is in the information. But Lin Yu still chose to find Fu Luo to investigate. Naturally, it was because there was nothing he wanted in the known information. Lin Yu searched through all the relevant documents, but could not find the information of the beautiful girl who claimed to be his schoolmate. Fortunately, Fu Luo's title of famous detective is well-deserved. Lin Yu sent him only a simple portrait drawn based on his impression and vague keywords such as young, female, and using Beretta M9. I don't know why you're checking this, but brother, she's really dangerous. She's more dangerous than the average member of the Psychology Society. If you hadn't asked me to, I would never have checked it. You're only level 1. I suggest you don't mess with monsters of this level. Ignoring Fu Luo's warnings, Lin Yu sighed and clicked on the encrypted file sent by the other party. I didn't mess with her. She messed with me. After decryption, a short file appeared in front of Lin Yu. Codename Fluoxetine, professional killer, S-level specialist of the Psychology Society Executive Office. S-level specialist of the Executive Office. Lin Yu instantly understood why her information was so difficult to check and why Fu Luo was so nervous. This is indeed not information that ordinary players should be exposed to. Members of the Psychology Society at this level can be regarded as regional administrators. In contrast to Order, they do not participate in organizational decision-making, but very mysterious and very, very capable. At present, there may be only 3 S-level specialists in the Psychological Society, even fewer than the members of their highest body, the Council. The photo of the girl wearing a hood in the attachment seems to be cut out from a surveillance camera, and it is very blurry. But that beautiful, sharp-lined, delicate, and slightly cold face. Lin Yu could recognize it even in the blur. So that's it. Your name is Fluoxetine, Lin Yu murmured. Now we know the other party's code name, occupation, and level. Although only knowing this, it is enough for Lin Yu. Next, he personally verified these and dug out more information about this girl. I hope you are strong enough. Otherwise, the next performance prepared for you will be very boring. Tuesday evening. After several days of fermentation, just as Lin Yu expected, several of his false identities have been discussed among the player community one after another, especially Mei Mei. After opening the forum, you can directly find posts about Mei Mei among the recently popular posts in the discussion area. Who is the new player who appeared in Zhengsheng and caused the predator to suffer a big loss? In order to distinguish himself from a certain killer of Order who also had a certain reputation, Lin Yu was fondly called Dr. Mei by the players on the forum. Brothers, I have inside information about Order. This guy came to Zhengsheng from other provinces and specializes in doing heavenly work to get the reward. That's crazy. I heard that Tiangong was seriously injured by him. The predator killed several masters. That's a bit of a rumor. I'm from Zhengsheng's Central Plains. Most players in Zhengsheng know that Tiangong has escaped. Yes, because of this incident, Zhengsheng's marauders and Order almost went into full-scale war. Upstairs, what I'm talking about is not about Zhengsheng. Later, Tiangong went to Jiang City to take revenge. I heard that he was immediately killed. Yes, he is from Jiangsheng. He united with local organizations to directly destroy all the predators from Zhengsheng. You don't know what organization this fierce man will join in the future. It's most likely Jiang and Tang. Hasn't he already cooperated with us? I think with such evil nature, he might join one of those illegal organizations. Maybe there's already an organization. Oh, don't be blind. Wu Yue is my good brother. He has not joined any organization yet, but he is very interested in Order. I was there when he was doing heavenly work, and everyone from Order behind him was very interested in him. I agree. Do you understand the value of this? He will probably be able to enter the Order directly after passing a few copies. Fugo is here to be the understanding brother again. Fugo, are you a good friend again? Yes, you can. You are jealous of my good relationship with him? I helped him find out Tiangong's address. Administrator warning. User 4 below uses uncivilized language. 10 credit points will be deducted and 1 penalty point will be deducted. Discussions on the post continued, with everyone speculating on which organization the Furious Doctor would join. And he took advantage of the chaos to insult a certain detective who came to give advice. Lin Yu sighed, feeling worthless for Polo. After all, Furpoyo was telling the truth. However, this guy is stupid enough. If he takes a screenshot of a private chat in the background to prove himself, Mingming had just sent him a private message a few days ago, asking him to help him find people from the psychological society. Even if you are afraid that this matter will be exposed, can you just put a code on it? Lin Yu couldn't help but sigh. Although this guy Fullo is extremely smart and keen in some aspects, but more often than not, he's a complete idiot. However, thanks to Fu Luo, the post became even more popular. Those thin beliefs from far away continued to gather together, and finally Lin Yu successfully confirmed his conjecture. He can indeed use the ability of Mei identity at any time now. Not only the professional ability of being a doctor, but also, as long as fake is used to transform into syringe, the advanced professional ability can also be used directly. What could be foreseen is, as each identity becomes more and more famous in the future, I am afraid that I will be able to use more and more abilities. In response, Lin Yu couldn't help but sigh. Can you play with this without cutting it? He turned off the screen of his mobile phone. It was almost early in the morning. Lin Yu stood up and tightened his sweatshirt, feeling a bit cool in the night breeze that flowed into his clothes. It's almost summer in Jiangxing. If the weather is fine, it won't be too cold even at night. The main reason why Lin Yu felt cold at the moment was he stood on top of the tallest buildings in Jiangxing. Shengjiang Building, completed 5 years ago, with a height of 400 meters, is a multifunctional office building housing many companies. Unlike this year's high-rise buildings, which usually have strange shapes, Shengjiang Building is a very simple square building. The stairs are covered with glass curtain walls, which makes it look very grand. On its topmost rooftop, there is a rooftop garden, observation deck, and helipad open to the public. Of course, these are definitely not open to the public at midnight. However, money can make a fool of himself. Lin Yu booked an expensive suite in a high-end hotel inside the Shengjiang Building and obtained an elevator card that allowed him to go directly to the top floor. After all, there's a restaurant and bar attached to the hotel on the floor below the rooftop. This one is open all night. After reaching the bar, it was naturally not difficult to find a fire escape to the top floor and open the locked fire escape door. And Lin Yu's appearance here in the middle of the night was certainly not for fun, sightseeing, or excitement. He reached the edge of the roof and easily climbed over the fence that was as tall as one person. Outside is a circle of solid steel mesh structure that can accommodate one person standing wide. Lin Yu looked down. The 400-meter high drop made him almost unable to see the ground. He could only see the city of Jiangshang below at night. Brightly lit and busy roads. Lin Yu took a deep breath. This makes me a little curious. How can the game of death make me safe and sound? Lin Yu whispered and looked at the clear words and blood in front of him. It's less than 24 hours before the latest start time of the next game. Please jump from a height of at least 100 meters above the ground and perform a free fall before midnight tonight and after 11:50 to enter the game. The height beneath his feet, the cold wind blowing across his body, and the trembling metal mesh beneath his feet all made Lin Yu feel a slight shiver. Even after dying many times, he still feels slight fear. The time points to 11:59. Lin Yu took a step forward, opened his hands, and fell toward the ground below. During the fall, Lin Yu felt his adrenaline surge. The sound of wind whistling in his ears, the approaching ground, and the feeling of weightlessness made Lin Yu couldn't help but sigh. This is truly the most exciting near-death experience ever. He wiped his face with both hands, activated the ability of mask, and his facial features and body shape changed rapidly. And at the moment when Lin Yu was about to fall to the ground. Coming to join the game. Game name, Banquet in the Sky. Pass-through conditions. Survive until the end of the banquet. Number of players in this game, 7. Chua. He felt his vision go dark, and then the ground that was close enough to shatter him into pieces disappeared. Instead, there is a higher altitude. The fall continued. Lin Yu opened his eyes and looked around. The cold wind was several times stronger than before, and there was a black ocean rolling below. 6 figures fell with him. They should be other players. What's going on in this copy? Lin Yu thought hurriedly, and just as he was thinking, bang, the downward trend suddenly stopped. He fell on a chair. To be more precise, a chair caught Lin Yu. The soft leather-cushioned wooden chair miraculously absorbed almost all the impact of the fall, and Lin Yu didn't even feel any pain. Then, he looked at the surrounding scene again. At this moment, they were still above 100 meters in the air. Except for him, the other six figures were also sitting on different chairs. These chairs were swaying in the air, and the four corners of each chair were tied with four ropes extending upward, seemingly reaching the sky. Then, a white round table tied with 7 ropes also fell from the sky and landed steadily in front of everyone. On the table were porcelain bone plates, and in the pool of the table in the center, a huge red octopus stood out of the water. The red octopus wore a chef's hat and stretched out its 8 tentacles. Welcome, 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 all the distinguished guests. Welcome all the guests and players from the other world. Welcome to this banquet hosted by my supreme master, the god of banquet, wine, and carnival. The red octopus made a pleasant and solemn voice, and his voice was low like a bass with a strong breath, like a radio host sending holiday greetings. I'm a host, chef, lobby manager, and security captain of this banquet ka. Dear guests, distinguished guests, I hope you can all enjoy this banquet. And one of the octopus's tentacles rolled up its tall white chef's hat, and the remaining 7 tentacles rolled up the tableware under the chef's hat and threw it at the 7 people. Swish! The sharp knife and fork chopped into the table in front of everyone accurately, only a few centimeters away from each person. Lin Yu looked at the knife and fork that was still shaking slightly in front of him and realized something. This looks like a cooked octopus, and it's quite strong. Then, the red octopus put on the chef's hat. And I hope you can survive until the end of the banquet. After it finished speaking, its tentacles reached under the pool and took out another piece of cardboard from it. In short, in order for everyone to survive this carnival banquet better, I have some small banquet rules here that I hope everyone can abide by. When the octopus said this, Lin Yu couldn't help but sit up straight. The highlight is here. This is the rules of the game. The octopus then began to read out the rules. First of all of you who can come here are VIPs valued by my master. Unless my master allows it, you are not allowed to attack each other. Lin Yu heard this rule and nodded slightly. Not allowed to attack each other? Then it is more likely that it is not a confrontation copy. Even if it is a confrontation type, I'm afraid it's not to let players fight each other directly. After Octopus finished reading this rule, Lin Yu heard a soft tisk from his side. Lin Yu looked sideways and saw a man in a tang suit with tortoise-shell frame glasses and a thin face showing an unhappy expression. Not only this man in a tang suit, but also a girl with light yellow hair, brightly colored ornaments all over her body, and extremely exaggerated clothes opposite Lin Yu also showed a disappointed expression and muttered. Judging from the shape of her mouth, it should be what a pity. After Octopus finished Ka, he paused and continued to read. Secondly, because this is a banquet, although some of the food may not suit everyone's appetite, I hope everyone cannot waste food and eat every dish seriously, otherwise may be punished. Hearing this, Lin Yu narrowed his eyes. It looks like it should be a survival type. I guess those dishes may be a little difficult to eat. Finally, and most importantly, please follow the table manners I reminded you of while enjoying the food and the banquet, and do what you should do in each link. Otherwise, I will have to do something that makes everyone unhappy. Of course, as the host of the banquet, in addition to punishing rude diners, I will naturally give real-time help and rewards to those who perform well. After the Octopus Ka finished speaking, Lin Yu had basically outlined the content of this copy. It is probably about eating different foods that are difficult to eat under various strange requirements. As for whether those foods are particularly hard, particularly hot, or particularly unpalatable, Lin Yu is still unsure. And the Octopus Ka has no intention of revealing this for the time being. It threw the cardboard back into the pool, and its head turned 360 degrees to see the faces of each player clearly. Okay, everyone, I have to go prepare the ingredients. Next is the time for you to introduce yourselves and get to know each other. I hope you all have a good time together. After saying that, the octopus clicked and put its 8 tentacles together, and the whole person flew out of the pool in the middle of the table like a spring, flying towards the high school. And after he left, the gaunt 30-year-old man in a tortoiseshell frame tang suit sitting on Lin Yu's left spoke. Okay, everyone, although I know some of you, since this octopus said that we are not allowed to attack each other and let us introduce ourselves to each other, then let's get along peacefully for the time being. How about the order of self-introduction, starting from me and go to the right? The man spoke, and the light yellow-haired girl sitting opposite Lin Yu directly put her feet on the table, whatever you want. The man in the tang suit ignored the other party's obviously thorny words and pushed his glasses with his middle finger. Let me introduce myself to you, everyone. I'm a member of the order from Haicheng, and also the administrator of Haicheng. Li Hua, codenamed Gambler, and my profession is also Gambler. Hearing this name, Lin Yu was surprised. Normal introductions do not actually introduce one's city and real name, but this person is qualified to do so. Haicheng Administrator, Gambler Li Hua. Even in the order, this is a master of the first echelon. Gambler is not the only profession, but there are only a few of them. He can use a non-only profession as his codename, and dares to show his real name to others. Li Hua's strength can be seen. After Li Hua finished speaking, he made a pleased gesture to the man on his left. The man sitting next to Li Hua was a very honest and simple farmer, with dark skin and some wrinkles on his face. He spoke calmly. My profession is farmer, from the Players Mutual Aid Association. You can call me Radish. Lin Yu was very surprised again. This Radish uncle said that he was from the Players Mutual Aid Association, but in fact, he was one of the founders of the Players Mutual Aid Association. Then, a man with a fair complexion, a pair of peach blossom eyes, who looked like a peaking opera female role but wore a tuxedo, smiled. Excuse me, everyone. He snapped his fingers lightly, and a top hat appeared out of thin air in his hand, and he gently put it on his head. My profession is magician, and my code name is Magician, but you can also call me Qinhuan, from the Free Alliance. After the magician introduced himself, Lin Yu was calm on the surface, but he was very surprised on the inside. He's actually from the Freedom Alliance. In other words, this guy and Lin Yin are from the same organization. Moreover, the number of players in the Free Alliance is extremely rare. This magician, Qianhuan, is definitely a master. In addition, Li Hua and Uncle Carrot introduced in the previous two are not simple characters. Lin Yu had reason to suspect that all the players in this dungeon might have good backgrounds. This can be seen from the fact that the others were not surprised when they heard the names of Li Hua, Luo, Bao, and Qianhuan. I'm a first-level newcomer who has only played 3 dungeons. I really entered the high-end game by mistake. Lin Yu sighed in his heart. The woman who introduced herself next confirmed Lin Yu's suspicion. The girl with bright blonde hair put her hands behind her head, not caring that she was high up in the air, supporting the table with her feet and rocking her chair back and forth. Although I originally planned to make up a random identity, but since these 2 bastards Li Hua and Qianhuan are here, there is no point in making up lies. I am the AU of the Predators. The other party did not introduce his occupation. Li Hua pushed up his glasses and added, the Deputy Minister of the Predator Yin Jing. His occupation is the only occupation of free man. What is your ability in this copy? AU rolled his eyes. Why should I tell you? You don't think that this dungeon is biased toward cooperation, so I must get along well with you, right? It seems that you refuse to cooperate. Li Hua was not angry and just pushed up his glasses. What a pity. This approach is harmful to the probability of winning the game. AU spat. That's what you said? Who knows whether what you said is true or false? After hearing the conversation between Li Hua and AU, Lin Yu was even more horrified. Only career. Apart from himself, this was the first time he saw the only professional in the dungeon. From what Li Hua said, AU's abilities don't seem to be fixed. This looks a lot like myself. Moreover, O is indeed a well-known expert. Yin Jing is the headquarters of the Predators. Beside you, a weathered old man in a jacket coughed lightly and said, Ahem, cough, cough. Everyone, although I know that there are grievances between your organizations, there is no need to argue in this dungeon. Since everyone sitting here is a capable player and asked me to cooperate, plus the octopus just mentioned gods and can recognize that we are players from other worlds, it shows that the difficulty of this copy should be very high. I don't recommend that you fight for life or death. Just think of it as giving me some face, although I am an unorganized Sanrin, but the codename Mosin Nagant is still a bit thin, right? Lin Yu is used to it. This uncle is also a celebrity, a senior player who is often active in the forum. He is very famous because he has written many basic strategies for all players. And he's not just a friendly veteran player. Anyone who has downloaded another extremely popular app, Hunting Club, among players will know. Mosin Nagant is one of the most powerful bounty hunters currently known. He is one of the few people who has completed a bounty of over 10 million levels alone. The profession is also a relatively rare hunter with strong frontal combat effectiveness. Uncle Carrot also tried to smooth things over and spoke with a smile. You're right. It's understandable that young people are angry, but everyone is an experienced player. It's really unnecessary to confront each other before the dungeon understands the situation. As the two guys who were on the neutral side talked, Li Hua and Yu both took a step back and stopped arguing. Mosin Nagant made a please gesture and looked at the woman beside him. It was a woman with short hair, wearing a dirty white t-shirt and gray sweatpants. Seeing everyone's eyes focused on her, she adjusted her collar uncomfortably. Hello everyone, I am Ji Geng. Night watches knowing occupation is painter. After she finished speaking hastily, she stopped talking. But Uncle Carrot's eyes lit up. The Night Watchman's update? It's better to see than to hear 100 times. Your night watchman's snowy owls and seagulls, and I just had a meal last week. Li Hua also showed a relieved expression. Lin Yu observed Li Hua's expression and expressed his understanding. After all, of the 3 people just introduced, 2 are from the Freedom Alliance and the Predator, and are on the opposite side of order. Although Mosin Nagant has a friendly personality on the forum, as a bounty hunter who takes orders from the Tian Hunting Club, he is also a ruthless, unruly, and dangerous character. Although Uncle Lobwa had a high status, Lin Yu had heard that this uncle was not a very capable fighter. The overall ability and advancement direction are biased towards support, even logistics. Here comes a painter from the Night Watch, who can be considered a win-back. And judging from the reactions of Li Hua and Luo Bao, they had heard of the name Ji Jin. However, Lin Yu had never heard of him. He was also the most mysterious person on the field so far. After all, judging from the expressions of Mosin Nagant, Au, and Xian Huan, they didn't seem to be very familiar with Zhigang. And the Lady Zhigang didn't seem to be very good at dealing with the enthusiasm of Mr. Carrot. She stroked her pants with both hands and said, Snow Owl and Xiao are both very good people. That's it, Zhigang muttered. Li Hua seemed to see her embarrassment and coughed lightly. Ahem. Okay, continue. After that, Li Hua looked at Lin Yu on the side. He looked at the smiling Lin Yu with an extremely uncomfortable expression on his face. It's your turn. Lin Yu looked at Li Hua's expression and lifted the hair hanging down by his ears. Is it really necessary? The voice was like a thin ice cube hitting the wall of a cup, pleasant and catchy. Lin Yu looked at the expressions of the other 6 people, including Au of the Predator and Xian Huan of the Free Alliance. All of them were wary and fearful in their eyes. They undoubtedly knew Lin Yu's face at this moment. Although before the fall, Lin Yu's fake identity was just a bold attempt. But it was a coincidence like fate, and it constructed the most suitable stage for the role at this moment. No, this copy, this stage, may itself be the favor of the god of fate for Lin Yu's almost arbitrary behavior. Forget it, although everyone seems to have recognized me. But in order to reassure you, I still introduce myself. He smiled and leaned forward, supporting one hand on the table. Everyone, I am Fluoxetine. Fluoxetine of the Psychological Society. As Lin Yu's words fell, an unprecedented amount of belief poured into Lin Yu's body. He soon felt that he had acquired the ability of a killer. And the ability of the killer, it's a special type. The ability of the killer is to obtain the murderous weapon. When each killer obtains the initial profession, he will have one more item named weapon than other players. It could be one of poison, knife, steel wire, etc. Weapons are the same as the professional items that can only be obtained by upgrading. They have the characteristics that they will not be lost, damaged, or exhausted. Every killer is different. In addition, the number of killers is already scarce. Therefore, killer is also called the only profession among ordinary professions. And thanks to the fact that these people seem to know the identity of fluoxetine, Lin Yu felt that he also had an extra murder weapon. That was the murder weapon of fluoxetine. Unexpectedly, it was not the Beretta M9 that Lin Yu had seen before, but a hand axe. Of course, this is a good thing for Lin Yu. If the murder weapon of fluoxetine is a hand axe, that means I can use fake to disguise it as Beretta M9. Lin Yu understood clearly in his heart. Of course, risks and benefits are relative. Even though fluoxetine makes everyone afraid, it also means if other players present had the opportunity, they would definitely find a way to kill themselves as soon as possible. Thinking of this, Lin Yu couldn't help but feel happy. Fortunately, this is a game where players cannot compete with each other. Otherwise, he would have to cut his account in front of everyone, even if he was trying to use his personal mask to expose the possibility of being exposed to the sight of these large organizations. But now, no need to do this yet. He still needs to play fluoxetine now. After introducing himself, Lin Yu turned his head and looked at Li Hua, who was watching him cautiously. Are you using your gambler ability to evaluate me? See City Administrator, he said with a smile. The ability of gambler is information. After activation, you can see the probability of something happening. The cooldown time is very fast. Before advancement, you have 3 chances initially, and you can get a new one every 30 minutes. The upper limit is to store it 3 times. After upgrading, it can also speed up the cooling. Li Hua pushed up his glasses, shook his head, and said, "No, I didn't waste my ability on you. I have activated my ability twice so far, respectively to verify the probability that Magician and Du are willing to cooperate. Both are over 50%. Li Hua said with a very loud voice. This seems to be to give some confidence and tips to Luo Bao and Zhigang, 2 allies who both belong to the decent organization. Qianhuan heard this and smiled brightly. Gambler, we've been dealing with each other for so long. Don't you still trust me? Ayu spat out unhappily. Whispering sound. Lin Yu smiled even more. Oh, isn't that another time? Why don't you look at mine? What's the point? Li Hua said coldly. Even if I see that you are willing to cooperate, who knows what the cooperation of this guy means? Zhi Gung on the side also lowered his head and muttered. Although the voice was very soft, Lin Yu still heard it. The behavior of mentally ill people is unpredictable. After listening to the 2 people's words, Lin Yu had a deeper understanding of fluoxetine. Sure enough, this woman must have done a lot of crazy things. I'm afraid she is the one who is particularly difficult to understand among the members of the psychological society. But if it is a real fluoxetine, how should you react when you hear these people's words? Lin Yu thought for a moment, a smile appeared on his face, and he looked at Zhi Gong. Thank you for the compliment, but I'm not a psychopath. I am in very good mental condition. But, Ms. Autism, Lin Yu took out a pistol from his arms. My behavior is indeed unpredictable. Guess, will I kill you with this gun? It's not a must-hit revolver, but a Beretta M9, turned into a fake. She pointed her gun at Zhi Gong, and felt a moment of belief under the other person's suddenly shrunken pupils. But after a while, the belief instantly dissipated. The other party didn't believe that the gun in Lin Yu's hand was genuine. This surprised Lin Yu. It seems that this knowledge knows fluoxetine very well. Perhaps the Beretta M9 is not a game prop, but a gun really bought by fluoxetine? No, or there may be other explanations. Because if that's the case, the look of Miss Zhi Gong should be more determined and confident at this moment. But she just stared at the gun with a puzzled expression. It seemed that she was sure that the gun in front of her was a fake, but she didn't know what it was. Lin Yu thought quickly. However, even if Zhi Gong didn't believe Lin Yu's words, it didn't hurt. Because to Lin Yu, his behavior was acting like fluoxetine. At the same time, it is also for mix up the situation on the field. Sure enough, the moment Lin Yu took out his gun, the bounty hunter Mosenagant also subconsciously took out his weapon. A short bow appeared in his hand with a sharp arrow on it, ready to go, and a whistle appeared in his mouth. The short bow is probably his most handy weapon prop. After all, the ability of the hunter is enhancing vision and increasing the accuracy of throwing and shooting. And that whistle is the hunter's advanced prop partner. After blowing it, you can summon a hunting animal that can understand simple instructions to fight for him, commonly known as Animal Friend. As the Mosenagant moved, beside him also moved. She stood up on the chair and took out two muzzle-loading flintlock rifles, one pointed at Lin Yu and the other at Li Hua. At the same time that Yu jumped onto the chair, Luobua and Qianhuan also acted at the same time, but the two were obviously protecting themselves. Luobua took out a flower pot filled with soil from his arms and protected it in front of him. Qianhuan pulled down his hat and unexpectedly got into it, and then fell on the chair. Yu ignored the two people and just smiled and spoke. "Hey, Sister Dingzi, let me announce that I got soldier this time. Do you want to cooperate with me?" Lin Yu was stunned when he heard the name Sister Dingzi, and then he reacted. Is it a nickname based on fluoxetine? Ting. Ding. After thinking, Lin Yu spoke directly to Yu. "Okay, anyway, I like you very much." She laughed happily. Yu grinned. "I believe you this time, Sister Dingzi." Then, Yu pointed the muzzle of one of the guns at Jigung. Yu's reaction was also within Lin Yu's expectation. He had noticed before that although Yu looked at him with caution and fear in his eyes, it was full of malice compared to when he faced Li Hua. The Predator Deputy Minister seemed to have no overt and direct hostility towards her. In fact, it's easy to understand. After the forum announced the permanent delisting of the three organizations, in addition to defining these three organizations as evil heretics in a somewhat official manner. In fact, it also provides a natural alliance to these three organizations in disguise. Although the people of the Predators are selfish, the Free Alliance acts in a unique way, and the Psychological Society is the lunatic among a bunch of lunatics. But if we really meet Order together, there is a high probability that they will join forces with a tacit understanding to kill the people of Order first. Sometimes, Lin, you couldn't help but think that the active forum seemed a bit suspicious of raising worms. But anyway, now Lin Yu is fluoxetine, and he can be regarded as enjoying the benefits of this natural alliance. Just now, Li Hua, who had been as still as a mountain and as steady as an old dog, finally spoke. "What? Do you want to blatantly violate the rules of the game? In a dungeon where gods may be involved, do you all want to fight for your own morale and increase your probability of death?" After Li Hua finished speaking, Lin Yu had been prepared for a long time and immediately said with a smile, "But what the octopus just said was the banquet rules. Is the self-introduction part, without even serving the food, considered part of the banquet? It also left on purpose. It was like a special time was set aside for us to kill each other," Lin Yu said, and Yu laughed. "It makes sense, Sister Nayao. I like this statement. Betting on dogs. Do you want to take a gamble?" Looking at Lin Yu, who was fanning the flames, and Yu, who was in high spirits, Li Hua spoke coldly. "Are you kidding? I won't bet." He then took out a black GG board that was slightly larger than tablet. A line of scrawled writing quickly appeared on the GG board. "Now the probability of being punished after killing each other is 100%. I activated the gambler's ability," Li Hua said coldly. "The function of this GG board is to disclose a known piece of information. You should have heard of it, right? So, fluoxetine, your reasoning is wrong. The self-introduction part can be considered a part of the banquet. Then the octopus leaves, and it may even be fishing law enforcement." After Li Hua finished speaking, Lin Yu and Yu both showed disappointed expressions. Mosenagant spoke with a smile again. "It seems that it is better not to fight life or death." The hunter, who just drew his weapon faster than anyone else, said, as if nothing was wrong. "Everyone is so nice and friendly. It's great. I just like this kind of cooperative dungeon. Even if everyone has different organizational positions, we can still conquer the game together. Magician Qianhuan popped up and got out of the hat. Hearing Mosen Nagant's speech, he couldn't help but speak. "Oh, Uncle Gold Medal Hunter, are you afraid that a few of us will die in the dungeon and we won't get a lot of bounties, right?" Mosen Nagant heard Qianhuan's words and said kindly again, "Yes, you have 9 million, who has 9.6 million, and fluoxetine, 13 million. I have a family to support." Mosen Nagant said. Lin Yu put away his gun and shook his finger. "Correction, the reward of the hunting club should be 15.25 million. This number was not made by Lin Yu, because he did go to the hunting club app to read all the posts offering fluoxetine rewards and added up each one. Ayu also jumped off the chair and sat back down, holding 2 flintlock guns in his arms, and spoke. "Oh, Mosen Nagant, let's go out and give it a try," she said. Mosen Nagant waved his hand. "Don't you dare. You are the deputy minister of the Predator. I'm alone. If you don't stay alone and don't give me a chance to sneak attack, how can I dare to attack you?" The conversation at the dinner table was still full of gunpowder, but everyone has put away their weapons. Even if there is some gunpowder in their words, they will not really start fighting. Li Hua also breathed a sigh of relief, and just after everyone calmed down, the octopus card fell from the sky. It held a bunch of opaque bags on its 8 tentacles and plopped into the pool. "Hey, everyone, I'm back." The octopus looked around with its long eyes, then smiled and spoke. "Ah, it looks like you all communicated well. It's a banquet. It's important that everyone is happy." With that said, the octopus took out 6 glasses from the pool. "So, everyone, next, please enjoy the pre-dinner wine. Please grab your own glass." Pre-dinner drinks are a very important part. I can understand if some guests don't want to drink. However, guests who don't drink are considered a disappointment in the eyes of the host. Those who spoil the fun will have a rope cut off their seat. After the octopus said "stuck," it threw all the glasses high into the air. Almost instantly, everyone present reacted. 7 players, 6 cups. At least one person will be punished. Although this copy prohibits direct harm between players, it is still a confrontation type. Lin Yu also realized this. It's really disadvantageous. He thought to himself that it was not good. The ability of Killer is of no help in grabbing cups. And the props in his hand. Must-hit revolver, 1-sentence lie detector, prophecy teeth, tongue of lies, torch of fear, chat supplies, fear lens, multi-function screwdriver, BBE, 300, safety helmet white, bone crusher, and professional props mask and professional props fake. All the above things added together can't help with grabbing cups. No, prophecy teeth and tongue of deception are useful, but if Lin Yu really uses them here, he is somewhat reluctant. Is it just a matter of quick eyes and hands? While Lin Yu was thinking, Mosen Nagant had already taken the lead. He took out the dog whistle and blew it hard, and a small hound appeared out of thin air. The dog jumped high, easily picked up a cup from the table, and handed it to Mosen Nagant. The number of cups in the air also reached 5. This means that the competition is even more intense. After Mosen Nagant took action, Li Hua immediately started to move. He took out a copper coin from his arms and flicked it into the cup in the air. Ding! The coin hit the cup and made a crisp sound. Then, under this crisp impact, a cup changed its trajectory very strangely, spinning in the air together with the gold coins, and finally fell into Li Hua's hands. This is the Lord's second cup. Qianhuan also took action. He just took off the hat in his hand and put one hand in. One of the cups in the air disappeared out of thin air, and he took it out of the hat. Ayu's method was more simple. She simply stood up from a chair again, then took out a fishing net and took away a cup. Then, Carrot also used a similar method. The old farmer sat motionless and took out the funny sticky hand toy. The fluorescent green rubber hand was thrown out by him and came back with a cup stuck on it. All this happens in just a few seconds. Lin Yu felt that after just a few breaths, there was only one cup left on the field. Is this a high-end game? But at this point, Lin Yu was surprisingly calm. The current situation, instead of thinking about how to rush to snatch the remaining cup from Ji Geng, it is better to think about what fluoxetine will do. Lin Yu only had a relationship with fluoxetine once. From that short meeting, he had a glimpse of some of the qualities of fluoxetine. A crazy, murderous girl with no moral sense. Extremely conceited and neurotic. A beautiful and self-aware, strong man. He seems to like rock music, has some knowledge of religion, and probably has some strange beliefs. Coupled with the status of this psychological society and the reactions of everyone else at the dinner table to fluoxetine. The image of fluoxetine has become more and more three-dimensional in Lin Yu's mind. It's like going from a supporting role in the script to a gradually fleshed out and vivid main character. Play it up. Naturally, it is also more convenient. The punishment of a rope was definitely not enough to make her fight for it with all her strength and embarrassment. Even in this case, Lin Yu rested his chin on the table with his hands and smiled crookedly from the corners of his eyes. I just talked about cooperation, but now I'm already working so hard to grab a cup. The game has just begun. Do you deserve to reveal all your cards like this? She chuckled, her words laced with easy sarcasm. Crack dash. The glass fell on the table. The table was covered with a tablecloth, but the glass did not break. Lin Yu gently pushed the hanging table in front of him, causing it to tilt slightly. Then, the cup rolled down in the direction of Lin Yu, and he gracefully held it against the cup body with his index finger. He moved the cup gently with his fingers, and after rotating the cup in one circle, it happened to fall between Lin Yu's open index finger and middle finger. Lin Yu gently picked up the cup. Although I don't know why Ji Gung didn't make any fighting moves, but the autistic girl didn't get up, which was really a big help. However, Lin Yu still felt curious and doubtful. No more. According to his observations, he should be a very strong guy. Although she was timid when talking to Luo Bao, she discovered almost instantly that the Beretta M9 in Lin Yu's hand was a fake. She was very sure that what Lin Yu was holding was not a real gun. There are two first-level props after the killer advances. One is the list, and the other is the second weapon. List allows the killer to choose at least 3 people he wants to kill, which can be players or NPCs. After killing them, the killer will receive a temporary prop reward. The second, murder weapon, is different from the first in that it is not randomly generated. Instead, items that have killed people in reality are converted into props and brought into the game copy. At first, Lin Yu thought that Beretta M9 was the second murder weapon, and no one else present doubted this. Only Ji Gung felt something was wrong. This means the other party is likely to be extremely familiar with what props fluoxetine has in his hand and how to use them. The Night Watch is an organization that leans towards the right path, so the opponent is likely to have survived a head-on fight with fluoxetine. In other words, this guy's combat effectiveness may be on the same level as fluoxetine. Ayu's reaction just now also confirmed this. After she jumped on the table, even though Lin Yu was already pointing a gun at Ji Gung, she still chose to point her gun at Ji Gung. And knowing more, this guy who was a little panicked when talking to Luobua when she was pointed at a gun by 2 people, even though she knew that fluoxetine's gun was fake, she still didn't show any fear or panic. So, Ji Gung's behavior at this moment is undoubtedly abnormal. But fortunately, Lin Yu is playing fluoxetine at the moment. The best thing about playing a psychopath is there are many things you can do without worrying about reasonableness. Therefore, Lin Yu asked directly, "Hey, thank you for letting me. But what are you going to do? Break a rope at the beginning, or just give away your trump card?" Lin Yu asked with a smile. Ji Gung pursed his lips and lowered his head. "No, it's not really a trump card. I just think that instead of grabbing this cup, it would be better," Ji Gung muttered, and a set of pen and paper appeared in his hand. The paper is a scratched sketch paper, and the pen is a sketch pencil with scratched wood paint. Ji Gung wrote and drew back and forth, and soon drew a glass cup. It was exactly the same as the cup in the hands of Lin Yu and everyone present. Then, she shook the paper. The cup fell directly off the canvas and fell into Ji Gung's hands. Ji Gung looked at the octopus Ka in embarrassment. Mr. Chef, we don't have enough cups. Can I bring one of my own?" Octopus Ka was also very surprised when he saw Ji Gung's operation. It nodded very dedicatedly. "Of course, not having enough cups is my fault as the organizer of the banquet. You have the intention of tasting fine wine and have prepared cups of the same style. How can we have the nerve to refuse? Octopus ka, said with a smile, and then took out a wine bottle that smelled and looked like white wine. One of its tentacles was screwed into the cork like a drill, and the cork was pulled out with a pop sound. Then, when everyone was a little nervous and looked at the octopus with uncertainty in order to prevent the pouring of wine, it stretched out its tentacles and rotated its body very honestly, filling everyone's glass with 1/3 of the wine. Please enjoy morning wine from Kirishima Estate. The year of production is the 335th year of the new calendar when the fog of oblivion was at its peak. Please drink it all in one gulp to get the best drinking experience, and also maintain etiquette after drinking. Do not cry, curse, damage tableware, or other out-of-control behavior. Octopus reminded kindly. Anyone who is not a hopeless idiot can understand the implication of the octopus being stuck. This pre-dinner drink, there is definitely a big problem. After drinking it, there is a high probability of crying, swearing, and damaging tableware behaviors. There is obviously no fool here. This is an explanation of the rules and a kind reminder. Grabbing for cups is not the only difficulty that needs to be overcome in the pre-dinner drink session. This dungeon is definitely not as simple as a confrontation between players. Lin Yu looked at the wine in the glass and felt a headache. However, as fluoxetine, Lin Yu could only show a confident and interested look. Interesting, he chuckled and was the first to raise the wine in the goblet and drink it down in one gulp. The wine that comes from the banquet of the god and has the god wine in its name is indeed extraordinary. Cold, slightly sweet, with the aroma of fermented grapes, it slides over the taste buds. It is more delicious than any other drink Lin Yu has ever tasted. And this wine also contains an experience that goes beyond human taste and literally hits Lin Yu's soul. Just like the name of the card introduction is morning wine. The part that goes beyond the smell contained in the refreshing wine is the emotion. The emotion called sadness. These emotions engulfed Lin Yu violently, and then outlined the most sad picture deep in his heart. That is, fires and explosions, burning flames, crumbling buildings. The wailing people fell to their knees, and their cries were carried by the thick smoke and pierced into the sky, like questioning the gods. Lin Yu was in a trance and saw this long-lasting memory. In the last copy, in order to deceive the monster named Chat, he made up a tragic past and identity, a boy whose close relatives were killed in explosions and fires when he was a child. However, this is not a complete deception, although Lin Yu's father was not a minor and did not die in the explosion. But a long time ago, Lin Yu did have a close relative who was buried in a sea of fire. He looked at the flames silently, and the jumping firelight was reflected in Lin Yu's eyes. This was almost the most sad thing he had ever experienced in his life. No wonder this octopus said that. Lin Yu whispered to himself. Drinking this wine seems to force people to relive the saddest scenes and memories in this life. Even if you know it's just an illusion from the past, it's difficult to control your emotions and not lose control at all, isn't it? Boom! Damn, this drink is so damn good. Lin Yu faintly heard a curse. It seemed to come from "oh," and she seemed to have punched the table by the way. There was also a faint sound of sobbing. I don't know who couldn't hold back the tears. Sure enough, someone has been tricked, Lin Yu said with emotion. Although everyone here is a master, but the fact that you're emotionally affected by sad memories of the past has little to do with your level. Just like now, Lin Yu can still observe other people with great leeway. Thinking back on the explosion and fire that took away his loved ones, Lin Yu would indeed feel a little palpitated. But being able to grasp emotions well is the most basic quality of an actor. When Lin Yu saw this scene reappearing, he could still clearly remember how he felt back then. Shocked and sad both, but more thoughts. This is why Lin Yu still remembers how he felt back then. I want to remember these strong emotions. Maybe the performance will be useful. Even after Lin Yu calmed down, he observed the grief expressions of those around him who had also lost their loved ones. This is why the memory of this moment is so vivid. Those who fell to the ground, those who cried loudly, those who wanted to rush into the fire, those who were trembling. Therefore, Lin Yu didn't need any extra fight against the sadness of the past. Even if he was emotional at the time, after calmly unpacking and chewing on his state of mind and mood at that time over and over again, he was almost used to it. Therefore, Lin Yu just watched all this happen calmly, as if he had a rare opportunity to review it again and carefully observe the scene in his memory. I have to say that after studying performance theory professionally and performing on stage for 2 years, I will have a deeper feeling when I look at those rare materials in life. I actually improved my acting skills a little bit along the way. Lin Yu sighed in his heart. Then, the memories in front of him disappeared, and Lin Yu felt his eyes clear again. Although he was not a bad drinker, at this moment, he did not feel the slightest bit of drinking, as if he had never drank before. It's really amazing. He sighed, then looked around. Ayu's condition looked very bad. The little girl's face was gloomy, and the murderous aura in her body seemed to be solidified. Next came the radish. This simple old farmer didn't know what he saw. He was choking and wiping tears, completely unable to control himself. The rest of the people were fine, but their eye circles were red, and their expressions looked more or less sad. Qian Huan pinched himself hard. Li Hua looked up at the high sky. Mosen Nagant took out a pocket watch from his arms and seemed to be looking at the photos. Ji changed her sitting position. She hugged her knees and buried her head between her legs. The atmosphere at the dinner table was very depressing. Only Lin Yu looked calm, as usual. Lin Yu even couldn't help but think about it. How about I act sad too? I'm playing fluoxetine. In this situation, she would. Lin Yu thought about it, suddenly realized something belatedly, and sighed slightly. If fluoxetine comes, everyone should be in a trance and sad for a moment. A fact that Lin Yu was unwilling to admit was placed in front of him. Perhaps in this respect, I am a little more abnormal than the admitted psychopath who is fluoxetine. Realizing this, Lin Yu shook his head. Helplessly, he also showed a bit of sadness. Fortunately, his acting skills are good enough and his facial expressions change quickly enough. Even if he doesn't feel half sad in his heart, he can seamlessly show just the right melancholy that suits his identity. Octopus Ka smiled and spoke. It seems that everyone enjoyed the delicious sorrow brought by the pre-dinner wine. Grief is the most important emotion and the cornerstone of Carnival. Precisely because people want to reconcile with grief, they often choose banquets and carnivals to heal all this with rituals and memorials. Of course, although everyone is enjoying themselves, it is inevitable that some people will behave rudely, but the rules set by the Lord cannot be changed. The octopus said Ka, and then it took out 2 red buttons covered with waterproof membranes from the pool. Snapped. After its 2 tentacles slammed the button, a slight sound suddenly came from the air. Snap! A rope on Ayu and Carrot's chair snapped, accompanied by the breakage of 2 ropes. Ayu and Luabu's chairs shook a little more than before. The ropes that both men broke were the ones on the left-hand side of the chair, towards the front. Among them, Ayu was not affected at all. Carrot was a little nervous and sat back to the right, adjusting his center of gravity. But it's not particularly tricky. After all, the other 3 ropes are still there. If another one is broken, I'm afraid it will be difficult to say. 4 ropes, in other words, for chances? According to the order of serving Western food, after the pre-dinner drink, there are appetizers, soups, side dishes, main dishes, desserts, and after-dinner drinks. After the main dish, there may be a salad, but maybe not, so there will be about 7 or 8 link. Lin Yu thought about it. No, maybe later on, there will be punishment for cutting multiple ropes at once, so we can't be too optimistic. And if the balance is not good, when 2 or 3 strands are broken, there's a great risk of falling. But anyway, the first level should be over. Except for Ayu and Carrot, they were not punished. Certainly, although they were not punished, it was obvious that everyone except Lin Yu was in a bad mood. The octopus turned a blind eye to this. The octopus spoke to itself. Anyway, after enjoying the pleasant and delicious pre-dinner drinks, let me prepare the appetizers for everyone. Octopus said, and the tables surrounding the pool made mechanical sounds. Immediately, the tables opened and a circle of iron plates rose up. The octopus Ka took out a spatula and a set of paper and pen from the water, and then began to ask everyone. The appetizers include sizzling butter foie gras with blueberry sauce and cheese pan-fried snails with chopped parsley. Which one do you want to choose? Where's the seed? When Ka said this, the 7 players all understood. I'm afraid this choice will determine what the next test will be. Thinking of this, Li Hua said politely, Dear chef, what is the difference between these 2 dishes? Can you introduce them to us? Of course, Ka lowered his head as if bowing in salute. This is my duty. Sizzling butter foie gras with blueberry sauce has a mellow taste and sweet and sour flavor. It is a very good appetizer. It uses the giant wasteland goose that has been trained for a long time, is fast and powerful, and has firm meat. Its liver is relatively thin. The word will be stronger, and the weight will be more substantial. Cheese-fried snails with chopped parsley are rich in milk aroma and salty in taste, which can also stimulate people's appetite. The night vale highly poisonous striped snail is selected. It travels as fast as a snail, but its shell is extremely hard and spits poison. Fog. But don't worry, when it is made into a dish, it will be detoxified to a certain extent, which will greatly reduce its toxicity, and its shell will not appear on the table. The time for tasting the appetizer is limited. I hope you finish it as soon as possible. After Ka's introduction, Li Hua nodded thoughtfully. I see. Of the 2, one is probably heavy and the other is slightly toxic. Foie gras should take a long time to eat, and snails may have toxic reactions after eating. Carrot thought for a moment and was the first to speak. Then I choose snail. Li Hua pushed up his glasses and made his second choice. I also choose snail. He had already exhausted his abilities 3 times before, and although the cooldown time was short, he had not recovered yet. Therefore, Li Hua now chooses based on known information. Obviously, the 2 people have a certain degree of confidence in detoxification. Then I choose foie gras. Ayu said with his hands on his chest and his legs crossed. Looking at this look, it was clear that she was probably just going against Li Hua on purpose. I'd also choose foie gras. After Moza Nagant finished speaking, he explained, I used to be a hunter, and I often ate game. I have good teeth, and I eat quickly. He grinned, showing his neat teeth. Zhigang thought for a while and gave the answer. I choose snail. Qian Huan touched his chin. Yeah, then I'll choose foie gras too. I hate the feeling of having stomachache. Lin Yu, who had deliberately remained silent until the end, looked at Ka and asked sincerely, Well, can I still change it after I choose it? Of course not. Ka raised the pen and paper in his hand. I have already memorized everyone's choices. Lin Yu nodded and smiled. Then I have a big appetite. Can I have 2 servings? Ka was stunned for a moment. Then it nodded. Of course. Li Hua looked at Lin Yu with some surprise. Even though the 2 were enemies in reality, he couldn't help but ask, Why are you doing this? Lin Yu held his chin and looked at Li Hua, showing a wicked smile. Oh, idiot, do you think that the dish you choose is equivalent to the test direction you choose? If not, Li Hua frowned slightly and asked. The rest of the people also looked at Lin Yu with curious eyes. Lin Yu leaned back and said, If it's just because of the food, do you need to introduce the habits of these 2 animals? Li Hua looked solemn. You mean, the test of the aperitif has 2 parts. I don't think there's only one test for the appetizer, Lin Yu said, looking at the octopus Ka, and it should have prepared 7 portions of ingredients. I just saw, in the bags it brought down, several of them are moving. Ayu has already reacted. Fuck, I understand what you mean. You mean in this level, each of us has to deal with 2 animals, but we will choose to make one of them into a dish. Ka heard Ayu's words and threw 2 huge sacks out of the pool. That's right, Dash. The octopus said loudly, and the 2 sacks were untied. There are 7 cages and 7 transparent boxes inside. The cages contain giant geese that are more than 1 person tall, with ferocious horns and sharp teeth, and the boxes contain snails that are the size of a fist and have a metallic shell. In order to give every guest a choice, I have prepared 7 portions of each ingredient. And in order to uphold the principle of not wasting, I will choose to give you the ingredients you didn't choose. However, please dispose of the remaining ingredients harmlessly. As he said this, Ka easily killed 4 snails and 4 geese with a spatula. The octopus's actions were extremely understated. Whether it was a goose or a snail, he just opened the cage door and lid, gently knocked on the head and shell, and immediately made the knocked animals lose their vitality and fall limp. Process of slaughtering snails and geese seems to be an understatement. But knowing that they would face one of them next, the players present did not dare to underestimate the goose and snail. Ka's actions just prove that this octopus is very powerful. After killing 8 animals, Ka's 8 tentacles started cooking at the same time. Cut open the goose's abdominal cavity and take out the liver, and take out the snail meat from the shell. Then he took out various condiments from the water and began to fry the thick liver as big as a basketball and the snails as big as a fist on the iron plate. Li Hua's analysis is correct. The foie gras is very heavy and the snail meat has some residual toxicity. However, this is just the beginning of this ordeal. What's really hard to deal with? Be the one left and alive. While Ka is frying foie gras and snails, tall, transparent baffles fell from the sky, fell directly on the sides of everyone's bodies, and spread to the center of the table. The baffle divides the round table into 7 areas. And in doing so, of course, this is to prevent the animals in front of everyone from running into other areas. Each area is assigned a snail box and a goose cage. The boxes and cages in front of Lin Yu are empty. His snails and geese are already being cooked. Therefore, he looked at the boxes and cages in front of the others very leisurely. Really, after Ka started cooking, the other remaining animal that was still alive was released. Ayu, Qian Huan, and Mosen Nagant chose foie gras. So what they had to deal with was the dark night veil poisonous snail. Li Hua, Luo Bo, and Ji Gung chose snails. So what they had to face was the giant goose in the wasteland. The giant wasteland goose is very fast. Almost as soon as the cage door opened, they rushed out and rushed in the direction of the players in front of them. What surprised Lin Yu was, the first person to solve this problem was the farmer Luo. Without any hesitation, this simple uncle who looked like an old country farmer took out a piece of yellow talisman paper from his arms and tore it open. Then, violent thunder and lightning as thick as forearms blasted out, directly stopping the charging momentum of the ferocious-looking goose and scorching its entire body. Even through the baffle, Lin Yu could smell a strong burnt aroma. Carrot breathed a sigh of relief, with a slightly painful expression on his face. Call! Lin Yu touched his chin and probably understood. Did you know that your frontal combat effectiveness was weak, so you used some kind of precious consumable item? It's like some kind of thunder charm. It's probably very expensive, and he probably doesn't have many of it on him, or it's simply priceless and was given by someone else. Although Luobo solved the problem quickly, Lin Yu knew that he was the most dangerous, because it was precisely because he did not have the confidence to deal with the big goose that the opponent probably directly used trump card level attacks without hesitation. The ability of the farmer is to obtain a food supply once a day, randomly obtain a certain kind of food, and if there are plants, you can consume the plants and reset the skill cooldown. This is indeed a logistics auxiliary character with relatively weak frontal combat effectiveness, and will be more advantageous in survival dungeons. The player carrot is also famous for his weak fighting ability. As one of the founders of the Players Mutual Aid Association, he has a good reputation on the forum and is a good guy image that is relatively rare among the player community. Moreover, Luobo has always acted and participated in dungeons with his subordinates and various allies. I don't know why this time, but I chose to participate in this copy alone. But precisely because of this, Lin Yu did not dare to underestimate these masters who had been famous for a long time. Even a player like this, who is known to be bad at frontal combat, can pull out a lightning spell that can directly turn a giant goose as tall as a person into a charred goose when pressed. If you weren't careful about being struck by a bolt of lightning, that's absolutely awesome. The background of these veteran players should not be underestimated. At this moment, Li Hua and Ji Gung also started fighting with the giant wasteland goose in front of them. Li Hua took out a 20-sided dice from his arms and kept turning the dice and throwing it on the table. Every time Li Hua tossed the dice, some small probability event would occur that would severely hinder the goose's progress. For example, your feet slipped and you suddenly fell on the table. Another example would be if my left foot stumbles and my right foot falls again. There is also sudden pain in holding the wings as if they were cramping. And every time after falling down, I would be dizzy and hit the hard transparent partition, which would delay my time for a while. Of course, Li Hua himself was not idle during this process. He also took out a deck of playing cards and a few chips, wondering what he was planning and preparing for. Lin Yu was also impressed by the operation on the other side. She kept drawing various geometric bodies on the sketch, and then those geometric bodies would pop out and pile on the table, blocking the progress of the big goose. The giant goose in the wasteland in front of Ji Gung kept hammering the geometric objects with its head and chewing them with its mouth, and its speed was not much faster than a snail. Of course, even though they chose to travel at a slow snail speed, it didn't mean that the remaining 3 people had an easy time, whether it's the magician Qian Huan or Ayu and Mozenagant. It seems that they are helpless against the snail that is slowly crawling towards them. Any attack, whether it is the bow and arrow of Mozenagant or the flintlock shot of Yu, or the flame released from Qian Huan's hat, they are helpless against this snail. All the attacks come to the snail, and the snail only needs to shrink into the black shell to be unscathed. Seeing this, Lin Yu sighed that these expert players really have many tricks. On the other hand, Lin Yu is very fortunate. Fortunately, he was more careful and took a shortcut in this level. Otherwise, if he encountered a goose or a snail that was fighting for his life, Lin Yu really didn't have the confidence to take down these 2 magical animals directly. Even if he barely took it down, the miserable appearance at that time might make others suspicious. Of course, Lin Yu didn't think that this was a performance that he was better than these old players. Rather than saying that Lin Yu is particularly smart and can see through the traps set by the octopus, it is better to say that it is because each of the 3 copies he has experienced so far has traps and inducement from NPCs and rules, especially the second copy involving gods. That is the one with the most traps. Therefore, Lin Yu's habit and way of thinking about problems are different from most players. Any rules and instructions placed in front of Lin Yu, he will doubt first and then doubt. Look for the text traps and hints in them. And through the reactions of these old players, Lin Yu can even infer a little. It seems that the copies that dig holes in the rules are really a minority among the minority. Although the remaining people were a little embarrassed for a while, it was impossible for these masters to really fall into the hands of snails and geese. Ayu spat softly after realizing that the shot was useless against the snail. Hey, physical attacks have no effect. Very poisonous, right? I want to see how poisonous you are. With that said, Ayu took out a gas mask from his arms and put it on his head. Then, she took out a scroll from her arms. Ayu tore up the scroll, and a 6-pointed star pattern appeared in front of her, and then thick green smoke spurted out. The smoke rushed towards the dark snail, which retracted into its shell as before. However, it was no use this time. The green smoke seemed to lock onto the snail and penetrated directly into its shell. The whole snail shell trembled violently, and then holes appeared one after another on the seemingly indestructible shell, making sizzling sounds and white smoke coming out. It seems to have been corroded. Soon, the entire snail completely disappeared. Next, Li Hua also completed his operation. While spinning the dice, Li Hua finally completed the shuffling of the playing cards. Then he drew 5 cards from the deck and threw the 5 cards in the direction of the goose. Li Hua threw out 2 chips. There were no numerical values written on them, but a pair of eyes painted on them. "The bet is placed, my friend," he said loudly, and the chips fell on the table with a crisp sound. "Open the cards." Li Hua spoke again, and he and Big Goose's 5 cards were turned over together. Li Hua's cards are not big, only a pair of 9s, and the rest are random cards. But the Big Goose only has the single card A, which is even smaller. After 10 playing cards were revealed, the giant wasteland goose that still didn't understand what was happening screamed, and the eyes on its head disappeared and turned into 2 empty blood holes. The Big Goose, which had lost its vision, naturally became panicked, stopped charging forward, and flapped its wings on the spot. Li Hua seized this moment and took out a king of spades from the playing cards, threw it out, inserted it through the goose's hollow left eye, and took out the bird's already small brain. The giant wasteland goose crashed onto the table. On the other side, Zhigang also completed the killing of the giant goose in the wasteland. Li Hua's method was weird enough, but the one that made Lin Yu even more aware of it sent shivers down his spine. This bitch bit her finger, drew a simple drawing of a big goose on the paper with blood, and then crumpled the paper into a ball. And on the table, the body of the giant wasteland goose was also strangely completely twisted, as if there were huge forces squeezing and crushing it from all directions at the same time. What also made Lin Yu feel beyond comprehension was Qian Huan. This guy covered the moving snail with a red cloth and blew on it. Then the snail disappeared into thin air. Among the remaining people present, only Lin Yu fully understood Mosenagant's method. After constantly fighting off the snail with his bow and arrow, he covered it with a rope net over the edge, and then used a fang dagger from some kind of animal to smash the snail's indestructible shell from the front and kill it. But anyway, looking at all this, Lin Yu couldn't help but sigh. It's true that the 8 immortals cross the sea and each show their magical powers. The operations of these masters were so weird that Lin Yu couldn't understand them. And after all the animals have been killed, Kaya smiled and spoke. You guests are so skillful. Then, please enjoy the delicious food, Ka said, and the transparent partition that had fallen before slowly rose. Later, delicious foie gras and snails were delivered to everyone who was panting, like a trophy of condolences and reward. To ensure the best dining experience, please finish your starter within 15 minutes. Eating too slowly is a desecration of the food. Of course, a rope must be cut off as punishment. Ka said warningly. 15 minutes sounds like a lot, but in reality, it's really not much. Players who choose snails are better off. After all, after the snails are shelled and fried, the meat is only as big as a palm. The portion of foie gras is half the size of a head. Moreover, it is easy to hear the clinking sound of the foie gras falling on the plate. The hardness of this thing is definitely not low. However, there are disadvantages to choosing snails. The flesh of the snail is black and purple, and although the poison has been weakened by the card, there is definitely only a lot more left in it. Certainly, no matter which option is worse, foie gras or snail meat, it doesn't matter to Lin Yu. At this moment, there were 2 plates in front of him. Sure enough, after having fun just now I have to pay off my debt. Lin Yu sighed. It's nice not to have to fight those animals, but eating this food is definitely not easy, especially with the 15-minute limit. In addition, we have to maintain the character of fluoxetine. Lin Yu quickly cut the foie gras with a knife and fork and started eating. I have to say, the taste of foie gras is very good. Although the texture is indeed slightly harder than ordinary foie gras, except that the outer surface is as hard as a frozen porcelain popsicle in summer. The inside is equivalent to chewy beef. The fragrance is very rich, and paired with the sweet and sour blueberry sauce below, it is really a pleasure to eat. The only problem is too full and greasy. Lin Yu felt a little dizzy after eating only half of it. But fortunately, Lin Yu was the type who could eat fast. After all, his family ran a restaurant, and Lin Yu remembered that he often ate food for 2 people. So, 2/3 of the 15 minutes had passed. In 10 minutes, Lin Yu had elegantly finished the foie gras. This speed was the fastest among all those who chose foie gras. In the remaining 5 minutes, Lin Yu slowed down a little and ate the snail. During the slow process, he also observed the reactions of Li Hua, Luobo, and Zhigang who chose to eat snails. Uncle Luobo looked normal, as if the weakened toxin did not exist for him. Li Hua took out some pills to take, but before the effect of the medicine took effect, he still had some time for his body to tremble slightly. As for Zhigang, at this moment, she was curled up in a chair with her knees hugged, sweat rolling down her forehead and her face pale. Is this poison related to pain? Lin Yu looked at the reactions of the 3 people and understood something. The way this poison works is very similar to pain. However, Lin Yu did not jump to conclusions. He carefully picked up the snail meat, stuffed it into his mouth, and swallowed it whole. The salty fragrance at the entrance only remained for a moment, and then Lin Yu felt the severe pain, as he expected. It's just... The location of the pain surprised Lin Yu. It's not that there is a problem in any part of the digestive system. The pain comes from the extremities. Lin Yu instantly understood why Zhiging looked so miserable. The pain in his toes and the 10 fingers connected to his heart almost made Lin Yu scream. Fuck, isn't this... Lin Yu's tolerance for pain in daily life is actually not too high. When cooking, he burns his hands or his calf hits the corner of the table, which can make Lin Yu gasp in pain or even shed tears. Even as a child, Lin Yu was most afraid of injections. In order to avoid injections, he could even endure a 39-degree fever and pretend with his sister that he was completely fine. But that was limited to Lin Yu in daily life. Lin Yu in performance would not be moved by physical pain. Feeling the sharp pain that was comparable to torture at this moment, Lin Yu had already screamed out in his heart. But on the surface, Lin Yu remained calm, because fluoxetine would never be a person moved by this level of pain. Even though the pain made Li Hua take a lot of drugs and made Ji tremble in pain, Lin Yu could still remain calm. His obsession with performance almost trumps everything else. Lin Yu clearly felt the pain in his body, breathed out gently, and opened his hands. "Oh, it's such an interesting feeling," he said, maintaining his fluoxetine voice and light and relaxed tone. "This is still a weakened version. If ordinary people were poisoned by this kind of toxin, they would probably die of pain." Lin Yu commented and said. After hearing these words, Li Hua, who took painkillers next to him and barely kept calm, understood instantly. Lin Yu, who was sitting next to him, did not reduce the pain in some way, but endured it after tasting the original pain. What a monster! As expected of the S-class of the Psychological Society, it's totally psychopathic. Hearing Li Hua's words, Lin Yu said with a smile, "You're talking about a gambler. Isn't the old man over there the same?" Carrot, who was named by Lin Yu, coughed twice. "Ahem, I don't have this ability. Old man, I just have a certain degree of immunity to toxins," he said kindly. 15 minutes flew by during the conversation. The remaining few who chose foie gras also finished the foie gras in front of them. Ka looked at everyone who had finished eating and spoke again. "Dear guests, it seems that you have finished enjoying the first course. Then, please enjoy today's soup. Kirishima raspberry-flavored clam chowder." As Ka said, he pulled out a soup pot and 7 shallow bowls from the pool under him, poured the crimson soup in, and handed them to everyone. "Please enjoy," Ka said again. Lin Yu was very wary after receiving the soup bowl, and so were the other players. Since Ka didn't emphasize mealtime this time, so Lin Yu took a tentative sip first. Sweet and sour, with a hint of umami. It actually tastes pretty good, and after drinking it, I don't feel any discomfort in my body. Li Hua next to him looked at the soup and drank it in one gulp as if he realized something. Lin Yu caught a glimpse of Li Hua's movements out of the corner of his eye and understood. The cooldown time of Gambler's ability is 30 minutes. So, maybe Li Hua activated his ability and determined the harmlessness of this soup? Thinking of this possibility, Lin Yu no longer hesitated and drank the soup directly. After finishing the soup in the bowl, Lin Yu suddenly discovered both the pain in the extremities and the feeling of overfullness in the abdomen miraculously disappeared. So, is this a bonus level? Lin Yu thought in his mind. The others saw Lin Yu and Li Hua's actions and followed suit. There was an expression of surprise on everyone's face. Everyone realized that the soup at this level did not have any test component. It's pure reward. However, after confirming this, no one took it lightly. Anyone who has played games knows that this reward of full recovery usually only appears in 2 situations. After defeating the final boss, or before meeting the final boss, considering that the next part of the banquet should be side dishes and main dishes. Obviously, they are likely to face the most difficult boss soon. After everyone has finished their soup, as expected, Octopus Ka opened his mouth. "Everyone, after enjoying the raspberry clam soup, we will enter the climax of this dinner. Next, you will taste my unique craftsmanship and newly developed menu. The name of the side dish is Gift from the End of the World to the Pioneers. The main course is The Blood of the Victor is Always Sweet. After saying that, a lever rose from the pool where the octopus card was. Come on, guests. Both my side dishes and main dishes require you to select the ingredients yourself. Let's choose the ingredients for your side dishes first. As he spoke, Octopus pulled the lever, and the sound of a winch came from the sky. Crack dash. The table rose, along with everyone's chairs, and then rose faster and faster. At first, it looked like an old factory freight elevator. But soon the speed increased, and it became an elevator in a high-rise office building. Later, the strong feeling of weightlessness made Lin Yu couldn't help complaining. Isn't this close to a space elevator? The wind whistled past my ears, and a dark cloud with thunder and rolling thunder was approaching rapidly above my head. Shwa! The dining table and chairs quickly sank into the dark cloud, and the humid water vapor made the visibility around extremely low and breathing difficult. The upward trend slowly stopped, and in the surrounding damp and cold clouds, Lin Yu saw many looming shadows. They were unidentified creatures that moved through the clouds like swimming fish. Octopus spun the spatula in his hand. Dear guests, dear players, you have 3 chances to choose a side dish. Choose creatures from the surrounding sea of space as your next food. Some of these are not suitable as ingredients, and some will have many magical effects when eaten. Please be careful to distinguish them. However, as a reminder, I will give you a list of 100% confirmed edible. The creatures on the list are absolutely safe and harmless, but they don't have any special benefits. In short, Ka's voice suddenly increased, and the spatula hit the pot in front of him. Dang dash. Accompanied by the sound of metal collision, a new rope fell from the sky and hung in front of a person. Please be sure to bring back the ingredients for the side dishes and give them to me within half an hour. Grab the rope. It will communicate with your mind and take you to move freely in the air. As the rope hung down, Lin Yu saw a menu fly into his hand. There are 4 different creatures drawn with cartoon stick figures on it. Lin Yu couldn't help but sigh when he saw the pictures and descriptions on the menu. You're crazy. Is this a way to introduce ingredients? The 4 creatures above are all painted extremely cute. The name also sounds like a character in a children's cartoon. As for the text introduction, it is more like a preschool education textbook. Hello everyone, my name is Cutie Star. Although I look like a starfish, don't admit it, I'm much tastier and bigger than starfish. But it's not that easy to catch me. My swimming speed is not slow. I'm a bubble snail, and I like to float around leisurely in my own bubble. I'm protected by 2 layers of bubbles and shell. It's definitely not easy to catch me. My name is the Flying Saucer Shrimp. Although I'm not fast, and I don't have a hard shell, we all move in groups. If one shrimp is in trouble, hundreds of shrimps will support you. If you want to catch me, your fishing net must be strong enough. Okay, hello, I'm a transparent fish. You can't see me, you can't see me, you can't see me. Lin Yu frowned and read all the biological introductions above. Are you planning to arouse your childishness and compassion and let these creatures go? Forget it. These should indeed be for easier creatures to deal with. The menu does tell you what you need to pay attention to. One is fast, one has a protective shell, one moves in groups, and one is hard to find. In short, let's try our best to start with these 4 types. Lin Yu put the folded menu away and then looked at the rope hanging down in front of him. There's a rope in front of everyone, which looks almost the same as the rope hanging the chair behind them. On the other side of the table, Ayuz also read the introduction of the ingredients on the menu, with the same expression of displeasure and disgust about the menu. Jilagwala stuff. Ayu commented, then grabbed the rope in front of him. She stood up from the chair, looped a circle around her left wrist, tied a sailor's knot, and then, Ayu seemed to have successfully established a connection with the rope and took a step back. Whoosh! Ayu's figure disappeared from the seat and disappeared into the endless clouds. Seeing Ayu's actions, Li Hua and Qian Huan sighed together. As expected of a predator, I've heard from my colleagues in Yinjing a long time ago that this guy is notoriously brainless. The two Haiqing people, who were both positive and negative, tied the rope around their waists and tied it with a tight buckle. Obviously, compared to Ayu's method of tying it to the hand, their method is more stable and does not restrict the normal function of one hand. However, the two older ones, Mosen Nagant and Luo Bao, are obviously more professional. Mosen Nagant passed the rope through his armpits twice and tied a knot here and there. He actually made the rope into a suspender style and put it on his body to fix his body shape. Mr. Carrot, on the other hand, lifted up his clothes and wrapped them around his body a few times. After making a tight buckle, he took out a bottle of glue and poured it on it. Soon the rope was directly stuck to the skin, and it couldn't be any stronger. For people also left the scene one after another. For a while, only Ji Gung and Lin Yu were left on the field. Lin Yu sat on the chair holding the rope with one hand and turned to look at Ji Gung. Ji Gung's eyes also met Lin Yu's. An unreasonable and dangerous intuition came to Lin Yu's heart. Looking at the painter in front of him, he confirmed something again. This girl is powerful and dangerous. Definitely not inferior to the fluoxetine he is playing at the moment. Furthermore, she seemed interested and knowledgeable about fluoxetine. This is why Lin Yu is not left for a long time. Because after Ka finished speaking, he realized this link may be one of the few opportunities for him to be alone with Ji Gung in the dungeon, although it is very likely to be discovered. However, wealth can be found in danger. Lin Yu's original purpose was never to perfectly play the role of fluoxetine without being discovered. He just wanted to get more information about fluoxetine. He was unwilling to miss such a good opportunity to collect information about fluoxetine and the Psychological Society because of his own scruples. Not to mention, Lin Yu is also very confident in his acting skills. Even if you are alone, even if the person in front of you is probably familiar with fluoxetine, and he is an extremely sharp guy, the ability of the painter is even more difficult to deceive than the detective. The use of sketch to create objects and geometric objects just now belongs to the advanced ability of the painter. The basic ability of the painter is information type. Draw an item with a similarity of more than 70%, and you can learn its basic information. The cooling time is 24 hours. This is almost recognized as the strongest intelligence profession. So even if the number is rare, every large organization will basically hire a painter. If the masters of other organizations get some new powerful props and use them once, they will quickly send people to secretly take pictures and show them to their painters to draw them. What's more, the ability of the painter is not limited to game props. It can also detect non-prop items. So, if Ji Gung had dealt with fluoxetine enough, she would probably know how to use most of fluoxetine's props. But Lin Yu still had confidence that he would not be discovered at all. It is better to say that it was precisely because of Ji Gung's ability as a painter that Lin Yu was more confident. Looking at fluoxetine, who was looking at him with interest, Ji Gung couldn't help but speak first. I say, what's the matter with the Beretta just now? Where did you get the prank props from? Lin Yu laughed. As expected, starting with the props. Then, there's no problem at all, because Ji Gung has already given the answer himself. You must have been scared. Lin Yu took out the Beretta 9, transformed by the fake, again and turned it around in his hand, but unfortunately, I couldn't scare you completely. You are such a powerful and potential guy. You can't die in such an interesting copy at the beginning. So I just took the opportunity to scare you. I can't bear to kill you, Lin Yu said with a bright smile. But thank you. You saw through it at a glance that it was a fake to scare people, which shows that you remember the status of my props clearly. Of course, and Gunflower is your signature. Ji Gung rubbed his eyebrows. I almost died in that hand. How could I forget? So don't lie to me, bastard. If you really don't want to kill me, you wouldn't have shot me last time. This time is this time, and that time is that time. Lin Yu raised a finger. I said, this copy is very interesting. This is a copy that is truly watched directly by the gods. His tone was pious and firm. Ji Gung looked at Lin Yu, and after a long silence, he sighed. It's still the same. Nothing has changed. So, you specially adjusted the time to enter the dungeon and chose to enter the dungeon on Tuesday just to attend this banquet. Regarding what Ji Gung said, Lin Yu had no idea what was going on, how to enter the dungeon in advance in the game of death. Lin Yu didn't know what to do. Although he can judge based on Ji Gung's words, knowing the content of the dungeon in advance and choosing the time to enter the dungeon should be feasible among high-end players. Lin Yin had also come to the same dungeon with him before, but Lin Yu didn't know anything about how to operate it specifically. He only knows that there are props that allow players to form teams. But what kind of props are used to achieve this kind of locking a certain dungeon in advance and entering the same dungeon without the consent of others? Lin Yu didn't know. Therefore, if this question is answered normally, it is very likely that the secret will be revealed. But Lin Yu is very lucky. It's not so much that I did it on purpose, but rather, it's fate. Destiny brought me here and gave me this game where I can face the gods. Fortunately, the character of fluoxetine doesn't have to talk well. Really, after Lin Yu spoke like this, Ji Gung sighed silently. Although helpless, there was no doubt. All right. She muttered quietly, then waved her hands as if resigned to her fate. It's really impossible to ask you something. What exactly are you planning? I'd better investigate on my own. Speaking of this, Ji Gung was thoughtful. Although rationally I feel there's no connection, but I don't know why. Ji Gung looked at Lin Yu, his eyes full of doubts. I always feel that your appearance here is related to your previous trip to Jiangqing. I heard the word Jiangcheng appearing in Ji Gung's words. Lin Yu's heart almost skipped a beat. He wanted to deduce more about fluoxetine through his words and reactions. But I didn't expect. The other party actually mentioned what Lin Yu wanted to know most. No, it's a bit arbitrary to say this now. Although fluoxetine appeared in Jiangcheng, it did kill him. But what Ji Gung said was not necessarily the fact that fluoxetine killed him. So, Lin Yu tilted his head calmly and spoke with interest. Oh, you are surprisingly sharp. But do you really know what I did in Jiangcheng? Lin Yu said casually. Ji Gung sighed. How much do you distrust my ability? Although others may not know it, I already figured out the situation almost clearly before I went to Jiangcheng. Of course, there's nothing wrong with you wanting to hide it. After all, among so many potential players evaluated so far, he is the second guy with S+ potential. Even most people in your organization only think he is A or A. Ji Gung said. Lin Yu's heart beat wildly when he heard this. This psychological association has tools that can evaluate people's potential and never make mistakes. Based on the evaluation of that prop, the top management of the psychological society will classify people's potential into 7 levels from S to F. The higher the level and the greater the potential, the further you can go in the game of death. Even not only players who have joined the game, but also players who have not yet become a death game can also get their own rating. The results of this evaluation are semi-public in most cases. The lunatics from the Psychological Society will even take the initiative to send their recently evaluated player potential qualifications to other organizations. And because of this behavior, Lin Yu knew their evaluation standards very well. Those who get a B rating can almost all be upgraded around the 8th dungeon, and nearly a quarter of those who get a B+ rating can succeed in one go. Most of the experts who support the scene level of various organizations have received evaluations of B or above. As for among the people I have come into contact with, Tycoon and Yin are at this level. Even the other players at the dinner table are at this level. Lin Yu couldn't help but guess after knowing the evaluation criteria of the Psychological Association. I may have been assigned to the evaluation standard of A for some unknown reason, but Ji Gung's words made Lin Yu aware of a possibility. MIS+. This possibility even made Lin Yu feel a little creepy. He maintained his composure and spoke with a smile. This is really groundless conjecture, and I won't admit it. S+ or something. How could an evaluation of this level appear so easily? Ji Gung sighed. It seems you still think I'm deceiving you. I have evidence. Jiangxing University of Communication. Is this enough? You act so casually. Do you still want to hide it from me? Painter who has already reached the 3rd level. Ji Gung's words were almost the final word. Based on these words, Lin Yu completely confirmed. It's really me. With quite complicated emotions, Lin Yu looked at Zhigong. Correct answer. Then, are you going to try to snatch him away? Lin Yu said with a smile. I don't have that plan. It's just, since it's S-class or S+, it always makes me suspicious. Has he been noticed by the gods? If so, who is the god who favors and watches him? Could it be the god of joy? Zhigong was thinking. Lin Yu laughed. Well, I don't think so. It turns out that it is inevitable for S-class to be targeted by gods. Moreover, I know the answer to this more entangled question. Lin Yu also knew it very well. Although it has disappeared due to disguise, Lin Yu can still detect it as long as he concentrates a little. The simple crow mark on his wrist. You seem to know something? Zhigong looked at Lin Yu and said curiously. Of course, but I won't tell you. Lin Yu said, grabbing the hanging rope with one hand. Since you're so good investigating these, then continue to investigate on your own, dear third-level painter. After saying that, Lin Yu stood up from the chair and gently waved goodbye to Zhigong. He just held the rope directly without any protection, without any entanglement or knotting, and disappeared into the dim and stacked clouds under Zhigong's surprised eyes. Zhigong looked at all this and was stunned. It's crazy, she muttered, then took out the sketch paper and drew a rather sturdy-looking metallic hanging basket. I took out the hanging basket from the paper and put it on the table. I tied it with a rope several times and pulled it hard to test the load-bearing capacity. Then I got in. Then she held a piece of rope hanging from the hanging basket above her head and began to move extremely slowly. After Lin Yu pulled the rope and left the dining table, he felt the strong wind blowing on his body from the clouds and instantly felt a little regretful. For show fluoxetine, a bit overdone. At this moment, he was holding on to the rope tightly. He was slightly awake from the state of performance without an audience, and he only felt a surge of adrenaline. Damn it, it feels like it could fall at any time. Lin Yu thought fearfully. The surrounding visibility was very low, and the humid water vapor and rolling thunder made Lin Yu even more uneasy. Many clouds and mist gathered together like solid hills. In some places there were large masses of solid water mist, and in other places there was an ominous whirlpool. Farther away, there was even a continuous flash of lightning. What made Lin Yu uneasy was not just the extremely vicious and harsh environment and the shaky feeling. More importantly, monsters around. Although on the list of ingredients given by the card, the 4 ingredients are very cute images and creatures such as cute star, bubble snail, flying saucer shrimp, and transparent fish. However, when he really went deep into the clouds, the creatures Lin Yu saw, a ferocious and ugly deep-sea lantern fish, about the size of a car, swam dozens of meters in front of him at high speed with a green lantern. The reason why the opponent swam so fast was even to escape for his life. Behind it, a bus-sized calamari chased it. Farther away, a dense swarm of scarlet scallops was besieging a huge manta ray. Within a few seconds, the manta ray, which was no smaller than a squid, was broken into bones. The danger of this sea of clouds in the sky is beyond imagination. It's no wonder that on the list of ingredients given by Ka, only 4 are safe. Most of the creatures here are violent and dangerous. The 4 creatures on the list, at least, don't seem to be aggressive. Avoid these dangerous guys and search carefully. Lin Yu thought, holding on to the rope tightly, and moved cautiously in the sea of clouds. With his other hand, he took out the Sure revolver. Of course, this was also the second time that Lin Yu lost confidence in this revolver. Most of the sea creatures in front of him were so big that Lin Yu doubted what effect this bullet pistol could have. The BB 300 collected from Tiangong may be able to cause effective damage. But Lin Yu didn't think it was a good idea to use a self-destructing robot in the air. He had tried this prop. The robot had wheels, moved very fast, and could even run on vertical walls. But it can't fly. In the air, it can probably be used as a grenade. If you encounter a particularly large monster, you can probably try throwing it on yourself. But no matter what, it's still not safe enough. Lin Yu sighed. Furthermore, Although it's okay to find the 4 creatures here and kill one and go back, but after seeing so many strange creatures with a character of fluoxetine, will you really bring ordinary ingredients back? I always feel like not. Even if I brought it, I guess no one would be suspicious. After all, the biggest advantage of this link is that no one will see your performance while hunting. There's a lot of space here, and everyone has chosen different directions in a tacit understanding. Under normal circumstances, they should not encounter each other. Otherwise, your crotch-pulling performance may be directly exposed on the spot. Wait a moment. Lin Yu suddenly realized something. He suddenly came up with an extremely risky solution. Moreover, it is a very fluoxetine-style and most humane solution. It not only allows him to successfully complete this link and survive this instance, it even helps Lin Yu's situation in reality. Thinking of this, Lin Yu did not hesitate. He held the revolver in his mouth and took out a parchment map from his pocket. Activity map. After use, a circular area topographic map with a radius of 500 meters centered on the current location is generated. Cooling time 72 hours. Lin Yu did not use it immediately, but controlled the rope and returned to the dining table. He then unfolded the map to activate it. I don't know if this thing will work in the sky, Lin Yu was thinking in his mind. But the lines that then appeared on the parchment did not disappoint Lin Yu. The smudged ink stains appeared, and combined with the ancient and yellowed parchment, it looked like a map that had been passed down for a long time. Piles of thick clouds signaled their appearance. Some places were marked with rain, and some were marked with thunder and lightning. Correspondingly, it should be the areas that Lin Yu just saw that seemed absolutely impossible to set foot in. After excluding these areas, combined with everyone's direction, considering the half-hour time limit, the area left for each player to move around is actually not very large. Then, let's find the safest persimmon first. Lin Yu chewed the pistol and looked at the map, then pushed the rope across the dining table, increasing its speed to its fastest speed. And Lin Yu quickly found his number 1 target, soft persimmon. Behind a rain cloud in the distance, the uncle holding a short bow shot an arrow, which engulfed the tail fin of a vicious flying fish that was more than 1 meter long. The whistle in his mouth made a rapid sound, and the osprey in the sky rushed down, and its sharp claws were deeply embedded in the body of the flying fish that was somewhat unbalanced by the arrow. Then, under the control of the osprey, although the flying fish struggled hard, its speed was much slower. This gave the Mosenagant over their room to operate. Swoosh! Another accurate arrow pierced the fish's eye and shot out from the other side of the fish's eye. The flying fish instantly lost its strength and turned into a corpse. Seeing this wonderful scene, Lin Yu put away the map and took the pistol and cheered. It's really wonderful. It's worthy of being a professional hunter. Mosenagant turned his head and saw Lin Yu, showing a horrified expression. He instantly raised his short bow and drew the arrow to the full, aiming at Lin Yu, who was holding a gun. Fluoxetine, what are you going to do? Lin Yu looked at the short bow aimed at her and laughed. She raised the revolver in her hand as if she didn't care. Of course it's robbery. Hand over your prey. Otherwise, we'll have to have a pure Western showdown. Lin Yu laughed. This is the perfect plan he came up with. Must-hit revolver may not be a threat to those huge fish, but can still kill people. Instead of fighting those monsters, it's better to just rob other players. After Lin Yu made his robbery remarks, Mosenagant said coldly, Fluoxetine, do you think I'm afraid of you? I've killed guys from your psychology society before. Even if you're S-level, I may not lose to you. As he said that, he tightened the short bow in his hand a little more. Pointed at by the sharp arrow, Lin Yu shook his head, his expression calm and composed. Although I don't know who is stronger between Mosenagant and Fluoxetine in a real fight, but he, the fake Fluoxetine, is definitely not better than the long-famous hunter Mosenagant. However, Lin Yu's most powerful weapon at the beginning was never the gun in his hand, but the name of Fluoxetine. The past of this woman is Lin Yu's most powerful weapon at the moment. Of course, perhaps the Mosenagant in front of him is stronger than Fluoxetine. But Lin Yu looked at Mosenagant and smiled. Then do you have the courage to bet with me? For this fish, Bet on who can survive. And let me remind you, this banquet is no fighting. But Mozenagan is definitely not as crazy as fluoxetine. He is a bounty hunter, a well-known bounty hunter in the hunting club. This means that he is a person who needs money or likes money very much, and is likely to be a profit-first person. Maybe Mozenagan will take risks and fight dangerous people to the death. But the more such people are, the more they will put a price on all lives, even their own lives. He will not take risks of life and death without sufficient benefits. So, Lin Yu will judge him as a soft persimmon. Although we are not at the table now, but in addition to betting on the win or loss of the two of us, are you ready to face the punishment like me? And it's not bad to take this opportunity to evaluate you, Lin Yu said with a smile. Mozenagan's face changed slightly. Finally, he said in a deep voice, "Can you put down your gun?" Even though the other party was still holding the bow and arrow, Lin Yu still put away his gun with a relaxed look when he heard this. "So, what's your choice?" Mozenagan blew the whistle with an unhappy look on his face. Swoosh! The raptor flapped its wings and flew towards Lin Yu, and then threw the dead flying fish to him. Lin Yu caught the dead fish steadily with one hand and laughed. Very good. Very good. It seems that your potential is a little higher than I thought. Mozenagan, although the organization's rating is already high enough, it seems that you are still underestimated now. Mozenagan looked unhappy. I thought you would ridicule me for retreating and being weak. How is that possible? Lin Yu waved his hand. Do you think that we like all hardliners without brains? Well, there is still plenty of time now. It must not be difficult for you to get another one. After all, you are a professional hunter, Lin Yu said, waving goodbye to Mozenagan. Goodbye. Then, without waiting for Mozenagan to respond, Lin Yu pulled the rope and continued to move. He dragged the flying fish back to the dining table, then looked at Ka, who was bored and looking at the recipe in the middle of the pool, and smiled. Hey, chef, I'll save the ingredients for a while. Is that okay? After Lin Yu finished speaking, Ka looked at Lin Yu unexpectedly. Of course it's okay. After Ka finished speaking, Lin Yu threw the flying fish in front of his seat. Then, Lin Yu pulled the rope again and set off in one direction. With the successful experience just now, Lin Yu quickly found another soft persimmon this time. Not long after flying out, Lin Yu saw a dozen playing cards flying in the air, slicing a fathead fish to death. However, it was also a prop that looked like a playing card. It was not Li Hua who manipulated the playing cards. The man in a tuxedo and a top hat stretched out his palm and took back the playing cards with a metallic luster. Then he took off his hat and stretched out his hand, and actually took out the dying fathead fish that was just in front of him. He casually put the fathead fish into the transparent bag behind him. There were already several fish in the bag. This man was naturally the magician of the Free Alliance. Lin Yu looked at him and said with a smile, "You have a good harvest, Qian Huan." Lin Yu's voice caught Qian Huan's attention. He raised his head alertly, with a kind smile on his face. "Oh, it's the respected Ms. Fluoxetine. May I ask what you want to talk to me about?" Lin Yu didn't beat around the bush and spoke directly. "Robbery. Give me half of the fish you found now, or I will kill you," Lin Yu said directly. Qian Huan's face changed slightly, and then he spoke carefully. "That, Ms. Fluoxetine, it seems that fighting is prohibited at this banquet. Although we are not at the table now, it is possible," Qian Huan said cautiously. Lin Yu listened to Qian Huan's words and felt emotional. The people of the Freedom Alliance really think fast, and they actually use this to negotiate with him. However, Lin Yu intends to carry out Fluoxetine's character to the end. "Then give me the fish. We don't need this meaningless fight," he said very confidently. "I only want half, not everything." Qian Huan smiled bitterly and said, "Then why don't you fight it yourself?" "That would be boring," Lin Yu said matter-of-factly. "I said, why don't you give it to me? Do you look down on me?" "In any case," Qian Huan said quickly, "I just have some concerns." "Are you concerned about my methods or my character?" Lin Yu asked. Qian Huan replied seriously, "Both." Lin Yu laughed dumbly. "Aha! So you are afraid that I will attack you after collecting the things. Don't worry, I don't think you should be killed by me in this dungeon. For a player as capable and talented as you, I hope you can live. Anyway, if you're still worried, I can swear to it. To put your mind at ease, you can even decide who I swear my oath to. Lin Yu said in a very ordinary tone, but combined with the content of his words, the more ordinary the tone, the more crazy it is. However, after listening to Lin Yu's words, Qian Huan fell into thinking. He spoke in a joking tone. Well, actually there's no need to swear. But if you must swear, just swear to the gods. Qian Huan said seemingly casually. After hearing Qian Huan's words, Lin Yu nodded. Okay. He gently placed his right hand on his chest. I swear to the gods. I will never do any harm to you in this instance. After Lin Yu finished his oath, Qian Huan opened his bag, took out 3 strange-shaped fish from it, and strung them together with a rope. Then, he threw the fish to Lin Yu from a distance. Qian Huan threw it very accurately, and Lin Yu didn't need to catch it specially, and just held the fish in his arms. Very good. After Lin Yu got the fish, he turned and left. The most important gain from the negotiation with Qian Huan was not the 3 fish, but the conversation with Qian Huan when he swore at the end. Swear to the gods. Although Qian Huan's tone seemed to be joking, from Qian Huan's relieved and even a little serious expression after Lin Yu really swore, this oath should have a strong effect. Combined with the fact that there are really gods in this game. Can the gods really see it if I swear like this? Lin Yu was a little confused in his heart. But anyway, this should also be in line with Fluoxetine's personality. After all, when he killed himself, Fluoxetine also mentioned God. When he emphasized God in the conversation with Zhigang just now, Zhigang did not feel anything unreasonable. It seems that Fluoxetine is the guy who should often say these weird words. Although this psychology society is called a society, it may be an extreme religious group. Lin Yu pondered in his heart. Then, he carried the fish this time and did not return to the table again. On the one hand, it was because Qian Huan was very considerate to tie the fish with a rope this time. On the other hand, it was almost time. Lin Yu had been estimating the time in his mind, and half an hour would soon pass. Now it might be too late to go back and come out again. His robbery has not been completed yet. After saying goodbye to Qian Huan, Lin Yu quickly found the last robbery target. Of course, it was the simple Uncle Carrot of the Player Mutual Aid Association. Lin Yu was well prepared at the beginning, and the target of the robbery was these 3 people. The reason is very simple. He used the method of elimination. Lin Yu's primary purpose of robbing is to obtain as many ingredients as possible and ensure that he will not be so unlucky that all the robbed ingredients are useless. And Lin Yu vaguely realized that with such ample time, plus the introduction of side dishes and main dishes together, he speculated that this level might require as many ingredients as possible. The ingredients for side dishes may only be enough to guarantee 1, but more ingredients will definitely not hurt. Therefore, he has to rob as many soft persimmons as possible within a limited time. And in Lin Yu's analysis, the one who can't be robbed the most is Yu. This little girl of the predator may not be as crazy as Fluoxetine, but she is definitely a hot-tempered person. Every time Lin Yu tried to provoke a dispute, she responded actively, and it was different from Mosin Nagant, who was eager to show that he was not easy to mess with before showing his weapons. Yu always wanted to do a big fight sincerely. In addition, the other party is even the only profession, and Lin Yu has not yet figured out what the only profession of Yu and the free man are. It is only roughly known that Yu, like himself, seems to be a profession that can use the abilities of other professions under certain conditions. So, based on this point, Lin Yu does not want to deal with Yu even more. And the remaining 2, gambler Li Hua and painter Zhigang. Lin Yu thinks it is best not to provoke these 2. Li Hua's ability must have improved a bit during this period. He has the ability to see through probability. Lin Yu thinks he is not easy to fool. And Zhigang, the 2 of them had enough one-on-one conversations before. If he goes to rob again, this woman might really find some flaws. Therefore, Lin Yu's final rob candidates are Mosin Nagant, Qian Huan, and Luobua. And with the help of the activity map, the location of Luobua is not difficult to find. Soon, Lin Yu found Luobua's figure in a sea of clouds. This simple old farmer is really good at things other than fighting. His ability to deal with snail toxins without changing his expression before is enough to show that he has strong survival ability. When Lin Yu found him, he couldn't help but sigh. This is really a big harvest. I saw Alawa in the distance carrying a basket on his back and two open woven bags hanging on his waist, waving a huge fishing net to catch some kind of transparent fish in the air. The woven bags and baskets were filled with various kinds of bubble-blowing conchs, flat disc prawns, and brightly colored starfish. There's no doubt. Luabua collected all 4 ingredients on the menu. This was within Lin Yu's expectations. In his opinion, Uncle Luabua's personality looked more stable, and he should be the type who is better at finding. He chose to rob Luabua as a necessary option, also because Luabua would probably have the 4 absolutely safe bottom-line ingredients. However, Luabua's safety level was still beyond Lin Yu's imagination. This old man actually collected all 4 ingredients. But this is good for Lin Yu. He looked at the carrot and cleared his throat. Ahem. Excuse me, Mr. Carrot. I'm here to rob you. After Lin Yu finished speaking, Luabua turned around and looked at Lin Yu in horror. Robbery? You, what are you going to rob? Of course these aquatic products, Lin Yu said with a smile. Luabua was still a little flustered when he heard Lin Yu's words, but he calmed down visibly. He breathed a sigh of relief. Is that so? You want these things I collected? You should have said it earlier, it's not a big deal. Luabua took down the woven bag and backpack without any hesitation. No problem, just take it. Although Lin Yu said he was here to rob, Luabua's reaction at this moment was as if Lin Yu was his honored guest. Lin Yu looked at Luabua's generous appearance and pursed his lips. It was smoother than expected. Even if Lin Yu really had some bad intentions, he couldn't find a reason to start at this time. Lin Yu himself didn't expect that robbing would give him a comfortable feeling like a spring breeze. It seems that this old man has survived until now despite his notoriously weak frontal combat power. It's not just because there's a powerful organization behind him. No, it can even be said, perhaps it is precisely because of his character that the Player Mutual Aid Association can be developed and expanded. I don't want that much, just half. Lin Yu sighed and spoke. He looked at Luabua and spoke with his true feelings in the tone of fluoxetine. Mr. Luabua, you are really an extraordinary person. Luabua mixed all kinds of ingredients into a woven bag and handed it to Lin Yu. Haha, you are too kind, he said with a smile. Although fluoxetine may be conscienceless, Lin Yu is not fluoxetine after all. After receiving the woven bag handed over by Grandpa Luabua with a smile, his conscience was slightly condemned. Fortunately, Lin Yu's conscience is not too much. After trying hard, Lin Yu still successfully overcame it. He and Luabua returned to the dining table one after another, a little earlier than the stipulated final time, about 5 minutes earlier. However, both of them got the ingredients that would never go wrong, so there was no need to race against time. The two were also the first to come back. Sitting in their respective seats, Lin Yu piled up all the ingredients he had robbed. These are what I found. Anyway, see if there are any that can be used. As Lin Yu said, Ka looked around and said, Oh, most of them can be used. Only this one. Ka took out one of the 3 fish given by Qianhuan. This one is completely inedible. Its meat is like wood. After saying that, Ka threw it aside. Then he looked at Lin Yu. So, do you want to cook all these ingredients? No, forget it. I just want to eat one of them, Lin Yu said, pointing to the fish Qianhuan brought. Let's have this one. It's not big and looks good. Ka nodded and put the remaining fish, shrimp, shellfish, and other aquatic products into the pool. Then I'll make you a grilled fish steak. As for the remaining ingredients, I won't take them for nothing. After saying that, Ka took out a stack of yellow tickets from his chef's hat. The small ticket was not much bigger than a fingernail, and they were stacked neatly together like stamps. What is this? Lin Yu asked subconsciously. Delicious paper. You can regard it as the grace of my lord. You can use it to pray for food from my lord at any time. The more you pay, the higher the quality of the food you can get in exchange, but what you get in exchange is random. Of course, you can also use it to participate in the banquet game hosted by my lord. Ka explained, based on the value of the food you provided, I will give you 99 delicious papers. As he said this, Ka handed a thick stack of delicious papers to Lin Yu. Lin Yu exhaled. Sure enough, it's right to take more food. Although I don't know what delicious papers are for yet. But this thing is really good. Delicious paper. A paper ticket issued by certain god who presides over the banquet. Hold in your palm and silently recite delicious food or related words to get random food. There's a small chance of getting food that can provide a buff effect, but there's also a small chance of getting very dangerous food. After Lin Yu took over the delicious paper, several other players also came back one after another. Mozenagan picked up 2 medium-sized fish and some flying saucer shrimps. Qianhuan's bag returned to the state before being robbed by Lin Yu. Li Hua steadily took a bag of the scurrying starfish Lovely Star and several unknown shellfish. Zhi Geng caught a lot of transparent fish. It seems that almost everyone has realized that getting more ingredients might be a good choice. Except for Yu, of course. This guy is holding only one prey. A huge shark with a ferocious face. It is about 3 times as big as Yu. This guy looks very strong. Then again, we don't have to eat all the things we got back this time, right? And it can be eaten, right? Yu, who seemed to have just experienced a big battle, said seriously. Of course it can be eaten, and the extra part can also be exchanged for delicious paper with me. Ka responded happily. What happened to Lin Yu just now went through the process again for everyone. After the inedible ingredients were eliminated, everyone chose what they wanted to eat next, and the rest became delicious paper. Lin Yu also secretly recorded the number of delicious papers for others. Among them, Uncle Radish had 32. Li Hua had 25. Mozenagan had 37. Zhi Geng had 39. Qianhuan had 30. Yu was second only to Lin Yu with 81. Except for Yu and Lin Yu, the rest of the people did not exceed Zhi Geng, and the number was even less than half of the number of the two, especially Li Hua, who had the least. Mozenagan, Qianhuan, and Luo Bo were not as good as Zhi Geng because they were robbed by Lin Yu. Why was Li Hua, the gambler, at the bottom? He did not even break through the 30 mark. This made Lin Yu think, is it that this gambler has bad luck, or is he just not good at searching, collecting, and catching animals? Lin Yu did not know. But anyway, the completely different side dishes that Ka tailored for each person were also served. Lin Yu's was grilled fish fillet. Li Hua had baked starfish. Uncle Luo Bo got a seafood stew. Mozenagan received steamed shrimp. Zhi Geng's was cold fish fillet. Qianhuan's was fried fish belly. Yu's was shark fin soup. Because they already knew the main course, although everyone's side dishes were delicious, no one was in the mood to savor the food carefully. After everyone finished eating the side dishes, they realized belatedly, I seem to feel more energetic than ever before, and my mind is particularly clear. The carrot uncle said in surprise. When he said this, the others also noticed this. Lin Yu also felt that his mental state was particularly good, just like when he got up early every morning. Ka smiled and said, of course, every seafood here has the effect of restoring energy and boosting spirits. The effect varies depending on the variety. After my cooking, it has stimulated their greatest effect, Ka said, and then pointed his finger to the sky. After all, in the next main course session, as the head chef and the host of the banquet, I hope everyone will treat it with vigor. Then, the tables and chairs trembled again and slowly rose upwards. This time, the table and chairs did not speed up, but kept a slow and steady speed as they slowly passed through the sea of clouds that gave birth to countless wonderful and delicious lives. Finally, they passed the border of the sea of clouds, and everything suddenly became clear and bright. The heavy clouds seemed to turn into the floor under their feet, and the surroundings were the clean and clear sky. Even the noisy wind stopped. Ka bowed slightly. Dear guests, we will taste the main course next. And to taste the main course, you must go through and pass a banquet game. The winner can taste the main course of this banquet. And the loser of the game, as a punishment, 2 ropes will be broken. After losing the wind, the tables and chairs no longer swayed, and the sea of clouds blocked the view of the ground. In addition to the slight falling feeling, it reminded everyone that they were not high in the sky. It was as if they were sitting at a normal dining table. After all, this banquet from the gods seemed to have some kind of blessing, allowing them to be protected from the effects of the low temperatures and thin air at high altitudes. But still no one thinks that if all the ropes break, no one will survive. Therefore, after hearing the punishment of 2 ropes breaking, everyone cheered up, especially combined with Ka's words just now. It is not difficult for everyone to come to a conclusion. Main course seems to be related to the confrontation between players. After all, the name of this dish is "The blood of the victor is always sweet." It's like the side dish is called "Gifts from the End of the World to the Pioneers." Then they really went to hunt and obtain food by themselves, with plenty of food and clothing. These 2 dish names, with unclear meanings, must contain some kind of metaphor. Therefore, everyone's eyes looked at each other with scrutiny again, and they all became antagonized. Lin Yu also put on a playful expression and scanned everyone's faces. However, he secretly prayed in his heart. But don't be the type of direct confrontation. First of all, he will definitely reveal his secrets. Secondly, judging from the attitude of the person who was robbed just now, there's no chance that these people may even join forces to get fluoxetine first. But fortunately, such a thing did not happen in the end. Ka then announced the rules. Everyone, the banquet game used to decide who can taste the main course, is very simple. It doesn't require you to do it yourself. As soon as he finished speaking, a 4-sided screen hung from the top of the dining table with a rope. For example, screens used in sports centers or performance stages with 360-degree stands can allow people from all directions to see the screen content. On the screen, there is an arena that looks like a ring. The gray-white stone bricks are solemn and neat, surrounded by a fence made of dark red iron chains and iron pillars. There is also a circle of high walls and an audience seat in the same gray and white tone on the outer periphery of the ring. But the auditorium was empty at the moment. Unexpectedly, Luabo whispered the origin of this arena. It's the place of death. Ka was also very surprised and laughed. Yes, it is the place of death of the god of justice and judgment. In order to enjoy this banquet, our Lord specially borrowed the place of death from the god of judgment. As he said that, a tall figure appeared on the screen, on the arena made of gray and white stone bricks. It was a tall werewolf covered in snow and white. It had sharp, intertwined teeth and claws, and its muscular body was wrapped in dark chains and dragged to the wall behind the ring. The deep sound in the werewolf's chest and throat came from the speakers behind the screen. The direct royal bloodline of the 3 ancestors of White Wolf, White Driss, and Werewolf, Ka introduced slowly from Night Vale for committing the crime of cannibalizing blood relatives and suturing souls to obtain forbidden power. Sin, therefore, is imprisoned in an eternal prison. It stood in one corner of the ring. Then, a second figure appeared. This look is not something to be trifled with. He has dark, red-hard skin with a metallic luster, strong muscles, and a figure that is half a head taller than the white wolf over there, plus 4 arms and outward-turned fangs, looking like a fierce ghost and a demon. Its figure is also tied with a thick iron chain. Rakshasa and Bitian come from the Blood Kingdom. The entire Rakshasa clan committed blasphemous acts and were therefore imprisoned in the eternal cage. Ka introduced again. Then, the last figure emerged. A tall, thin black figure with slender limbs stood there, his entire body completely dark, and only the outline of his facial features could be barely seen. There was no chain on it. Instead, it had a silver collar. This is a life form created by people. The person who created it calls it a shadow-type pseudo-person. It is a taboo life creation created by alchemy. After it escapes the control of the creator, it lacks independent consciousness and too dangerous, imprisoned in an eternal prison. After Ka's introduction, there was a pause. What you have to do is very simple. These 3 are about to participate in a game that determines their life and death in the Deathland, and the final winner will leave the eternal cage. Everyone just needs to choose the player you think will win in the end. In other words, this is a gamble, Ka said, then took out a pen and paper from his arms. Each contestant can only be selected by up to 3 people. And the order of selection starts with the person who got the least delicious paper in the previous session. Dear distinguished guest, please give us your choice. Octopus cards, free tentacles, all pointed at Li Hua. Li Hua looked at the screen seriously. There is no doubt that he activated the gambler ability. However, Li Hua frowned when he looked at the results on the screen. In the end, he still thought for a long time before speaking. Then I choose Bitian. Okay. The octopus card was written quickly, and then, after it stopped writing, the crooked word by Tian floated up from its paper and hovered in front of Li Hua. Next one. The octopus card pointed to Qian Huan. Qian Huan looked at Li Hua very sincerely. Brother, for the sake of our friendship for so many years, can you tell me the bottom line? Did you use the ability of gambler just now? What is the probability of by Tian winning? When everyone heard Qian Huan's question, they all listened attentively. After all, in this kind of gambling type of game, the ability of gambler is of course extremely suitable. Being able to see the probability will definitely greatly increase the chance of winning. And Li Hua looked at Qian Huan, pushed his glasses lightly, and laughed. Haha, I won't tell you. Who has been friend with you for many years? Magician. We haven't even known each other for more than a year, right? Li Hua's smile at this moment was a kind of creepy smile. Qian Huan was treated like this by Li Hua, but he still smiled warmly. Oh, Brother Hua, this is too distant. Although we have only known each other for more than half a year, we have definitely interacted with each other many times in the past 8 months and 25 days. Yes, because I have been chasing you, a guy from the Free Alliance. Li Hua interrupted Qian Huan and said coldly with a slight smile, even if I don't tell you the specific probability, can't you still choose one with me? Want to try it? Well, I deliberately choose the one with the lowest chance of winning, just to trick you. After Li Hua threatened, Qian Huan really stopped talking. He thought for a moment and looked at the 3 candidates on the screen again. Afterwards, Qian Huan made his own judgment. I'll choose the werewolf, white dress. I don't know if he really thinks that the werewolf has a good chance of winning, or if he doesn't trust Li Hua too much. And after Qian Huan made his choice, the ink words of white dress also floated in front of him. The next choice was radish. Luobwa did not hesitate much and directly chose the same option as Li Hua. I also choose Pitian. Then came Mosen Nagant. He and Carrot made the same choice. 3 people have already chosen Pitian, so Ka made a prompt. There will be no way for Bitian to be selected again. After Ka finished speaking, next it was Zhi Gung's turn. Zhi Gung thought for a moment and said, I'll choose the shadow puppet. After she finished speaking, the word shadow puppet floated in front of her. Next it was Ayu's turn. Ayu thought for a while and finally chose the same camp as Qian Huan. Then I'll choose the werewolf. Well, his coat color reminds me of my domestic schnauzer. What a hasty excuse. Qian Huan couldn't help but say, I want you to take care of it. Ayu said aggressively. The final choice was Lin Yu's turn. Lin Yu held his chin with one hand and thought for a moment. Judging from the 3 players themselves, it is difficult to judge who is stronger. So, I can only follow my intuition. Lin Yu thought for a moment. Will there be any explanation for selecting the quantity of delicious paper in reverse order? Lin Yu felt as if he had caught something vaguely. Maybe forming a team with Yu and Qian Huan is the best choice? Wrong. Probably not. Lin Yu thought about it and finally made a judgment. I'll choose the shadow puppet. At this moment, you can only take a gamble. Anyway, if you lose, you would just break 2 ropes. After everyone's selection was completed, the name of the player they supported floated in front of everyone. Octopus Ka put away his pen and paper and made a praying gesture. So, the banquet game will begin soon. Please enjoy it. This game is also my lord's favorite type. After Octopus Card finished speaking, the picture on the screen began to change. On the ring, 3 simple iron tables appeared in the center of the ring. Then, railings fell down from the sky, dividing the arena into 3 fan-shaped areas. Each area is assigned a table. A sound like rolling thunder came from the sky. Blasphemers who have committed the unforgivable sin, this is your chance. Defeat your opponent or return to the eternal cage. Although the 3 in the ring are obviously not of the same race, and may not even have the same style of painting. But these words from above the ring made them completely understand. Bitian and White Driss, who were originally a little desperate, cheered up with blazing flames in their eyes. Even the shadow-shaped dummy, which didn't seem to have much intelligence, raised its head slightly, as if it had a fighting spirit. But Li Hua, who was sitting at the dining table outside the venue and in front of the screen, frowned slightly. Why are the arenas separated? Those few railings have completely isolated the communication between each player. However, the sound that sounded again next answered the doubts of Li Hua and other players. The showdown between the three of you is being watched by the audience. Those viewers are betting on you being different. So, during the competition, they may give you help by giving you props. The voice said, and Octopuska added, well, you can use those floating names to throw props to the corresponding areas on the field. Any prop will do. Just touch the item to the name, and it will be teleported to the field. Except for the props consumed by them, the remaining props will be returned to you after the duel. When they get the props, they will also understand how to use them. Of course, as to whether it can be used, it's up to 2 people to say. And everyone has at most 3 opportunities for support. After Octopus Card finished speaking, Lin Yu nodded. It turns out it's still a props and support competition. Upon hearing this rule, the other 6 players at the table also looked thoughtful, especially Li Hua. I see. No wonder there is no ability to ban me. It's just that the probability and certainty of individual players are too small. The gambler muttered. Everyone realizes that this game is not entirely about buying horses and relying on luck. Perhaps the 3 contestants standing in the ring are really strong and weak. But what really competes is the inheritance of their supporters, who can use more props to support their players, and which props are thrown at what time can influence the situation of the battle. The master players sitting here, except Lin Yu, all have experienced dozens of dungeons and are backed by large organizations. So, they have a lot of props to use. Everyone has started planning what props to throw. We are separated by railings. Maybe we need to support some long-range attack props first. No, maybe we will withdraw them when the fight starts. We have to throw the strongest props in as soon as possible, or throw the recovery props first to ensure survival. Everyone's brain is running fast. Even Mosin Nagant and Yu took out their weapons in advance, as if they were ready to throw them in at the beginning of the game. In this situation, Lin Yu suddenly felt something was wrong. When everyone was thinking about strategy, a feeling of something wrong came to Lin Yu's heart. No. I always feel that we have overlooked something very important. This game is definitely not what everyone thinks. At this time, Octopus Card also spoke again. Okay, everyone dash. The game over there has begun. A lot of black, unidentified objects appeared above the ring on the screen. Then, those unidentified objects fell into the 3 areas like dense raindrops, continuously hitting the 3 players and the table in the area. Pa. The 3 contestants were obviously very strong, and no one was injured or knocked down, but they were all a little embarrassed, because the objects that fell on them inevitably made them a little dirty. After seeing the falling objects clearly, Lin Yu finally understood where the sense of disobedience came from. They all got the competition system and the content of the duel wrong. My food fell from the sky. You couldn't help but sigh. Falling from the sky were all kinds of steaks, bread, skewers, vegetables, noodles. All of them were delicious food with fragrant aromas. And the octopus card and the voice that was mostly from the gods on the screen sounded together. Everyone, welcome to enjoy the Duel Dash. Big Stomach King competition. The rules are very simple. The player who eats all the food in his area first wins. Piles of delicious food fell to the ground and soon piled up like a hill. Then, the rainstorm of delicious food stopped. Within each person's area, there was probably countless amounts of food distributed, much larger than those standing on the field. The 3 players who already knew the rules were stunned for a moment, and then started eating like crazy. The white werewolf White Driss was the first to react. He roared and fell to the ground, and then began to quickly stuff the meat into his mouth. He can swallow the meat directly without even chewing it. Gudu, beside White, the nearest food hill was quickly eaten away and then collapsed. But even though White is already very fast, his speed is still slightly slower than that of Bitian next to him. This muscular Rakshasa demon picked up the food with all four arms, and then, no matter what was in his hand, he squeezed and compressed it into a very tight and compact ball, and then stuffed it into his mouth, as if eating. It's like a pill. Just roll it down your throat, and the food will fall directly into your stomach. Carrot was very pleased to see this scene. It's really edible. It looks like the most edible thing. Mose and Nagant also nodded. Sure enough, it was right to follow Li Hua. At this moment, the slowest person on the field is the shadow puppet. This guy hasn't even started eating yet. It just raised its long arms and piled the piles of food that had been piled around it back together again to form a larger hill, without starting to eat at all. This made Lin Yu look a little worried. This thing, couldn't it have the function of eating? It seems to be an artificial life, after all. However, he still tried his best to remain calm on the surface, pretending to look at Ji Gung with interest. I said, "Why did you choose this guy?" Lin Yu held his chin with one hand and struck up a conversation with Ji Gung. Ji Gung pursed his lips. "Didn't you choose it too?" "Yeah. So, I want to hear your reasons," Lin Yu said with a chuckle. Ji Gung looked at Lin Yu suspiciously. "You couldn't have chosen after you saw me choosing, right?" "You can't say for sure," Lin Yu answered ambiguously. Ji Gung thought for a while and said, "Because although I have never seen a werewolf or a living Rakshasa with such strong bloodline, I have really seen this shadow-type pseudo-man. Not long after I joined the game, I encountered it in the dungeon of Creepy City, or one of its kind. This thing had a more terrifying name at the time. Soul-Eating Shadow, /. Ji Gung paused for a moment and said with lingering fear, "I don't think anything can kill it, not even the Rakshasa tribe and the white werewolves." Her fingers fiddled with the hem of her clothes. It sounds like it was definitely a very bad memory that could be called a psychological shadow. Lin Yu also understood. "I see. But although it fights very hard, what about eating?" Hearing Lin Yu's question, Zhiging took a look at the eating speed of Bitian and White Driss. Well, if that's all these two guys can do, they're going to lose. Zhigung's tone was very determined. Although this little girl is extremely powerful, Lin Yu knows very well that she is not a person with a strong personality. Therefore, when she spoke in such a positive tone, she must be very sure. "So sure what?" Lin Yu asked. Zhigung nodded. "The reason is because I have seen the way it attacks or kills. After the update is finished." Suddenly, the black, tall and slender figure stopped carrying it. Instead, the simple, seemingly slightly sunken mouth on the head suddenly split open. Its head is deformed strangely, and its mouth is getting bigger and bigger, extending in an unscientific way. Then, the mouth that was already like a funnel turned upside down towards the piled food. In the next moment, its mouth closed quickly. Everyone only felt that the screen flashed, and it returned to its normal appearance. All the food on the ground has disappeared. This shadow-shaped dummy was once named Soul-Eating Shadow. In just one bite, it consumed a third of the food in its area. Although the other two were not slow to eat, they also worked hard to stuff in a pile of delicious food while the shadow-shaped puppet was stacking food in an orderly manner. It also looked like it had eaten at least a tenth of the total. But the progress and speed are undoubtedly too different. Not only that, seeing such a visually shocking picture, the expressions of the other players who voted for White Driss and Pitian also changed drastically. There is no doubt that this mouthful of shadow-type dummies gave them a great sense of crisis. Players are divided into 3 camps at this stage, and only one camp is destined to win. And when this very unbalanced situation occurs, everyone will subconsciously want to take advantage of the rights in their hands. That is everyone's 3 times right to support. In particular, the distribution of support rights off the court is inherently imbalanced. The group that supports Bitian has 1 more person than the other 2 groups. There are 3 of them: Luo Bao, Li Hua, and Mosen Nagant. The number of support props is 3 times per person. So, in other words, Bitian supporters have 3 more opportunities to support than others. Almost everyone has realized this from the beginning. Therefore, Li Hua also spoke in a deep voice at this moment. Mr. Carrot, I think we can use the support right first. Do you have any props over there that can help the situation? Facing Li Hua's inquiry, Luobwa thought for a moment and looked embarrassed. This is true, but I'm not sure how much help it can help. It would be easier if it was a head-on battle, but this is originally a big stomaching competition. There is no direct confrontation between players. The octopus card was also emphasized again at the right time. As a friendly reminder, there's a barrier set by the god of judgment himself between the railings. Therefore, it is difficult to attack over the railings. Octopuska said with a smile. Li Hua looked at Carrot and said, no matter, we have a lot of support, so we could try and make mistakes. Mosen Nagan also nodded. Come and give it a try. Uncle Carrot was moved and took out a bottle of potion from his arms. This is a physique enhancement potion. It should be able to enhance his strength, speed, and physique. Although I don't have any potions to increase food intake, but these indicators have gone up, food quantity and eating speed should be improved. With the approval of his two teammates, Luobwa used this support opportunity. He stuffed the potion with Btian's name in front of him. Octopuska spoke lazily. Use the support opportunity once. Then, the potion entered the venue and quickly fell in front of Btian. Btian, who was still trying to eat, saw the drop potion suddenly appearing out of thin air and glanced over. At this moment, Btian also instantly understood the efficacy of this potion. Combining the rules explained by the voice from the sky before, Btian quickly realized it. This is a prop given by the audience who supports him. Btian grabbed the potion and drank it in one gulp. Then, he felt that his body was full of power. Ouch! The rough and large muscles all over Btian's body became more bulging. He roared, pounced on the food faster, and then started to eat. The speed is at least 20% faster than before. And seeing how strong Btian was after receiving support, White Driss, who was supported by Qian Huan and Yu, instantly became the last one standing. Therefore, it directly showed anxiety. TSK, you've become the tail of a crane, little wolf cub. You're obviously a werewolf, but you can't eat as well as others. Ayu said unhappily, turning his head to look at Qian Huan. Hey, you bastard magician from the Freedom Alliance. Do you have any tools like this that can help? Qian Huan spread his hands. Sorry, you rude little girl from the Predator. I usually don't carry potions that can enhance my physical fitness. Li Hua couldn't help but smile contemptuously. This guy really doesn't know how to carry this kind of medicine. As long as he is dragged into hand-to-hand combat, he will surrender on his own. Qian Huan ignored Li Hua's sarcasm, waved his hand, and continued. But I do have this. Qian Huan took out a box of giant Waxiashi tablets. Ayu raised his forehead helplessly. Although it's not completely irrelevant, it's of no use to the current situation. Rather, why are you bringing this? Under what circumstances will this thing come in handy? Qian Huan spread his hands helplessly. I didn't choose this. This is a random reward from the first few copies. You also said that it is useless at all, so I can't sell it all. Ayu spat. I'm called phone useless thing. Then, she slapped her ear hard. I'm also a useless waste. Now I can't even think of what props to use for support. Ayu said angrily. This startled Mosen Nagant next to Ayu. Luobwa also quickly broke up the fight. No, don't do this. And at this moment, a sneer interrupted the slightly chaotic atmosphere on the field. Then, a cold female voice sounded. Let me tell you, if that's all you have, I'll be a little disappointed. Everyone followed the sound and looked at Fluoxetine, who was holding his chin in his hands. Aware of everyone's gaze, Lin Yu kept his own pace and continued speaking unhurriedly. The opportunity for support is inherently fair because this support item that is almost the optimal solution is in the hands of each of us. Think about it. In what order do we choose the players we support? Lin Yu asked, and everyone lowered their heads in unison. They looked at the small, square yellow piece of paper that belonged to each of them and was either placed in their pocket, held in their hand, or placed on the table. After the side dish section is over, the delicious paper they get. Li Hua sighed. Actually, I have considered that this thing may be useful for the next step, but it is also food in itself. If the gain obtained through gambling is useless, it will waste time in vain and may even cause additional difficulties for them to eat later. Li Hua said. Zhigang also nodded slightly. This thing may not be useful at this stage. These high-end players are not fools, and they can naturally imagine that these props called delicious paper may be important chips in the next session. But in the Big Eater competition, using food as a support prop is too abstract. After hearing their words, Lin Yu couldn't help but sigh again. Sure enough, these high-end players may have rich PvP and PvE experience, but they seldom deal with the gods. At least, they rarely play tricks with the gods. So, they all ignored one point. Ignoring the octopus card was definitely a deliberate loophole when introducing the support rules. So, Lin Yu looked at Zhigang. Lend me your delicious paper. As he said this, Zhigang was stunned for a moment, but he still took out his delicious paper. How many do you want? 20 pieces first. Thank you, Lin Yu said with a smile. After taking the delicious papers from Zhigang, Lin Yu put them in his hands. Dear Carnival God, please give me food with sufficient portion and high calories. After Lin Yu finished speaking piously, the delicious paper in his hand disappeared. The disappeared delicious paper turned into dots of light and floated up into the sky. A moment later, a huge piece of meat fell from the sky. It looked like some kind of roasted leg bone of an animal, with a large piece of meat that was rich, fat, and sizzling with oil. The whole leg bone fell into Lin Yu's arms, heavy and looked almost as big as Lin Yu. Roasted one-eyed mountain pig hind leg. Roasted hind leg meat with firm meat can provide super absolute satiety. The protein content is 60 times that of beef. Lin Yu held the roasted leg in one hand, raised a finger, and a charming smile appeared on his face. Next, I will teach you a very important philosophy of life about competition and cooperation. Instead of improving yourself, it is better to slander others. As he said, he stood up from the chair and spoke quickly. I choose support Pai Tian. The moment the voice fell, seeing that octopus card had no intention of objecting, Lin Yu stuffed the roasted hind leg into the name of Pai Tian, floating in front of Li Hua. And this giant roasted hind leg was completely immersed in the name without any hindrance. Then, the roasted hind leg meat fell from the sky and landed on the field of Bitian. Lin Yu sat back in his chair and laughed. It seems that it is really feasible, he said, and sat back in his chair. Everyone, have you learned it now? Lin Yu crossed his legs and spoke elegantly. This is the correct way to use the support opportunity. From the very beginning when Octopus Card introduced the rules about support, Lin Yu was keenly aware of one thing. There's also an inductive hidden part in the rules this guy mentioned. Combined with the delicious paper, a prop that obviously should play a certain role in this link, it is not difficult for Lin Yu to draw a conclusion. From beginning to end, Octopus Card never said it could only support its own players. The condition for victory is to eat up all the food. There is no rule stating that this food must fall from the sky. Combining the two, the function of delicious paper is obvious. Its function is to increase the total amount of food that the other two players need to eat. Certainly, Lin Yu was briefly confused about whether to reveal this now. After all, if everyone didn't realize it and wasted all the support opportunities, maybe he could form a decisive wave. But this is the way Lin Yu thinks. And now he is on fluoxetine. What's more, everyone here is a senior player. Li Hua, Qian Huan, Mozen Nagant, and Zhigang also seem to be smart people. Although Au and Luobua have radical and honest personalities, they are not necessarily smart. Lin Yu is not so arrogant as to think that these guys would never be able to react to things that he could figure out in an instant. It's just because of his profession as a fraudster that his perspective makes it easier to discover these loopholes. Therefore, Lin Yu chose an extremely fluoxetine method to deal with it. He told everyone all this in a demonstration method. Deciding how to distribute the delicious paper in your hands is what we audiences should really do. Lin Yu said easily. After hearing Lin Yu's words, the expressions of several people changed slightly. This new rule solution adds a lot of variables to the situation on the court. Li Hua looked solemn. I see. As Lin Yu expected, he had already realized that something was wrong. At this point, everything is connected. Qian Huan, who was on the side, looked at Li Hua and suddenly realized something. Hey, gambler, I suggest that the two groups of us cooperate first, regardless of any past grudges. When Li Hua heard this proposal, he was just stunned for a moment, but surprisingly did not object. Can consider it. Yu, on the other hand, said with some dissatisfaction, Huh? Why should we team up with this guy regardless of our past grudges? Because of the amount of delicious paper, Qian Huan whispered, and under Qian Huan's reminder, everyone else on the field also realized this. There seemed to be 3 people in the group of Li Hua, Carrot, and Mozenagant, but in fact, the total number of delicious papers between the 3 of them was only 94. There are not even as many people as Lin Yu. The total number of Au and Qian Huan is 111, but Lin Yu and Ji Gung added up to 99 plus 39, a total of 138 pictures. Even after Lin Yu spent 20 pieces of paper to exchange for food and threw them into the area where Bitian was, the remaining delicious paper in their hands was still 118, the most in the audience. This means that if the delicious paper in everyone's hand eliminates the error caused by the exchange, according to the most ideal situation, the delicious paper in everyone's hand can be exchanged for the corresponding unit of things. Now Lin Yu and Zhiging have the most food in their hands. Even because Lin Yu demonstrated just now, he can use 20 units of delicious paper to redeem food at one time. This means that the extra support opportunities provided by the trio of Li Hua, Luobua, and Mozenagant are of little use, because delicious paper can be exchanged for the same piece of food with different amounts of delicious paper. And the most important thing, now it is visible to the naked eye that among the 3 players on the field, the one who eats the fastest is actually the shadow dummy. After this guy finished eating 1/3 of the pile of food, he just rested for a while and then started to gather the food again. As expected of you, fluoxetine, Ji Gung on the side whispered. But what if they really joined forces? Lin Yu looked at Ji Gung and grinned. What? Do you want to win? Even if you are in the same team as me? Shouldn't you protect the guy over there who has a good relationship with you and is a decent guy? Lin Yu asked with a smile, pointing in the direction of Li Hua and Luobua. In the dungeon, of course, the priority is to survive. Zhigao lowered his head and said, No wonder you gave me the delicious paper so obediently. Lin Yu leaned out half of his body, put his feet on the table, and moved the chair closer. Although I don't agree with your point of view, for me, in the game there are other things that are more important. Lin Yu looked at Ji Gung and lowered his voice. But I appreciate your approach and thoughts. Those who struggle to survive are the ones God loves most. So, since you want to win this round with me, I'll let you win. Lin Yu said, this is his true thought at the moment. Of course he can win the best. And the real fluoxetine is here. It seems that it should do the same. Although Lin Yu only had a relationship with that crazy, powerful, and mysterious girl in this game, as he played fluoxetine for longer and longer. Based on the reactions of the others, and based on the other person's demeanor, movements, and tone of voice at the moment he met fluoxetine that he chewed repeatedly, Lin Yu felt that the reaction he made was what fluoxetine would do. He can already fully immerse himself in the role of fluoxetine. Even if it's 2 groups, 5 of them, joining forces here. Lin Yu gently stretched out his hand and pinched Ji Gung's face. I'll let you win too, as long as you trust me without reservation. After Lin Yu finished speaking, a look of confusion briefly appeared on Ji Gung's face, and finally, this ordinary girl sighed and spoke. I never thought that one day I would cooperate with you. Ji Gung held Lin Yu's hand that was holding her cheek, gently moved it away, and his eyes wandered to the side. Then I'll believe you this time. Lin Yu laughed. Don't worry, you will definitely win this round. Then, Lin Yu whispered a few words in her ear. Then he let go of his hand, and the chair returned to its original position. Ji Gung handed all the delicious papers to Lin Yu, then took out his drawing board and started painting. After Lin Yu and Ji Gung completed discussing strategies, the remaining two groups have also basically determined their intention to cooperate. After all, if no measures are taken, the shadow-type dummy selected by Lin Yu and Ji Gung will already win the final victory. It can be seen with the naked eye that it is about to open its mouth for the second time. If this continues, it will only have one meal left before success. But Bitian and White Driss over there haven't even eaten half of their food, especially Bitian. Even though he obtained support items from Radish and took a potion that greatly increased his physical fitness, his eating speed accelerated a lot, and he was already clearly ahead of the white werewolf over there. But the progress of the two people is still very different, because the huge piece of hind leg meat thrown down by Lin Yu was too hard to eat. This food exchange from delicious paper is obviously qualitatively different from other food on the market. Bitian can compress other foods, but when it comes to hind leg meat, he can't do anything at all. And every time he took a bite, he would chew hard for a while and take a long time to swallow it. Apparently, for Bitian, the feeling of satiety this food can provide is completely different from other foods. After seeing Bitian's reaction, Li Hua became even more convinced. He reacted immediately. I choose to redeem 12 pieces of delicious paper. With that said, Li Hua imitated Lin Yu's action just now, put the delicious paper in the palm of his hand, and prayed devoutly to the god in charge of banquets, wine, and carnival. The number of 12 pictures was not chosen randomly by Li Hua. Their group has 94 delicious papers and 8 support opportunities, so the best way to make good use of the delicious papers is to distribute them equally to each time. Lin Yu couldn't help but sigh when he heard Li Hua's chosen numbers. Did you realize the best strategy instantly? As expected, someone who can become famous in the order and become the Haiqing administrator is definitely not an ordinary expert. The reason why it is necessary to divide equally is actually very simple. On the one hand, it is because delicious paper has a hidden attribute that Octopus Car mentioned. Using delicious paper to redeem food, the more delicious paper used at one time, the more likely it is that there will be delicious paper positively beneficial foods. In other words, the quantity of delicious paper each time should be the minimum at best. If this condition is met, it is an equal share. This is also the only manifestation of the numerical advantage of Li Hua's support group. And after Li Hua completed the prayer ritual of using the delicious paper, a moment later, food fell from the sky, just like before. What fell down was a huge pizza dough. It's about as big as 2 middle school students' desks put together, and they have thick bottoms. Sprinkled with cheese and plenty of meat, the pizza looks like a typical party pizza, the kind that could feed a dozen people at a time. Crack! Li Hua raised the pizza dough with one hand and threw the pizza in the direction of Lin Yu with almost no hesitation. I choose to use the support opportunity, and the support object is the shadow puppet. Li Hua spoke loudly. Although this gambler looks gentle, wearing a tang suit and glasses, he is not weak at all. The big and thick pizza flew out like a thin piece of Indian flying bread. Because Li Hua and Lin Yu were sitting next to each other, almost instantly, this pizza flew to Lin Yu's name. And just when the pizza was about to fly into the words shadow puppet, at this flash of lightning, boom, a gray hard cube appeared and landed on the table, blocking the pizza's flight. And this is just the beginning. More and more gray geometric bodies appeared, eventually forming a defense line like a city wall on the table. These geometric bodies act as city walls, instantly dividing the table, just like the barriers that appeared in the appetizer session just now. However, it only separated Lin Yu, Ji Gung, and others. Li Hua quickly caught the pizza again with his quick eyesight and hands. Obviously, he failed to use the support opportunity successfully. Not only that, if he hadn't reacted in time, even the food exchange for these 12 pieces of delicious paper might have fallen directly into the endless sky below and been completely wasted. Li Hua, who was holding the pizza in his hand, was slightly surprised and immediately looked in the direction of Zhigang. But now there was a thick barrier between Zhigang and him. After the geometric defense line, Zhigang stopped painting, with beads of sweat appearing on his forehead. This is what Lin Yu just told Jiqing, and it is also the backup left by Lin Yu. Everyone. Although the best way to support is to use delicious paper, I won't let you get what you want easily. Lin Yu said with a smile. Rather, this is the real difficulty of this level. Everyone's name is in front of them, so it is also very important to protect the name in front of you from becoming a channel for others to deliver props. Lin Yu chuckled and added another sentence. Although we are not allowed to attack each other at the banquet, it does not mean that we will only fight at the strategic level. After sitting on the wall built by Zhigang, he even looked at Zhigang with some relief. This is why he finally chose Zhigang and did not choose Qianhuan and Yu. Another important reason is he and Zhigang sat together. Although Lin Yu had not fully figured out the key at that time, he also vaguely realized that seating might come in handy. And after Lin Yu finished speaking, looking at the solid wall made of gray geometric shapes on the table, Yu laughed. It's really worthy of being called fluoxetine. Seeing is believing. And the Zhigan of the Night Watch. He's not very famous, but he's very powerful. He can build this high wall in such a short time. Among all the painters I know, he's the strongest. She exhaled, then looked at Li Hua, Luobo, and Mosen Nagant. Although I don't like you hypocritical gentlemen, but this time, I'll let you take advantage of me. After you finished speaking, he took out an old flintlock from his arms and turned it around in his hands. However, strategy or defense, they're just extras. In the face of real violence, these are not worth mentioning. After speaking, Yu pulled the trigger, the wood grain on the wooden flintlock emitting a dazzling light and a deafening roar. The sparks that burst out from the muzzle of the flintlock gun were as brilliant and grand as fireworks, and their momentum was even more terrifying than the thunder seen in the clouds just now. The released projectiles hit the high wall built by Zhigang in just an instant, making a huge explosion. Boom! Parts of the geometry were instantly shattered, and a hole was opened in the city wall, like an ancient city wall that had been blown down by a catapult. Uncle Carrot was startled. Is this still a gun? Mosen Nagant's face also darkened slightly. Although he and Yu are in a temporary alliance at the moment, in a sense, the relationship between the top bounty hunter of the hunting club and the cadres of the predators is actually stronger than that between the predators and order. The relationship between the members is still tense. After all, every predator cadre carries an extremely high bounty, and the number of props on each bounty hunter is far greater than that of ordinary players. To be able to meet and Mosen Nagant in the dungeon was of course a matter of careful observation of her combat mode at close range. Just in case, if you really figure out some rules and find some weaknesses, it's not impossible to earn that high bonus. But at this moment, Ayu's shot blasted away most of Mosen Nagant's thoughts. What a madman who is hard to defeat. No wonder he has been able to act unscrupulously in Yinjing for so long. Just firing this shot, no matter what restrictions this shot has. Mosen Nagant couldn't figure out how to answer it anyway. Only gambler Li Hua and magician Qianhuan seemed to have expected this shot. This power just uses the devil-penetrating holy power, Qianhuan said calmly. This bitch is really reckless in doing things. She is not afraid of being judged as being too powerful and accidentally hurting the people behind her. Attack each other? Li Hua also pushed up his glasses. The probability is very small, but I don't think she made this decision carefully. Octopus Ka also coughed lightly at this time and expressed his opinion. Ahem, although I know you were aiming at the wall, but if you use this weapon again, I will give you a small punishment and cut off one of your ropes. Very dangerous. The meaning of the octopus card is obvious. If we don't pursue it this time, we won't do it next time. The penalty for breaking a rope is still very serious. After all, 4 or 5 people on the field will break 2 ropes next, especially when one of Ayu's limbs has been broken. If all 4 of her limbs are broken, she will obviously fall directly. Ayu put away his gun, but he didn't appreciate it. She glanced at the octopus card and said in a choked voice, "Damn it, are you the only one who has the guts to do things for the gods? This can't be used. Why? Are you questioning my accuracy? I won't hit anyone," Ayu said with great momentum. Octopus Ka ignored Ayu's rebuttal and stayed in the pool again without saying a word. Ayu did not hesitate and insisted on fighting with the game host to the end. She just put away the flintlock gun and replaced it with another one with a lighter wood color. Forget it, the devil-penetrating holy power is quite valuable anyway. As he said that, Ayu pointed at the gap he had made. "Hello guys, I've already punched the gap for you. This level of defense should not be something that the painter over there can use at will. Even if you make up for the defense next, I will help you get rid of it. The next step is up to you. Qian Huan, go on." Ayu folded the delicious paper into a pile and threw it in the direction of Qian Huan. All the players also came back to their senses and looked at the gap. Ayu's attack was accurate and powerful. The gap opened by this attack was just enough to expose the names of Lin Yu and Ji Geng at the same time. And as Ayu said, producing so many geometry at one time is also a huge consumption for Ji Geng. She didn't have the energy to close the gap for the time being. Qian Huan also imitated what Li Hua and Lin Yu had done before and began to exchange delicious paper for food. And on the other side, the delicious paper of the trio of Li Hua, Carrot, and Mosin Nagant were all concentrated in the hands of Mosin Nagant. On the one hand, it is because Mosin Nagant, as a hunter, will improve the accuracy of throwing, and he's also good at it. On the other hand, it is because the people sitting to the left and right of Wu are facing the gap and have the best throwing angle. The first wave of offensive will of course be launched by these 2 people. Mosin Nagant and Qian Huan exchanged their respective foods. Huge portions of barbecue and huge meat buns fell from the sky. Qian Huan caught the meat bag that was falling straight down and was several times bigger than his head and reached out to catch it. Then he took off his top hat and fumbled out a prop from inside. That's an oversized slingshot. What a blessing. The food that fell happened to be round. Qian Huan sighed, and then he supported the slingshot on the table, adjusted the angle, and placed the meat buns on it. Although this slingshot is already a large one, as tall as half a person, it is still smaller than a steam bun. But Qian Huan's hands seemed to have magical powers, and they were able to zoom the bun that was originally bigger than a slingshot into it. Then he put his feet on the table, leaned back, and fully pulled the slingshot. Swoosh! The bun was ejected, aiming precisely at the words shadow-shaped pseudo-man in front of Ji Geng. At the moment of the attack, Qian Huan's voice also sounded. "I choose support, shadow-shaped pseudo-man." The huge bun sank into the name of shadow-shaped pseudo-man and soon fell into the area where shadow-shaped pseudo-man was on the screen. Then, Mozinagant's voice also sounded. "I also choose support, shadow-shaped pseudo-man." After he finished speaking, he threw the barbecue in his hand high up, and a sharp whistle sounded at the same time. A black cheetah appeared out of thin air, bit the barbecue in the air, and then rushed towards the gap at full speed. Soon, the cheetah rushed into the wall, turned its head, and threw the barbecue towards the name in front of Lin Yu. Then, barbecue also appeared above the area where Lin Yu was. With 2 more portions of food transformed by delicious paper on the field, the total amount of food for shadow-shaped pseudo-man was equivalent to an increase of about 30%. In other words, the number of times it needs to eat has increased by 1, but the situation is still not stable enough. So, Qian Huan and Mosin Nagant attacked again. The new food exchanged for delicious paper fell from the sky again, and the 2 people did the same thing again and sent 2 more portions of food to the area where the shadow pseudo-man was. The situation has been completely reversed. After 6 pieces of food fell into the area where the shadow puppet was located, the total amount of food that the entire shadow puppet had to eat was twice as much as in other areas. However, although there is no spare energy to draw obstacles again to prevent food from falling in front of his name, Zhigung did not sit still and wait for death. Zhigung, sitting behind the city wall, has obtained all the delicious papers from Lin Yu and started her own exchange. She received support from Lin Yu and currently has a total of 60 delicious papers in her hand, which she exchanged into 3 portions of food 3 times. Then, Zhigung sent these 3 pieces of food into the names of Pitian and White Driss respectively. The targets she chose were also very smart. It was Qianhuan and Mosin Nagant who were also attacking. Both teammates tried to stop them, but were unable to react in time. After all, the method of knowing updates is really weird. She drew a blue hole on the table, and after pushing the food in, she drew 2 orange holes in the air. Then the food flew into the name with incomprehensible parabolic precision. The speed is faster than the slingshot shot by Qianhuan. But it's so. The shadow puppet still has the most amount of delicious paper food on the field. On the venues of Bitian and White Driss, there are only 40 pieces of food exchanged for delicious paper. But there are nearly 90 copies of the shadow puppet on the field. Even though the shadow puppet was originally the fastest one, it is now the one at the bottom. Of course, not many are lagging behind. Both Mosin Nagant and Qianhuan support times have been used up, and the 2 of them returned the remaining delicious paper to their teammates in a tacit understanding. Qianhuan only had 1 teammate, so he threw it back to Yu and knocked him down. Mosin Nagant divided the remaining delicious paper into 2 equal parts and handed them back to Li Hua and Carrot. The scene temporarily calmed down. For a while, no one dared to act rashly. After all, the speeds of Vishen and White Driss were equal again. It's just that Pitian is slightly faster. Therefore, the 2 opposing groups changed from partners to competitors. The delicious papers in the hands of Li Hua and Luo Bo added up to 46 pieces. In Ayu's hand, there are still 52 cards left. The gap between these 6 pictures is probably the key to reversing the eating speed of those who are slightly ahead of Bitian. The most important is, although the shadow puppet is now at the bottom, Lin Yu still has the most delicious papers in his hand. He still has 58. In other words, the progress of the 3 contestants currently participating in the Big Eater King in the Deathland is exactly inversely proportional to the number of yummy papers in the hands of each group of supporters. In a sense, this is the most balanced episode yet. Especially the 2 groups currently leading, 3 and 2 of them are all sitting together. It is even more difficult to guard against using one's own name for support without being able to directly attack the opponent. Therefore, no one dares to act rashly. But it was still Lin Yu who broke the calm. The remaining part of the geometric wall in front of him suddenly collapsed. Behind the wall, Lin Yu looked at the circle of people who looked at him warily and were wary of each other, and sighed. What a boring scene. You guys are a little too timid. Lin Yu said, taking out the delicious paper in his hand. I'm not teaching you how to use this thing just to make you calculate numbers in your mind. After hearing what Lin Yu said, Ayu said dissatisfiedly, I don't have one. Lin Yu looked at Ayu and curled his lips. I didn't talk about you, my dear. I was talking about the remaining ones, especially the 2 from Haicheng. Their brains are almost smoking, right? Lin Yu looked at gambler Li Hua and magician Qianhuan. The gambler doesn't gamble, and the magician doesn't provide a great show. What a disappointment. He said with a sigh. Then what do you want to do? Li Hua looked at Lin Yu and whispered, Of course it's going to be a big gamble and a wonderful show. Lin Yu smiled, held all the delicious papers in his hands, and held them high. Then, he threw it away with all his strength. Why? I choose to exchange all 58 delicious papers for food. Let me take a gamble and see what good stuff it will come out with. The light yellow, delicious paper spread out and fell in the air like flying butterflies, and the paper pieces flying all over the sky were flying thousands of meters above the sky. When the piece of paper actually floated to the ground, along with Lin Yu's bold words, it turned into dots of light and flew high into the sky. Uncle Carrot spoke in shock. This is too risky. Everyone has noticed the rule about delicious paper. The higher the number, the more likely it is that you can get a delicacy with a positive gain effect. Why does fluoxetine want to exchange all the delicious papers? This even wastes a support opportunity. Mose and Nagant and you also looked a little puzzled. Only Qianhuan reacted first. I'm afraid this is a deterrent. Li Hua also kept a close eye on Lin Yu. Say your terms. In the sky, a fist-sized cupcake landed in front of Lin Yu and was held in Lin Yu's hand. Compared with the previous food, it is even a little small. Looking at the two smart people who reacted, Lin Yu laughed. Please just pretend that our group doesn't exist. Just give each other some stumbling blocks. Whoever attacks my side, I will try my best to stuff this cupcake on its other side. Admittedly, the food props exchange for nearly 60 delicious papers are likely to have beneficial effects. But after it really appeared, no one dared to bet that it really existed. What if it doesn't? Or is the buff effect not enough to erase the gap caused by food? The total amount of food, nearly 60 portions, is definitely not something any group can afford right now. Dividing the 58 pieces of delicious paper into two parts may seem like a waste of support opportunities, but in fact, reducing their options will put more pressure on Li Hua and Qianhuan. A simple lesson in game theory, my dear friends, Lin Yu said with a smile. At this moment, he was holding the cupcake in his hand. He has mastered the most important truth in the game. That's the table-turning ability. Now, please fight each other and perform as I want. After all, rather than winning this stage, I still want to see where your upper limit is. After listening to Lin Yu's words, now not only Qianhuan and Li Hua, but also other people understood Lin Yu's intention. Everyone's face was not very good. Sure enough, the people in the Psychology Society are all crazy. You cursed. Even Ji Geng, who is Lin Yu's teammate, was not very good looking. Because at this moment, it seems that Lin Yu holds a nuclear weapon, like deterrence. But this deterrence is based on the premise that Lin Yu has completely given up on winning this link. After all, when the progress of the Shadow Pseudo-Man is the most backward, even if Li Hua and Qianhuan's two groups throw all the delicious paper in their hands to each other, there will be 40 plus 52, which is equal to 92 portions of delicious paper food on by Tian's field. There will be 40 plus 46, which is equal to 86 portions of delicious paper food on White Dree's field. At this moment, the Shadow Pseudo-Man currently has 49 plus 48, which equals to 97 portions of delicious paper food. The Shadow Man will still be the slowest one. Even if the numbers are very close and the Shadow Man seems to eat very quickly. But the way the Shadow Man eats has determined that this is impossible. Although it can eat a lot at one time, its eating speed and interval are equal each time. When the food on the field becomes a large portion, the Shadow Man will inevitably not be able to reach the most ideal upper limit each time it eats. It will waste its eating times. That is, it will have at least 1 or 2 more eating times out of thin air. In other words, the delaying effect of delicious paper food is most significant for the Shadow Man. After Lin Yu exchanged all the delicious paper, at one time, he could only guarantee that he could choose a person who would lose, but he could not guarantee that he could win at all. So, Lin Yu's threat at this moment is somewhat like a barefoot threatening a person wearing shoes. If someone else said this threat, the effect might not be so good. After all, among the 7 people present, the only one who is willing to stir up trouble in this way of harming others and not benefiting oneself is fluoxetine. Even if it is Au from Predator, she's just radical, not crazy. The difference between mania and insanity is still quite obvious. So, it was only a few seconds. The rest of the players have already believed that Lin Yu is playing for real. So, under Lin Yu's interested gaze, Au was the first to move. Your grandma is a bear. I don't care. Change food for me. Change 17 pieces. Au raised the delicious paper in her hand and began to exchange food. The 17 pieces of delicious paper disappeared, and the huge meatballs fell from the sky. Ayu took out a baseball bat from her arms. Qian Huan, help me defend. She swung the bat in the air and hit the huge meatball in the direction of Li Hua like a baseball. Li Hua immediately took out a 20-sided dice and prepared to shake it, but was suddenly attracted by a loud noise. Bang! Pop! He turned his head and saw an elegant snow-white rabbit jumping out of Li Hua's hat, usually wearing a tuxedo and holding a cane in his hand. The rabbit turned the cane and spoke in a very standard British accent. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the greatest magic show. In an instant, the rabbit jumped in front of the dice that was about to fall on the table at a flashing speed and then rolled the dice away with a red cloth. Then it patted its jacket pocket and bowed slightly to Li Hua. Are you sick? You've used your assistant. Li Hua cursed angrily and touched his 20-sided dice from his jacket pocket. Just this interruption, the meatball had already fallen into the venue of Baitian. Grandpa Carrot scratched his head. What should I do? I'm not good at this, Mosenagant said. It's okay. You two just throw the food into the air. I'll send them in. As he said that, Mosenagant blew the whistle continuously. Qianhuan looked at the hound and osprey that appeared on the table, and his face changed slightly. No, buddy, I only called one. What do you mean by calling two? The voices of Luobua and Li Huan both sides answered him. Exchange delicious paper. The 5 people on both sides also started a big fight. The food fell one after another, and everyone also took out their best skills. Lin Yu, who was watching the show, was really satisfied now. So that's it. This is the duel between the masters. Although I had seen it from a distance in Zhengqing before, the duel between the top strong men of Zhengqing's order and Predator. But Lin Yu was not satisfied with it because he was far away. What's more, although the level of that duel was not low, it was far less than this time. However, since the stock of delicious paper and the number of support were running low, the fight didn't last long. Soon, they all successfully sent their items to where they should be. In the case where they were not allowed to attack the opponent's body, defense is indeed much more difficult than attacking. Soon, the fields of Baitian and White Drees were filled with food, but it was just as everyone expected. Even so, Baitian and White Drees were still ahead of the Shadow Pseudo-Man. This guy is really not good at dealing with large pieces of food. Many times, he can only eat one piece of food at a time. In particular, although the Shadow Pseudo-Man has a certain intelligence, it does not seem to be enough to support it to make a comprehensive plan for food. This makes the monster's eating speed even slower. Baitian and White Drees are eating at the same speed, and there is no difference for the time being. So who will be the final winner seems to be the right that Lin Yu can decide with one vote. Baitian and White Drees have a 50-50 chance of winning. Of course, there is still a small probability. Cupcake has some extremely powerful, super powerful gain that can make the Shadow Pseudo-Man turn the tables. But the probability is extremely small. But the more it got to this moment, everyone couldn't help but look at Lin Yu, worried that the extremely low probability event would come true. And bathed in the eyes of the crowd, Lin Yu, who returned from the audience to the stage, felt extremely comfortable. The expectations are full. It's time to start the climax of the performance. Lin Yu thought in his heart, and a smile appeared on his face. Oh, everyone seems to care about me. But compared to me, they should care more about this cake. Lin Yu raised the cupcake in his hand and gently moved it with his fingertips. Then, he made a move that was beyond everyone's expectations. He broke off a small half of the cupcake and stuffed it into his mouth. It's delicious. Then, in the surprised eyes of everyone, Lin Yu ate up the cupcake, one bite after another, leaving nothing behind. Looking at the almost stunned eyes of the crowd, Lin Yu used his index finger to pick up the cake crumbs on his mouth and stuff them into his mouth, with a smile on the corner of his mouth. The performance was a success. As Lin Yu took all the cake into his mouth, everyone was shocked by his madness again. The first person who couldn't help but speak out was the update from Lin Yu's temporary teammate in this session. Lin Yu, what on earth did you do? How can we win this session without the food exchanged by delicious paper? Although Ji Geng's voice was not loud, this volume was already screaming at the top of her lungs for this little autistic girl. Lin Yu smiled slightly and ignored it. It's very simple. He took out a new stack of yellow papers from his hand. There's still more than 50 sheets in a thick stack. I still have some in stock, Lin Yu said, and now it was the turn of other players present to be shocked. Why do you still have delicious paper? Li Hua couldn't help but ask. Of course it's because the cupcake just cost not 59 yuan. As Lin Yu spoke, everyone present looked awe-inspiring. You're still lying. Ayu couldn't help but said angrily. I just lied to you, what can you do? Lin Yu stuck out his tongue playfully at Ayu. Carrot and Mosen Nagant also looked shocked. Only Qian Huan couldn't help but applaud lightly. What an excellent deception. To be honest, Miss Fluoxetine, if you choose to be a magician, your achievements will probably be extraordinary. I didn't realize at all that those delicious papers before were actually illusions. After Qian Huan finished speaking, Lin Yu spoke with a smile. So I still have 58-foot delicious papers in my hand now. Everyone, I'm sorry, General. After speaking, Lin Yu paused and spoke again. Now I want to exchange these delicious papers for 2 portions of food. After the words fell, the delicious paper in Lin Yu's hand turned into light spots and disappeared again. And then, 2 pieces of food exchanged for 29 delicious papers fell from the sky. One is rice balls wrapped in seaweed, and the other is some kind of burrito. Both portions were as big as an adult male's head. Lin Yu caught them and placed the 2 pieces of food on the table. Li Hua said coldly, Everyone, we have not lost yet. The final offensive and defensive battle has just begun. Everyone was staring at the 2 pieces of food on the table, their attention drawn to them. And at this time, Lin Yu suddenly knocked on the table. Knock, knock. After 2 crisp sounds, Ji Geng was stunned for a moment. It's now. Following Lin Yu's whisper, he suddenly reached out to Ji Geng's side. That was not the place where the food was piled. Then, a notebook and a box were thrown on the table. The orange hole drawn by Ji Geng appeared again. A moment later, before everyone could react, the notebook and box appeared from the blue hole above the dining table and accurately landed on the names in front of Carrot and Qian Huan. I choose support, Pitian and White Dress. Lin Yu's voice sounded with a smile. The book and black box disappeared. After seeing this move once, the remaining people should have been able to react. But because everyone's attention was attracted by the food in front of Lin Yu, they all slowed down for a moment. So much so that by the time they reacted, this thing had already fallen into the name. Why? In the sky above Bitian, the black box appeared and fell to the ground with a clack. In White Darius's field, the notebook also fell to the ground. Everyone looked at Lin Yu in confusion. What does it mean? Even Lin Yu's teammates and Ji Geng were a little confused. So, what exactly is going on? From now on, Ji Geng's psychological activities have been full of ups and downs, like riding a roller coaster. When he saw Lin Yu exchanging all the delicious papers for a portion of food, Ji Geng already felt bad. But knowing better at that time could still comfort me. Maybe Fluoxetine has her own ideas. A piece of food might also be able to seal the final victory. And then, after Lin Yu ate the cupcake, Ji Geng felt dizzy for a while. What is she doing? As expected, people who believe in the psychological society, I am the one who has gone crazy. She was just trying to hurt me on purpose. But for some reason, Lin Yu was able to take out a stack of 58 brand new, delicious papers. Ji Geng also rekindled hope again. Lin Yu exchanged 2 portions of food. Although 29 portions of delicious paper on one side may not be safe at the moment, as long as he puts in the bet, the chance of winning is definitely over 70%. But just when Ji Geng thought that everything was going to enter the final total attack and defense stage, just as Li Hua said, Lin Yu suddenly knocked on the table. That was the code they had agreed on from the beginning. It was part of what Lin Yu whispered in her ear just now. You can use your geometry trick to block everyone's sight for a while. This will also prevent them from throwing props in the middle of our names. You should be able to do it, right? You can do it. Very good. Then let me ask, is there any limit to your ability to turn paintings into reality like the magic brush Yang? Can you draw a 100% restored object? Can you control the time that becomes real? Really? That's great. After the wall is built, please help me draw a picture, and it will take effect in a delayed manner. After the wall was erected, the two people also negotiated the details. Well, please draw it on this notebook. Yes, draw it according to the content in this lens. After drawing, I will knock on the table twice, and you will help me throw two props on the names of Li Hua and Qian Huan. The notebook is Qian Huan's, and the other is Li Hua's. You will demonstrate your most reliable way to throw things first, and then I will cooperate with you. As the game progressed, and Lin Yu continued to operate, Zhigang almost forgot what Lin Yu had told her. She even thought that the plan had changed. So, after the original plan was completed, Zhigang looked at Lin Yu and couldn't help asking, why use these two things instead of the food exchanged with the delicious paper in front of you? Because it's not safe enough, Lin Yu shook his head. It's just 30 servings of food. Although the chances of winning are already very high, you may still lose. I promised you that I will make you win this part 100%. After Lin Yu finished speaking, on White Dree's field, the notebook on the ground opened. Then, the painting above came true, and a silver-white cross appeared from it and emerged in White Dree's. Lin Yu had no intention of using the food of delicious paper to win this round from the beginning. Although the saying, "It is better to discredit others than to improve yourself," is indeed correct in this round. But from the beginning, Lin Yu threw out the concept of delicious paper, which was constantly inducing these smart people to draw a conclusion that Lin Yu wanted to draw. That is, the best strategy for using the support opportunity in this level is to divide delicious paper equally and distribute it to all support opportunities. This is not completely deceptive. It is indeed a good solution, but it is definitely not the best solution. If the props in your hand can have a greater effect, then giving up delicious paper is also a good choice. In order to make these guys ignore this, Lin Yu is constantly interfering with their attention and thinking, inducing them to focus all their attention on attack and defense. From the very beginning of building the wall, on the one hand, it is to block everyone's sight so that everyone can't see what he and Zhigang are doing and saying. But more importantly, it is to make them subconsciously think about how to break through the wall, so as not to think about other solutions. One of the options and solutions that is better than delicious paper is an item that can completely make a player lose mobility or lose mobility for a long time. However, this is also difficult to achieve. After all, no player knows what weaknesses these three powerful monster players have. It is difficult to use a single item to control a monster. And in this link, there are also situations where players cannot directly manipulate the props and do not understand the monster's weaknesses. But it happens. Lin Yu can see the monster's weaknesses. Fear lens. After using the prop, you can see the most fearful picture in the heart of others. It can only be used once per copy/return. And it was through this prop that Lin Yu saw the fear in the heart of White Drees. The Silver Cross, the powerful and terrifying demon hunter. When he was a child, the werewolves of the entire Drees family were slaughtered by the powerful demon hunter. One after another, huge silver cross nailed its family and elders to the ground, making them bleed and unable to resist. The huge silver cross seemed to be the natural enemy of werewolves. So, Lin Yu asked Zhigang to look at the picture in the fear lens and draw the picture of the cross. And in order to ensure that the painting could work successfully, Lin Yu even used the prop, Ancient Notes. Ancient Notes, a notebook that will not be damaged and the information recorded on it can be kept forever. It seems that there are other uses that have not been discovered. This ensures that even if Zhigang leaves, the ability of this notebook will definitely work. Ancient Notes and Painter are simply a perfect match. The cooperation of the two props plus Zhigang's Painter eventually led to the Silver Cross stood on the field of White Werewolf, White Driss, emitting dazzling silver light. After the Silver Cross appeared, White Driss immediately felt weak all over. Under the illumination of the silver light, White Driss trembled all over. It turned its head and then saw the nightmare scene. Although that was the scene when it was very small, seeing it again at this moment still made White Driss almost suffocate. Why? Why did this cross appear here? Is the demon hunter also watching the battle? Is a spectator? All kinds of thoughts were in turmoil, and the powerlessness brought by the light made White Driss collapse in the pile of food, unable to move anymore. It wanted to roar loudly and vent its anger. It knew that it was no longer the weak young wolf. But, in the end, all the wailing and anger were swallowed up by extreme fear. Those huge sounds that wanted to be made could only turn into a whimper. Woo! Woo! It collapsed on the ground and stopped moving. And this scene fell into the eyes of all the players. All turned into incomparable shock. Ji Gung looked at Lin Yu in disbelief. Fluoxetine actually succeeded? How did you know this trick would work? How did you get that picture? Lin Yu smiled mysteriously. This is my secret, he said with a smile. As supporters of White Driss, Qian Huan and Yu looked extremely bad. Especially Yu. She has already broken a rope. After this round, if she breaks 2 more ropes, her situation will be extremely dangerous. I really lost to you, Fluoxetine. Qian Huan also sighed. It seems that we have no hope. At the moment, White Driss obviously can't have the strength and mind to act in a short time. Even if he can cheer up later, it will be difficult to catch up with the progress of the other two. So, Qian Huan spoke like he accepted his fate. But I'm curious, even if White Driss can't act now, how can you beat Bai Tian? You can't just happen to have a prop that can restrain 2 characters? Qian Huan asked this, and Li Hua, Luobua, and Mozenagant also listened attentively. After all, this is directly related to them. Lin Yu shook his head. I really don't have a way to restrain that red-muscled guy. But, even if I can't restrain it, I have better props than delicious paper to use. Lin Yu's voice fell. The black box that fell in the Bitian field suddenly began to multiply crazily. Chunks of food gushed out. Compressed biscuits, mineral water, like a fountain sprayed out of the black box. Piles of food piled on the ground. Clang, clang, food fountain. Lin Yu laughed. Mozenagant and Luobua's faces changed drastically. Especially Uncle Luobua. He was almost speechless in despair like a Yu. Li Hua looked at this desperate scene and still had the strength to speak. You actually still have this kind of prop. Lin Yu smiled and spoke. I used it well. This item is not a box that spits out a lot of food for no reason. This sentence is the truth. Chat supply generates biscuits and water that meet the minimum daily needs of an adult, requiring fear as a raw material. And at this moment, the endless and extreme fear of White Drizzle is madly charging chat supply. As Lin Yu's 2 props began to take effect in the venue, White Driss and Pitian obviously lost the chance to win this game. Finally, the shadow puppet ate all the food on the field one bite after another. Eventually, its grounds were empty, and after the shadow-type dummy has finished eating, the voice in the sky sounded again. The final winner has appeared. Congratulations, you can leave here. Then, a black hole appeared at the feet of White Driss and Pitian, and they fell into it. Directly above the head of the shadow puppet, a gentle and bright white light appeared. It was bathed in white light, rising slowly, and flew towards the sky. Although the shadow-shaped dummy can't see whether it has emotions or not, the picture on the screen at this moment looks like it is flying towards freedom and happiness, which is fascinating. While this scene is happening, Octopus Card also spoke. Okay, everyone. Then on this table, the winner and loser this time have also appeared. Just like Lin Yu promised, he led Ji Gung to win this session. How about it, I said. I will let you win. Lin Yu looked at Ji Gung, chuckled, and said. Ji lowered his head and pursed his lips, shaking his head. I owe you once. But you didn't tell me the whole plan. The girl spoke with a hint of dissatisfaction. I can't help it because I'm worried that your acting skills are too bad and you won't be able to deceive them. Lin Yu held his chin with one hand and spoke. And as he expected, Ji Gung's acting skills were indeed terrible, just like everyone else Lin Yu had ever seen. Therefore, keeping her real reaction in the dark can better confuse the audience. Without waiting for Ji Gung to defend himself, Lin Yu looked at Octopus Ka. Okay, chef, where's our main course? Octopus Ka was asked, and he replied politely, "Please be patient, the two victors." Before preparing the main course, the blood of the victor is always sweet for the two distinguished guests. I have to complete the punishment for the remaining 5 guests. Everyone banquet game. I am willing to admit defeat. Octopus Card said with a smile, and then took out a new button from the pool. Then he slapped it down hard. Bang! Pa pa pa! There was a continuous sound of the rope breaking, and everyone except Ji Gung and Lin Yu had their chairs tilt. The 2 broken ropes were both in the front near the dining table. This is undoubtedly the worst way to break it. The 5 players who were punished, and whose chair ropes were broken, all swayed and almost fell. However, they'd already been on guard. These top players who are famous in the Circle of Death game, players will not die so easily. Qian Huan snapped his fingers, and the assistant rabbit, summoned by him, jumped onto the back of the chair and grabbed Qian Huan's collar with one hand. Then, like a character in a funny cartoon, it took out a large and exaggerated chain from its arms with its other hand. The rabbit's iron chain passed through Qian Huan's ribs, wrapped him around the back of the chair, and locked the lock at the end of the iron chain. Ho ho, it's my favorite escape magic. But you don't want to escape now, right? Thank you, Mr. Ribbit. I really don't want to. Qian Huan, who was tied to the chair, responded politely as the chair swayed. Mosen Nagant and Qian Huan on the other side had similar plans. The moment the chair lost its balance, he drove the osprey to fly below and lift up the chair. Then, Mosen Nagant took out 2 pieces of steel wire rope himself, made a stay cable structure on the 2 connected ropes, and straightened the chair again. Li Hua's operation was much simpler. He didn't even use any props. He directly supported the back of the chair with both hands, jumped up, and sat on the slanted part of the top of the chair. Although it looked like the most unstable method, Li Hua was sitting very securely. Don't you think it hurts your butt? Lin Yu couldn't help but asked curiously. Li Hua pushed up his glasses. Just sit down if you have some. Although the situation of the 3 players who had just broken 2 ropes was embarrassing, it was still relatively easy to deal with. Carrot and Ayu looked much more embarrassed. Although one of the ropes was already broken, now both of their chairs were hung by only 1 rope. Uncle Carrot made a quick decision and took out a seed and threw it into the air. The seed sprouted and grew rapidly, forming a strong vine that covered the chair like a net, preventing Uncle Carrot from falling. However, judging from the pained expression on the old farmer's face, the prop that saved his life must be extremely valuable. As for Ayu, she grabbed a single rope and took out 3 silver-white ball robots the size of eyeballs. After these robots were taken out, they opened their 2 transparent wings and vibrated at high frequencies and then flew to Ayu's feet. The 3 robots lifted up the legs of the chair to act as fulcrums, allowing Ayu to sit firmly again. But no one knows how long these 3 little robots can last. Lin Yu touched his chin while admiring the scene of the remaining 5 players struggling. Well, as expected, these experts have more and more life-saving methods and strange functional props than one another, and each one is difficult to kill. Fortunately, he does not need to deal with the people inside for the time being. Octopus Card looked at the self-rescue measures of the 5 players and laughed. All the guests really have special skills. I knew that these punishments can't do anything to you. But be careful. If there is no rope, the situation will be particularly bad because at that time, you have to consider more than just the problem of rope. All the ropes are broken, which means that you are an unwelcome guest. So in addition to finding a way to stay in this sky, you also have to think about, how can I not take action to expel you from the table? Octopus Card added with a smile. The faces of the 5 guests whose ropes were broken were not very good. Lin Yu also understood what he said. As expected, he had guessed that if all the ropes were broken, in addition to falling down, there would probably be other extremely unfavorable conditions. After all, although he couldn't think of how to protect himself in that situation, but Lin Yu believed that those masters would definitely have a way. After Octopus Card finished additional explanation, he looked in the direction of Lin Yu and Jigung again. Sorry for the long wait. The ingredients for the main course have arrived, and I will prepare it for you immediately. The white light on the screen was projected into Octopus Card's pool, and then the previous winner, one of the three contestants, the Shadow Pseudo-Man, fell from the white light and fell in front of Octopus Card. The moment this Shadow Pseudo-Man appeared, before he had time to make any moves, he was tightly entangled by Octopus Card with 7 tentacles and pressed on the iron plate in front of him. Then the Shadow Pseudo-Man struggled violently, but in the tentacles of Octopus Card, it was like a child and a toy. Its resistance was useless. Octopus Card hummed a brisk jazz tune, and then took out a kitchen knife with the spare tentacles. Swish! The sharp kitchen knife sank into the chest of the shadow-shaped pseudo-man, and it trembled violently. Then, there was no more movement and life. Amidst Octopus Ka's brisk humming, the dark and stiff body of the shadow puppet gradually softened. It took out the sharp kitchen knife that had been inserted into the center of the opponent's chest. There is a round black ball inserted into the tip of the kitchen knife. Although the color is dark black, the texture is somewhat transparent, like some kind of black crystal. After being pierced by the kitchen knife, tiny cracks spread around the edge of the knife, like solidified and frozen lightning. Nice one. Octopus Ka sighed and took off the crystal ball from the tip of the knife. After playing with it carefully, Octopus Ka threw it into the pool. Then, he took out a pan and placed it on the stove. 2 tentacles held the pan, and the other tentacle rolled up the shadow-shaped dummy and dragged it to the edge of the pot. Then, Octopus Card easily lifted and folded the shadow-shaped dummy. Then it squeezed and rotated its body like a rag. Thick black juice leaked from the hole in the chest, just now, dripping down and flowing into the pot. Seeing the series of operations of Octopus Card, all the players were silent. As expected of a copy that directly involves the gods, Li Huan murmured, after adding the threat reminder from Octopus Card just now, except for Lin Yu and the 6 players present, all the players here actually have the same mind. If it really comes to the point where the rope is broken, it must stay on the table no matter what. If this octopus is in the way, then it's not out of the question to fight it once. After all, judging from the appetizer section just now, although Octopus Card is stronger than them, there's no upper limit. Maybe this octopus is not that strong, but the scene of the shadow puppet just moments ago gave these masters some intuitive understanding of the Octopus Card. Although the Big Eater competition does not directly display the combat effectiveness of the 3 contestants, the appearance of the shadow-shaped dummy during the eating process can also allow these experienced dough sticks to judge. This guy is not easy to mess with. After actually seeing the shadow puppet, I could feel the terrifying aura coming from this monster. Especially Ji Gung. She has even seen this kind of monster in the copy. But in just a moment, this thing was killed by the octopus as soon as it showed its head. Even Yu, who had always been the most aggressive, couldn't help but calm down a lot at this moment. This thing doesn't seem to be a positive NPC. Ayu, a senior member of the Predator, made a judgment. Everyone watched in silence as Octopus Ka threw away the squeezed shadow-shaped dummy and began to stir the thick black juice in the pan. As the Octopus Card is cooked, the aroma of the food is gradually stimulated. This ingredient, which looks like overnight ink that has been stored for a long time or fresh oil that has just come out of the well, actually has an incredibly delicious aroma. Especially in this banquet, they have already eaten a lot of delicious food beyond imagination. But at this moment, the fragrance is still fascinating. Even if you smell it carefully, it seems to remind you of all the delicious food you have eaten. It smells so good, and the fragrance is so rich in layers. Lin Yu sighed sincerely. Among the people present, he was the only one who was not affected by Octopus Ka's behavior just now. On the one hand, it's because Lin Yu is still playing the role of fluoxetine very dedicatedly. On the other hand, it was because Lin Yu is really not scared. He is too weak. In Lin Yu's view, it has little to do with him whether the Octopus Card's combat power is 50, 100, or more than 100,000. After all, he can't beat him no matter what. Of all the creatures that have appeared on this table, every one of them that faced off against Lin Yu would put Lin Yu in danger of a near-death situation. Even if everyone thinks he is fluoxetine, But Lin Yu couldn't clearly judge what kind of methods fluoxetine had, and he couldn't complete the further scam that could come true. Therefore, Lin Yu was able to deal with it with a normal mind and continue to perform his performance calmly. Octopus Ka was very surprised when he heard Lin Yu taking the initiative to talk to him. Oh, of course it will be rich. This guy, commonly known as the soul-eating horror, has a special body structure. It has a rare amount of liquid similar to blood in its body, and every drop contains a large amount of life essence. Moreover, each of the 3 contestants personally selected by our Lord has abilities related to eating and devouring. No matter who wins this eating competition, I can recreate the deliciousness contained in all the food they just ate. So this main dish is also my most proud specialty. You'll know when you taste it after it's fully cooked. With just one bite, it's like you're tasting a dozen delicacies at the same time. And the experience with every bite will be different. The last bite, there will be a different mysterious experience. Octopuscus said proudly. Lin Yu clapped in surprise. Wow, that's really amazing. I can't wait. Hearing Lin Yu's heartfelt praise, the octopus card was very useful. The movements of its hands could not help but speed up a bit. The rich black juice gradually agglomerated and formed in the pot, turning into a gel-like solid. At the same time, the black color also faded a lot. At last, Octopus Card cut it into 2 parts in the pot, turned off the fire, and took out a blowtorch from the pool. He turned on the blowtorch, and the blue flame gushed out violently, burning the surface of the solid with slight bubbles and discoloration. Finally, Octopus Card carefully put the 2 square black solids into 2 porcelain plates and poured bright red sauce on the black solids. You too. Octopus Card handed the plates and spoons to Lin Yu and Ji Gong. This is the main dish of this banquet. The blood of the victor is always sweet. Please enjoy. Octopus Card said, looking at the delicious and tempting food in front of him. Lin Yu picked up the matching spoon, gently cut off a piece, and ate it. Ji Gong, who was standing by, saw that Lin Yu ate it without hesitation and quickly moved the spoon. Then, the 2 sighed together. It's so delicious. The taste experience that exceeds human imagination and the deliciousness that is almost miraculous blooms in the mouth. It was like eating the most delicious oysters, the fattest but not greasy roast meat, the crispest and most refreshing vegetables, the most mellow and rich stewed chicken. More than 10 kinds of extreme, delicious experiences appear at the same time, but the delicious experience was directly transmitted into people's souls without mixing. Bite after bite. Soon, Ji Gong and Lin Yu finished the whole main course. Lin Yu raised the spoon. There was the last bite in it, and he still remembered the surprise that Octopus Ka just said. What will it be? Lin Yu thought and ate it. Then, it was like the scene that must appear in all food-related works. Lin Yu tasted the familiar, old taste. The taste that can be summed up in the word happiness can only be found in the past. He sat in front of a low wooden table with a slightly shaky old square plastic chair under his butt. On the table, the steaming food filled the table. In the middle was a grass carp with shredded green onions, and a pot of hot oil was poured on it, making a wonderful sizzling sound. The girl holding the pot and wearing an apron, who looked like a little kid, smiled and spoke. This fish weighed more than 3 pounds, and I only spent less than 10 yuan to buy it. The boss even gave us half a bag of clams. Am I awesome, your sister? Lin Yu recalled the moment in his memory that the scene in front of him was from. It was not a special day, just an ordinary day when he returned home from elementary school when he was 10 years old. At that time, Lin Zhao had not dropped out of school and only occasionally worked part-time jobs. The 2 siblings mainly rely on savings and relief subsidies to survive. Lin Yu had already dreamed of becoming an actor, but at that time, he only had a superficial understanding of acting. There are some moments in life that are obviously very ordinary, but will be engraved in the memory extremely clearly and vividly. And when I think back on it, it always makes people feel special. Good. It's like the embodiment of happiness. Lin Yu picked up the chopsticks, picked up a piece of fish, and put it into his mouth. The familiar taste that he hadn't tasted for a long time put in his mouth, which really made Lin Yu feel dazed. But soon, he returned to his normal state of mind. With just a slight shake of his head, Lin Yu's vision returned to the dining table. Octopus Ka looked at Lin Yu in surprise. It only took 3 seconds. Oh, this guest, you really are not stuck in the past. Lin Yu grinned and said without humility, yes, it is indeed true. And he looked to the side. Ji Geng was already crying. I don't know what this girl saw. After about 6 or 7 minutes, Ji Geng seemed to wake up. She looked at everyone at the table, including Octopus Ka, looking at her, and she felt a little at a loss for a moment. What happened? Lin Yu looked at Ji Geng with interest. What did you see? Ji Geng wiped the tears from the corners of his eyes and murmured in a low voice. I saw my deceased grandmother. She burned my favorite beans and eggplants for me. Then, she asked Lin Yu uncertainly, have I been absent-minded for a long time just now? 6 or 7 minutes. Lin Yu answered her. Octopus Khan nodded and added, it's not bad to recover at this time. It shows that your guest is a sentimental person, and you are not so addicted to the past that you are unwilling to let go. Ji Geng heard the implication of Octopus Card and looked at Lin Yu. How long have you been using it? Lin Yu shrugged. This octopus talks for 3 seconds. This was something Ji Geng couldn't handle. So fast? How did you do it? Don't you have any nostalgia for the past? Lin Yu looked at Ji Geng and spoke sincerely. Of course, because the people I saw weren't dead. As long as I want to eat that stuff, I should still be able to eat it. So I have nothing to linger on. Lin Zhao is still alive and well. He hadn't eaten Lin Zhao's steamed fish for a long time, just because Lin Zhao was too busy opening a shop by himself. Lin Yu couldn't bear to let his sister work on such a dish that required effort and effort. After hearing Lin Yu's heart-wrenching words just now, Ji Geng's face turned a bit ugly. She bit her lip and muttered after a long time. You bastard! I'll kill you sooner or later. Although among the players of the death game, killing each other is already the norm. But when Lin Yu heard Ji Geng's words, he was 100% sure. This is an empty threat that means nothing. Of course, it doesn't matter even if Ji Geng is serious. Lin Yu even wished she was serious. After all, the one Jiqing wants to kill is fluoxetine. What does it have to do with Lin Yu? Oh, there really is. He had a feud with fluoxetine. If this guy was really killed by Ji Geng, then Lin Yu would probably wake up laughing in his dreams. Not only is the hatred ended, but the sense of crisis of being stared at by a master is gone. Although even if fluoxetine dies, the psychological society probably will not give up harassing him. But at least this organization can have one less expert and replace it with someone else. Lin Yu felt that even a large organization like the Psychological Society that could confront order head-on would not be able to find many guys at the same level as fluoxetine. Therefore, when I heard Ji Geng's harsh words, they were just casual words. Instead, Lin Yu spoke seriously. Oh, I'm looking forward to it. Octopus Card's voice sounded at this moment. Okay, everyone, the main course section is over. Then let's try dessert next. Octopuska said and laughed. Since the tastes of each guest are different, after almost half of the banquet, I have almost figured out the preferences and personalities of each guest. So, I will customize different desserts for you. At the same time, each dessert will also come with a banquet card with different functions hidden in the dessert. Find the card and enjoy the dessert completely. Otherwise, you may be punished. Which guest wants to try it first? Everyone at the table fell silent. Everyone neither dares nor wants to stand out. The difficulty will definitely increase as you get to later project stages. This round, the punishment has been clearly stated in advance. Who knows what will happen during this dessert session? Although the octopus card said, the desserts everyone gets this time are different and will be tailor-made. But everyone still planned to step back. After all, even if everyone got something different, at least they could see what the tone of this session was through others. Although the first brave person to try something new might have some advantages, it was far less risky than the unknown, especially Li Hua and the other 5. Their error tolerance was already very low, and they only had 1 or 2 ropes left. A slight mistake could lead to eternal damnation. Therefore, they needed to be more cautious. And Lin Yu and Ji Geng, who still had 4 ropes on the field. Naturally, Lin Yu could not take the initiative to become the first person to step on the mines for everyone. In the end, Ji Geng, who was sitting next to Lin Yu, was silent for a few seconds, then sighed and raised his hand. "Well, let me be the first one," she said weakly. Then, Octopus Card looked at Ji Geng. "Wow, dear lady, you're the first one to choose dessert. Then I will prepare it carefully for you," Octopus Card said, and then took out a lot of baking utensils for making desserts from the pool. From shaping molds to egg beaters, everything is available. Octopus Card's 8 tentacles took turns to start their own cooking. Soon, a delicate and white dessert that seemed to be some kind of white chocolate was served to Ji Geng on a plate. On the side, there were 3 small bowls filled with sauces of different colors. Octopus Card spoke attentively. "The dessert prepared for you is called blank canvas. I hope you will leave a masterpiece, my dear painter lady." Ji Geng looked at the work titled Blank Canvas in front of him with a slightly stunned expression. "That's true, but how to eat it correctly?" she murmured. The other players noticed this scene and showed puzzled expressions. "What does it mean?" Ji Geng raised his head and looked at Octopus Card. "Can I ask for help from others or communicate with others?" "Of course." Octopus Card nodded and said, "It's a banquet. The most important thing is for everyone to have fun together," said the octopus happily. But Ji Geng was not happy. She took a deep breath and looked at everyone. "Everyone, the information I know so far is this dessert may be related to everyone's career. The 2 professional props a painter can obtain at the first level are paint and pencil. The former is called oil painter, and the latter is called sketch artist. Everyone should know that I chose pencil." Lin Yu nodded. "The function of pigment is to allow the painter to make the corresponding color appear in reality by adding color to the canvas. This move is a good means of transmitting information. When used in a frontal battle, it can suddenly cover the opponent's face with paint and block the line of sight. The function of pencil is to turn the simple geometry drawn by the painter into a solid body and maintain it for 1 hour. The cooling time is determined according to the size of the object. Ji Geng had been using this ability just now, but apparently this top-level painter had some method that Lin Yu didn't know about, which allowed her pencil ability to activate as if it had not cooled down. And after hearing Ji Geng's words, Yu couldn't help but ask, "We all know this from a night watch, so what?" Ji Geng continued, "You know about the first level, but there are 4 advanced directions after the second level. Blank canvas is one of them, and it's also the path furthest away from me, the one I would never have chosen in the first place." As Ji Geng spoke, Li Hua showed a look of understanding. "Oh, blank canvas is a second-level prop that the painter will choose after he chooses paint, right?" Li Hua said. Ji Geng confirmed again. "Yes." Everyone also looked understanding. "I see." Obviously, Ji Geng's words at least let them all know what the dessert they will face next may look like. Although I don't know the solution yet, I have a general direction. After all, in this copy, everyone is a second-level player who has experienced 2 level-ups. Except Lin Yu. Although he had a look of sudden realization on his face, Lin Yu knew very well in his heart, this is going to be troublesome. No, it's not so much trouble. It's better to say it's all over. How does he know what the killer's second-level prop is? Lin Yu even knew, through Ji Geng's words just now, that there are 4 kinds of props to choose from for the second-level advancement. As for the direction of advancement that Fluoxetine himself chose at that time, Lin Yu didn't even know. He didn't even have a clue which side this first-order guy had chosen. Therefore, based on the information alone, I may suffer a big loss in the dessert aspect. Lin Yu was even ready to accept the punishment 100%, and it doesn't matter that there's a high probability of losing in this link alone. After all, the advantage accumulated in the past is still relatively large. In this round, the octopus card does not emphasize how many ropes will be broken as a punishment. It is likely that only one will be broken. But if you don't recognize the dessert based on the prop, when you see it and your reaction is flawed, your identity may be suspected. After setting up a whole scene and pretending to be Fluoxetine for a long time, all the efforts will be wasted. Lin Yu didn't want this to happen. And if the desserts provided by the octopus card are really related to the killer, it would still be a better situation. Lin Yu is still confident that he can mediate and use his acting skills to save the situation. If this guy provides everyone with second-level props from their respective professions as prototypes for desserts, but when he comes to his place, he doesn't give them to the killer. Instead, professional items related to the trickster were given. That is when you're truly finished and unable to argue. Although Octopus Card has never revealed his intention, Lin Yu is not sure. Does the NPC with the god standing behind him have the ability to see through his true identity and profession? After all, the god of truth, illusion, and change, that damn crow has completely figured out his identity. And forget about the mask that was used before entering. After entering the dungeon, he also used fake and teeth of prophecy, two props unique to the trickster, on the dining table. On the contrary, Lin Yu has never used the killer props once. So, Lin Yu didn't dare to be too optimistic when he gambled on the octopus card, but was completely deceived by himself. This is the most dangerous part for me. Think of a way to get through this. Lin Yu's brain was working fast, and he was thinking about a completely different problem from the others on the field. While Lin Yu was thinking, Zhigang was also lost in thought, facing the prop-shaped dessert blank canvas. According to Octopus Card, the task of this link includes two requirements: find the card and enjoy it completely. Zhigang currently has no idea about the latter. What about the former, find a card? Where will this thing be hidden? The size of blank canvas is not small. Is it hidden inside? It is very likely. After all, this thing is chocolate, and a lot of things were added when it was brewed just now, and it was dazzling and I couldn't see it clearly. Zhigang bit his finger and thought. At this time, the magician Qian Huan, who had remained silent, spoke. That, Miss Zhigang from the Night Watch, do you want to try using your ability as a painter? That is the most original professional ability. Use it to paint the dessert in front of you. Qian Huan reminded, and Zhigang looked at Qian Huan. Seeing that it was Qian Huan's suggestion, Zhigang was somewhat skeptical, especially since this suggestion sounded a bit nonsensical. But unexpectedly, Li Hua, who had always been at odds with Qian Huan and probably had some grudges with this guy in real life, pushed his glasses and agreed with Qian Huan. I think we could try it too. As a member of Order, an administrator of Haicheng, and a player who directly uses his real name for activities, Li Hua's reputation score is of course much, much better than Qian Huan's. And when two people propose the same plan at the same time, the credibility will naturally increase significantly. Therefore, although Zhigang still couldn't figure out why the two asked her to use the basic ability of painter, she still did it. After using the painter ability to describe the dessert in front of me, a line of writing appeared on the paper. Name: Ka's Handmade Desserts. Function: a very delicious chocolate dessert with 3-color syrup. You will feel happy after eating it, and you can also draw pictures on it. The appearance refers to the professional item called blank canvas. Additional note: redraw what you drew when you first used your ability. Normally, after the painter's ability is activated, the information about the item she drew will be revealed. However, the painting depicting blank canvas in front of me actually has a supplementary explanation. And, judging from the content, it was obviously a deliberate tip left by Octopus Card specifically for Zhigang. The purpose is to allow Zhigang to get action tips on what to do next after using his basic ability as a painter. Zhigang looked at Qian Huan in disbelief. How did you know? Qian Huan spread his hands. I was blinded. Zhigang was shocked by such an honest answer. Confused? Afterwards, although Zhigang didn't say anything, his eyes clearly looked at Qian Huan and Li Hua with a bit of gloomy resentment. This attitude of daring to be angry but not speaking out was noticed by Li Hua, and he quickly made amends. Ahem, at this time, you can only trust your intuition. And when I agreed with Qian Huan just now, I also looked at the probability. There's a high probability that it will succeed, Li Hua said seriously. Zhigang's complexion immediately improved a lot. Oh, I see. Lin Yu, who was still thinking about his own affairs, couldn't help but feel a little happy when he saw the interaction between a few people. It turns out that guys from order can also lie. Although Li Hua's lie may be regarded as a white lie to appease Ji Geng's emotions, a lie is a lie. Lin Yu was 100% sure that this guy was fooling Ji Geng. He definitely didn't use his ability to see the probability just now. But Lin Yu also agreed with Qian Huan's plan. The dishes served in this dessert session are related to everyone's advanced items. In other words, they are related to their career. Let's start with the professional ability. Although it does involve gambling, it is somewhat sidelined. What's more, the results are good. Precisely because the result was that he was right, Ji Geng was not too entangled. She looked at the blank canvas again. Seeing Ji Geng hesitate again, you couldn't help but speak. Hey, little painter, you haven't forgotten what you drew after you first gained the ability, right? Ji Geng shook his head. No, that painting, I will probably never forget it. Then, Ji Geng dipped his fingers into the 3 colors of syrup and skillfully mixed them together according to a certain proportion, forming a dark golden color with some gray tones. Then Ji Geng used the mixed sauce to draw a picture. Golden scissors. This is the same prop I encountered in the first dungeon. Almost everyone who participated in that dungeon with me died. Ji Geng sighed, then took out a tissue from his arms and wiped his fingers clean. They all died under these scissors. And after the painting is completed, this chocolate drawing board with golden scissors seems to have peeled off a layer of film on its surface. The film floated down with the scissors, then shrank in the air, and soon turned into a hard card, which fell to the table with a clatter. After seeing the end of this scene, Octopus Card spoke slowly. Oh, congratulations, guest, for finding the little card I hid. As the octopus spoke, Ji Geng picked up the card and held it in his hand, letting out a long sigh of relief. The card has arrived. Next, you only need to finish the chocolate and syrup on the plate to consider it a success. Ji Geng quickly broke off small pieces of chocolate, dipped them in syrup, and ate them. Although the chocolate didn't look too small, Ji Geng still finished it quickly in the face of the pressure of survival. In order to prevent complete enjoyment from counting, Ji Geng took out a bottle of water and even drank all the syrup containers with water. After Ji Geng raised his head after eating, Octopus Ka spoke again. This guest, you have finished enjoying dessert. How do you feel about it? It's delicious, very sweet, and has a rich chocolate flavor. Ji Geng said cautiously. Octopus Ka heard the comment and took back the plate happily. Thank you for your recognition. These words and actions show one thing without a doubt. The update has passed. She sat on the chair and let out a long sigh of relief. Ah, that's great, Ji Geng said, stroking his chest. Not only Ji Chong breathed a sigh of relief, but also everyone else present was happy for Ji Chong's success. This means that when it's their turn, they can refer to Ji Geng's answer ideas. Besides, it seems that this level is not too difficult. After Ji Geng recovered, he thanked Li Hua and Qian Huan again. Thank you for your help. When it's the turn of others, if you still need my ability of painter, I will still help you. Although the cooling time of the ability of painter is long, as Lin Yu observed before, Ji Geng seems to have the ability to refresh the cooling time of props and skills, or greatly reduce the cooling time. After Ji Geng finished speaking, Li Hua said, "We should thank you. After all, it's not easy for you to stand up and try and make mistakes first." Uncle Luobwa also laughed. "Yes, it will be my turn soon, and I will rely on you to help more." Although the rest of the people didn't say anything, they didn't object much. Compared with the previous rounds, the atmosphere at the table in this round was still relatively harmonious. After all, everyone seemed to have noticed that the tone of the dessert section seemed to be more inclined to let everyone cooperate. Coming one by one means that the remaining people can help the person who is being tested. However, the happy atmosphere and such optimistic speculation soon came to an abrupt end. The voice of Octopus Card changed the atmosphere at the table again. Anyway, before the next guest's order, let me introduce to you the function of the banquet card that just appeared. The card just now is called Scissor Card, and its function is cut the 2 ropes on the seats of any 2 people on the field. Octopus Card's words were like a cruel blade, tearing apart everyone's fantasy of having fun in the dessert section. Ji Gung asked tentatively, this card, do I have to use it? Of course. Octopus Card's ruthless voice shattered Ji Gung's fantasy. If you haven't used this card after everyone is finished eating dessert, this card will be randomly used. Octopus Card said with a smile. Ji Gung's face turned ugly after hearing the answer. Now, except for her and Lin Yu, everyone on the field has only 2 ropes left at most. In other words, this card allows Ji Gung to choose 2 people to directly cut all the ropes. And Ji Gung didn't have the courage to choose himself. After all, if she only had 2 ropes left and someone else got the same scissor card, then there is no doubt Ji Gung is equivalent to handing her fate over to others. So, Ji Gung took the card in his hand and pondered. It seems that he is doing psychological construction. Lin Yu noticed Ji Gung's state and spoke immediately. You don't need to use this card for now. Anyway, the last use time of this card is after the dessert stage. Let's make a decision after seeing other people's cards. There may not be only one type of card, Lin Yu whispered. Ji Gung reacted after hearing this. That makes sense. Then, she clenched the card and stopped talking. But Ji Gung was not the only one who felt heavy-hearted. The words of Octopus Card just now made everyone realize one thing. This level is definitely not based on cooperation. The card that others get may become a sharp blade that swings at themselves. Maybe it is right to interfere with others when they pass the level instead of helping them. And, after seeing Ji Gung pass this stage once, maybe it is better to get the card as soon as possible, just when the players present realize this. Ayu had raised her hand. I'll be the second one, she said without hesitation. Although she only had 1 rope at this time, and she might have only 1 chance to get the real deal. But Ayu still raised her hand. Do you think the intelligence advantage of reading further is not as worthwhile as taking more risks to get the card first? Li Hua pushed his glasses and commented, it's very much in this guy's style. Ayu ignored Li Hua's comments. She just looked at the octopus card. Hurry up and give me dessert, cook, Ayu said, and the octopus card looked at her. Oh, it seems that our second guest has also appeared. In this case, I will give you a dessert that I guarantee you will be satisfied with. Then, the octopus took out new ingredients and cooking utensils from the pool and began to cook at a dazzling speed. The violent sound of ping-pong was endless, and the cooking process of Ayu's dessert sounded like decoration. Soon, a clock-shaped cake was completed in the hands of the octopus card. He inserted a bell-shaped candy on the clock-shaped cake, and then pushed the dessert to Ayu. Lin Yu also looked at Ayu. He knew that Ayu's profession was also the only profession. Moreover, the profession called free man seemed to be able to use the abilities of other professions. Lin Yu wanted to see what the dessert presented to her was like. Please enjoy your dessert. I named it Alarm Clock. Ayu looked at the cake in front of her with a very unfriendly face. TSK. She obviously had no idea. Lin Yu looked at this scene, but said, Hey, Ayu, is this the second-level prop that you didn't choose? Ayu looked at Lin Yu with some surprise. Fluoxetine, are you going to make trouble or help me? Of course I'm helping you, Lin Yu said with a smile. Others can only use Zhigang as a reference, but for Lin Yu, the reference value is of course more valuable to Yu, who is also the only profession. Even if I could ask something useful, maybe I could use it in my next upgrade copy. As expected, Ayu pursed her lips and finally chose to respond to Lin Yu. This is not the second-level item that I didn't choose, but the first-level item that I didn't choose. Since no one knew what the upgrade item of the only profession was, Ayu's word surprised everyone. Is this your first-level item? Why is yours the first-level one? Lin Yu asked curiously. Who knows? Maybe it was originally random. Maybe because of my only profession, Ayu shrugged. But why did you help me? Although you have the most ropes on the field now, you still don't want others to get the cards, right? Ayu asked back, with a bit of vigilance in her tone. This question is more like, give me a reason to believe you, than, why did you help me? From her troubled expression just now, Ayu obviously saw the alarm clock and had no idea. However, the fluoxetine who took the initiative to help her may not be credible in Ayu's eyes. And Lin Yu also roughly understood Ayu's psychological activities at the moment. Of course, his motives and reasons are sufficient, but as a fluoxetine, Lin Yu can't say that it is because of his only job. But it is convenient to make up a reason that can convince Ayu. Because I believe that even if you get the car that can cut the rope, you will not use it on me, Lin Yu said with a smile, so I still help you. Ayu narrowed her eyes. But what if I insist on using it on you? Her tone was a little unkind. Lin Yu laughed when he heard Yu's answer. That's too interesting. I will like you more and look forward to you really doing such a thing. Prove it to me. I was wrong about you. His eyes showed that he looked at Ayu without pretending, and his tone was extremely warm. Ayu looked at Lin Yu's appearance and scratched his hair. You're really crazy. You win. I really won't attack you. If I choose 2 people to cut the rope, I already have a candidate in mind. Hearing this, Qian Huan touched his chin. Hey, who will it be? Li Huan next to him glanced at him and said coldly, Don't look. It's definitely the 2 of us. Qian Huan looked at Li Huan. Huh? You, a lackey of order, are mortal enemies with her predators, so you are a matter of course. But I'm from the Free Alliance, and although I'm not an ally with them, the predators, I have a friendly relationship with them. Why? Qian Huan asked, and Li Hua said coldly, Because you look cheap. This sentence made Qian Huan laugh out loud. What the hell? Qian Huan looked at you. Look at you, this order thing is trying to sow discord between us. You looked at Qian Huan and said coldly, Who are you with? I'll cut it off and send you away when I get the card. After you finished speaking, Qian Huan also honestly shut his mouth, but his expression was somewhat resentful. He took out a small mirror from his top hat and looked left and right, as if to say, Am I really annoying? Obviously, this member of the Freedom Alliance has little idea of his reputation and character. Lin Yu joined Lin Yan, another member of the Freedom Alliance, and couldn't help but have an idea in his mind. Is one of the criteria for being selected into the Freedom Alliance to be mean and not aware of it? Next, should we let Zhu Ming show some of these aspects of his character? However, those are things you need to consider after you go out. What needs to be considered right now is how to help Ayu pass this dessert stage. They are both the only profession, and helping Yu pass the test is equivalent to helping him in disguise. Lin Yu thought about it and spoke again. Alarm clock? Can you tell me its function? When you chose it, you should have seen its functions, but you have forgotten it now. Ayu put his hands on his chest. Of course I can't forget it. The function of alarm clock is to allow me to use the abilities of 3 careers at the same time. Of course, there is a time limit. Based on the 3 careers I selected, it will randomly set 2 ring times with a minimum of 1 hour and a maximum of 72 hours. Before the bell rings, I can use any of the 3 ring times professional ability. Every time the bell rings, I randomly lose one of my abilities. After hearing Ayu's words, Lin Yu had some thoughts in his heart. It seems that the free man himself cannot use the abilities of 2 professions at the same time, but needs the help of the alarm clock. But this prop sounds quite powerful. Why didn't Ayu choose it? Could it be that another prop suits her better? Lin Yu shook his head and decided not to think about it for now. He thought further along Qian Huan's train of thought. So, can any of your current professional abilities be linked to the alarm clock in front of you? Ayu fell into thinking. Well, forget it, let's show off. The 3 abilities I drew in this round are Soldier, Student, and Monk. I haven't made a choice yet which one to use. Lin Yu listened to Ayu's narration and nodded. It seems that the ability of a free man is probably the ability to draw 3 professions in each game and then choose from them. Moreover, you can still choose not to choose. Lin Yu is very familiar with the abilities of soldiers and students. The latter of these 2 professions is very common. Although the number of the former is not large, they're the mainstay of major organizations. Monk. Lin Yu recalled for a moment that it was a relatively rare profession like ninja. The ability of this profession is also quite special. Although it is a skill type, many people think that it should be considered a special type. The ability of a monk is to perform a devout prayer to obtain one of 3 random buffs: good luck, revelation, and blessing. The effect depends on the degree of piety. Each copy in return can only be used once. There are rumors that the closer to the gods the copy is, the more powerful the monk will be. Apparently, a copy like this where the agent of the god comes directly is very suitable for using the ability of the monk. Lin Yu felt that, except for his second copy, where the gods came in person for no apparent reason, this should be regarded as the copy closest to God. Only, Lin Yu looked at Yu. I would like to suggest that you choose monk, but can you perform devout prayers? She asked seriously. Yu looked at Lin Yu, and for the first time, this girl with yellow hair and an always sullen face showed an expression of reluctance. Honestly, I've taken a monk before. Then I only received the sensory enhancement blessing for about 15 seconds. The blessing of the monk is to give him some single physical enhancement. Although he already knew something about Yu's temperament, Lin Yu couldn't help but be surprised when he heard this data. 15 seconds. According to the information Lin Yu read on the forum, even if the monk is unlucky and the environment for praying is relatively bad, after receiving the blessing, he should be able to obtain it for about 10 minutes. Hearing Lin Yu's voice, Yu turned his head to the side and said with some displeasure, I'm not a stick man like you who talks about gods all day long. I am an atheistic materialist. I really can't believe this. Hearing Yu's remarks, Qianhuan couldn't help but chat before Lin Yu opened his mouth. I can participate in the death game for more than a year and still insist that I am a materialist and a god. Would you like to ask the octopus over there what the name of the host of this party is? Qianhuan said this, and Yu looked at him with an even more unhappy expression on his face. Huh? Of course I know that these gods exist, but these gods are definitely not the same thing as the gods described by those religions. I just think they might be. Forget it, in other people's territory I don't bother to say these things. Yu waved his hand and said. Qianhuan was about to order something else, but Li Hua suddenly spoke. Is this why she listed you as someone she wants to kill? Li Hua pushed his glasses. You are too sarcastic sometimes. Is that so? Qianhuan scratched his head and asked back. Yes. Now, even Mosen Nagin couldn't help but speak a fair word. Lin Yu also understood. In this relatively high-end player circle, magician Qianhuan is probably known for his bad mouth and other characteristics. And Lin Yu also coughed lightly, bringing the conversation between himself and Yu back on track. In short, you have just understood the reason yourself, so choosing monk is unlikely to work. So, I recommend you choose student. As Lin Yu said, Yu scratched his head. What? Student? Then how do I use it? Lin Yu pointed to the octopus card. Ask him. Let the chef tell you how to enjoy the dessert and how to find the card, or at least give some hints. Lin Yu said seriously. Yu was a little confused after listening to Lin Yu's explanation. This is indeed an idea, but compared to sincere prayers, asking for help is not much better for me, right? That, octopus card, right? Brother Ka, can you give me some hints? Although Yu said that she was not good at asking for help, she finally accepted Lin Yu's proposal. After all, pious prayer was something Yu objectively could not do. She could pray, but pious. Yu did not have the conditions and foundation. So, compared to the monk, she also realized that student was a better choice. After all, the ability of students to improve the success rate of negotiations, although it basically depends on lowering your posture to request, does not require sincerely asking for help. You just need to do the formality. So, now Yu is awkwardly trying to beg to octopus card and trying to activate the ability of student. And, judging from her shy posture, this little girl did not lie. She is indeed not good at asking for help. However, Lin Yu can also judge from this point. She agreed so decisively. Her freeman profession should have other backup plans. At least there should be an opportunity to switch professions. Even if dessert is already a later round. But if you haven't chosen it before, choosing student, which may be a one-time profession in each copy, is not a very wise move. In addition, Yu has advanced at least twice, and most likely 3 times. It's not surprising that she has this method of switching professions. The other, first-level item that she took when she didn't choose, alarm clock. While Lin Yu was thinking, you finally succeeded. Brother Ka, tell me what's going on. You cook delicious food and your strength is not bad. It's okay to tell me a little bit. Although Ayu's tone was very twisted, Octopus Ka also looked awkward. But because of this, her praises made Octopus Ka feel a little bit useful. So, the ability of the student was successfully activated at this moment. The negotiation between Ayu and Octopus Card also achieved what Ayu wanted. Ahem, that's enough. Octopus Card said, knocking on the spatula. What about your dessert? Alarm clock. I want to find a card hidden inside. I need your most important moment in life to... It said this, then stopped talking and closed its mouth. After hearing the description of Octopus Card, Ayu fell into deep thought. The most important moment of my life? And then, hearing Ayu's question, Lin Yu covered his face and sighed to the sky. My dear Miss Ayu, didn't you notice that the alarm clock has a clearly movable pointer and no mask on the surface? He could confirm it again. Ayu's fighting power must be very, very strong. The terrifying demon penetration holy power just now is definitely not the only big move of this girl. If she hadn't had some kind of extreme violence as support, she would definitely not have survived until now, let alone been able to make a good living. After Lin Yu's reminder, Ayu also reacted. Oh, I understand you mean. I need to express the exact time of the most important time point in my life with the hour and minute hands of this alarm clock, right? Lin Yu nodded. Not too stupid. As he said, Ayu thought about it. But what if the most important moment in my life? I don't know the time. What should I do? She smelled it carefully, and Lin Yu shook his head. No, I think. You must know. Or you can think about things that you know the time point for sure. Ayu pursed her lips and then fell silent. She stared at the alarm clock in front of her for a few seconds, and no one knew what Ayu was thinking. Was she recalling which moments met the criteria? No. Maybe others can't see it, but Lin Yu can clearly perceive it. In fact, Ayu had a very clear answer in his mind from the beginning. Although this little girl hid it very well, he could see the look in her eyes was a mixture of helplessness, anger, and sadness. This guy, resisting to recall that moment. This is the worst copy. Ayu whispered, then gently reached out and moved the pointer on it. Although he didn't know how the octopus card did it, this edible dessert seemed to have the same mechanical structure as a real alarm clock. When Ayu's fingers moved the minute hand, the hour hand would also move. The pointer turned around and around, and Ayu finally moved the hour and minute hands on it to 8:37. This alarm clock is a typical 12-hour system. So, except Ayu, no one knew whether it was 8 o'clock in the evening or 8 o'clock in the morning. And after she moved the alarm clock pointer, the bell on the top of this prop, alarm clock, suddenly began to jump back and forth, making a crisp sound. Ding-ling-ling. The sound lasted only once, and then it became quiet. Then, a paper card popped out from the small hole above the alarm clock. The style of the card was similar to that of a night watchman's card. When Ayu picked up the card, Qian Huan sighed. Li Huan next to him chuckled lightly. Qian Huan looked at Li Hua, who was laughing, and was a little puzzled. Why are you laughing? This guy got the card. Shouldn't you feel uncomfortable? She even promised to kill us both. Li Hua looked at Qian Huan. It's okay. Although I may die, I am happy when I think that this scourge like you will die too. Qian Huan was stunned for a moment, then said, Do you hate me so much? Li Hua looked at Qian Huan with a surprised look on his face, as if he was looking at an idiot. Do you really believe what I said? Lin Yu, who was standing next to him, couldn't stand it anymore and reminded him loudly. Look at the style on that card. Qian Huan turned to look at the card in Ayu's hand and found that the pattern on it was not scissors. Rather, it is a knotted rope. What kind of card is this? What is it used for? Ayu couldn't help but ask. Octopus Card laughed when he heard Ayu's question. This card is a knot card, a very useful card. You can randomly connect 5 broken ropes throughout the venue. After hearing the effect of this card, Qian Huan was the first to breathe a sigh of relief. Great, I didn't let her get the scissor card. Uncle Carrot was also very pleased, and said with a smile, 5 is greater than 4, which means there is no need to worry about the card from Ms. Zhigong. And with this type of card, maybe there won't be any deaths in this game. Uncle Carrot became optimistic. Zhigong also nodded repeatedly. Yes, that would be perfect. Only the card holder, Ayu, was not very happy. Well, it's better than nothing. She put away the card, then angrily grabbed the alarm clock dessert in front of her and bit into it hard, as if to vent her anger. After Yu devoured all the desserts on his plate, Octopus Card also took away the empty plate in front of Ayu just like he had taken away the empty plate in front of Zhigong. This means Ayu has also passed this level. She successfully got the card that could repair 5 broken ropes and passed the dessert stage. However, before entering the next person's dessert time, Ayu spoke. Octopus, can I use the card right now? Ayu said seriously. Of course. Octopus Card nodded and said, Are you sure you want to use it? I'm sure. I don't want someone to cut me off and send me away later. Although it's random, but I've broken so many, the probability of repairing a few should be relatively high, right? Ayu said firmly. After finishing speaking, she took out the card from her arms and showed it. How to use this? Now that you're sure, it's been used. Octopuska said with a smile. As soon as he finished speaking, the card in Ayu's hand turned into light spots and flew to the sky like the delicious paper before. After the cards completely disappeared, 5 ropes were restored on the field. A piece of Ayu chair, 2 of the carrot chairs, a piece of Ihua's chair, a section of the Mozenagant chair. In an instant, these people were much safer. The pressure to maintain balance is also slightly reduced. Both Li Hua and Mozenagant recovered to the point of 3 ropes. Uncle Carrot also overtook him in one breath and also reached 3 roots. Ayu also returned to 2 roots. Only Qian Huan was not taken care of. He sighed, I'm really unlucky. Ayu snorted dissatisfiedly. Hey, even if I regain 1 bone, I'm still just like you. Li Hua did not forget to taunt Qian Huan at every opportunity. This is the result of your lack of moral integrity. You see, Old Carrot is kind to others, so even good luck will favor him. Qian Huan ignored Li Hua, but Uncle Carrot was a little uncomfortable. You can't say that. However, it is still worthwhile for Carrot to be happy that it has returned to the 3 roots level of safety. So, Uncle Carrot looked at everyone on the table. Since I'm lucky and have returned to Sangon, how about I be the next one to play the game? As he said this, Li Hua shook his head. No, I'll do it. After 2 people, Zhigong and Yu, I have observed some patterns. If this pattern is correct, then it may not be difficult to pass this level. Li Hua said in a deep voice. As long as I comply with this law, then you can all act according to this plan. Although the cards obtained by Zhigong through the game have made everyone worried, Ayu's card has also proved that. The cards may also have content that is a positive benefit for us as a whole. Considering that failure to complete the link itself will also be punished, judging from the total number of ropes, the minimum guarantee for failure to complete is -1, while completion may be positive or negative. Only 2 samples are relatively small, but currently I still recommend everyone to do their best. This is a better strategy in terms of expected return. After speaking, Li Hua pushed up his glasses. Ignoring everyone's reaction after hearing what he said, Li Hua raised his head and looked at Octopus Card. Okay, respected chef. Now it's my turn for the dessert session. Octopus Card nodded. No problem. As you wish. With that said, the octopus began its dizzying maneuvers again. Li Hua stared at the other party, the resin lenses of his tortoiseshell glasses reflecting a bluish-green light. Soon, an exquisite dessert was placed in front of Li Hua. The dessert prepared for you is called lead-filled dice. I hope you have a sharp eye and will win every time you gamble, dear Mr. Gambler. Octopuska said with a smile. Li Hua nodded in thanks and pulled the plate in front of him. In terms of the difficulty of eating it all, this should be the easiest one. Because what is on the plate? There are 6 small and exquisite dice. Standard 6-sided dice with red and blue debossing. Li Hua picked up the plate without asking anyone for help. He shook the plate, and the 6 dice inside rubbed against the bone plate, making a clattering sound. After a moment, Li Hua let go of the hand holding the plate. Then, he raised his head and explained to all the other players. I just activated my basic ability twice and looked at the probability of rolling the dice twice. The first time, there were 3 of them, which is a normal probability that matches the guess size distribution. The other 3 the second time, the probability is not normal. As he spoke, Li Hua took out a dice from it. Based on the sound on the plate, just now, the craftsmanship of making the octopus card, and my ability, lead-filled dice, refers specifically to this one. So far, my process is the same as the other 2, using my professional basic abilities to get certain tips about the game. Having said that, Li Hua crushed this lead-filled dice. In an instant, the mercury burst out and dripped onto the plate. However, judging from a sweet smell, this should be some kind of syrup rather than mercury. The syrup finally solidified in the plate, with a small piece of paper floating in it. Li Hua picked up the paper and unfolded it. The hint has appeared, Li Hua said, and then read out the text on it. Do you remember the biggest loss you made? After he finished reading, he paused and narrowed his eyes. I know. Then, Li Hua moved the dice on the plate smoothly without any hesitation. In the end, the intact dice on the plate turned into 4 5s and 1 6. Then, the dice were split into 2 halves, with 5 broken cards inside. Put together, it just became a whole card. Li Hua took the card in his hand. Then, he said, Okay, everyone, so far the 3 of us seem to have the same process. I need to confirm with Miss Yu. Did your most important moment happen in a certain copy when you were closest to death and many people died around you? Yu crossed her arms over her chest, looked up at the sky, and said, It's none of your business. Stop talking nonsense. Li Hua waved his hand. Sorry, I mean no harm. Lin Yu interrupted Li Hua. You should be right. She is now in a typical defensive posture, although she has always been full of thorns, but this time it is very deliberate. Li Hua seems to trust the judgment of fluoxetine. Oh, then the pattern is completely correct. First of all, the leaded dice is a prop that I didn't choose when I was in the 2nd level. This thing is indeed one of the props that you didn't choose as the shape and prototype of the dessert, and it hides one of your original abilities. Mechanism that can be linked to give you a reminder about the card. Although it's dessert, like the pre-dinner wine stage, this level is based on the shadow in your heart. If I'm not wrong, everyone in the pre-dinner drinks session should be similar to me. They have all seen the saddest things in reality, and the dessert, in this level, is forced to remind you of the most embarrassing experience in the dungeon. In short, although the samples of 3 people are not reliable, we can temporarily analyze the problems you encounter according to this rule. Li Hua said matter-of-factly. After he finished speaking, he ate the dice on the plate again. After eating all the dice, Li Hua looked up at the octopus card again and showed his own card. Mr. Chef, I got the scissor card, but the scissors on it are red. What does this mean? Hearing Li Hua's words, Octopus Ka said with a smile. This one of yours can also cut the 2 ropes of any 2 people. But these 2 people are also random. Li Hua's expression changed slightly when he heard this. Completely random, this is not good. He whispered. Uncle Carrot next to him also showed a worried look. What should I do? Lin Yu understood very well why this man with 3 ropes, and obviously a good relationship with Ji Geng, was worried. Because they are both good. If the values of good and evil can be quantified, whether it is Li Hua from Order or Uncle Carrot from the Players' Mutual Aid Association, the kindness index will definitely exceed 90. Needless to say, Order is simply the most reliable and upright organization. Its main purpose is to punish evil and promote good, and the organization lives up to its name. Li Hua, who was elected as the administrator of a city, mainly focuses on 3 views. Although the Players' Mutual Aid Association tends to be neutral, it has always been a very friendly organization. This smiling Uncle Carrot has proven to Lin Yu with practical actions that he is really kind to others. Although the players in the death game all come in because of their strong desire to survive, most of them are tainted with a layer of madness and regard other people's lives as trivial in this survival game. But Uncle Carrot is different from most players. Lin Yu seriously doubted that this little old man could enter the death game. The reason why he didn't want to die should be not a selfish reason. Of course, maybe all this is just his disguise. Lin Yu is not afraid of malicious speculation on others. But if that's the case, the other party's acting skills are too good. Not to mention, what is the difference between a person who has been a hypocrite all his life and the truth and kindness? Therefore, Lin Yu understood the reason for Li Hua and Luobua's subconscious reaction. The two of them were really weighing the number of ropes and trying to minimize the casualties in this link. However, the two people may still have differences. Carrot may be sincerely hoping that no one present will die, but at the critical moment, Li Hua might be willing to send a few damn people down. For example, the three key members of the Freedom Alliance, the Predator, and the Psychological Society. Thinking of this, Lin Yu suddenly felt a little stiff. I am among them. Although there are 4 ropes, they are completely unstable. Thinking of this, Lin Yu suddenly felt a little headache. Although it is indeed a very simple round, for me, it seems to be getting more and more dangerous. Even the rules summarized by Li Hua were of little use to Lin Yu. After all, he didn't even know the most embarrassing copy of fluoxetine. But fortunately, looking at it now, it's not all without gain. If it doesn't work out, let's take a gamble with the gain we just obtained. Lin Yu was thinking in his heart. And after Li Hua, Uncle Carrot also volunteered to be the next one. Obviously, this man hopes to quickly draw out a not card to ease the situation on the court. And Octopus Ka also served the uncle a dessert as he wished. The dessert prepared for you is called Harvest Season. I hope your ambition will come true, great and hard-working Mr. Farmer. It was a golden ear of wheat on the cover. And according to what Li Hua concluded, Uncle Carrot activated his ability towards my sway. One of the realistic wheat grains in the wheat ears is missing. There's actually a real wheat grain mixed in the wheat in this dessert. The wheat grains turned into a fragrant, buttery, steamed bun. There are words printed on the top of the bun. The most delicious food. Uncle Luobo looked at these 6 words, and after being lost in thought, he let out a long sigh. Li Hua, the rules you mentioned are still correct to me. He slowly stroked the wheat ear, found another real wheat kernel hidden in the dessert's simulated wheat ear, and activated his ability again. A brown sugar dumpling appeared in Uncle Carrot's hand. He stuffed it into his mouth, chewed it slowly, and quickly spit out a card. The card is hidden inside the sugar dumpling. Luo said with a wry smile, I used to love eating dumplings. After that dungeon where no one survived except me, I never ate dumplings again. Ji Gung understood. Is it the time when the Player Mutual Aid Association suffered a heavy blow? Hearing Ji Gung say this, Luo Bo was stunned for a moment, then smiled and shook his head. Snow Owl really treats you as a successor, and I told you about this. It was indeed that time. The 3 of U.S. veterans took 5 younger people to play a game together. Then, all folded, Luo Bo said leisurely, put the card on the table, and exhaled heavily. Forget it. It's boring to expand and talk about these. This card in my hand seems to be pretty good. At least it's not scissors. He said, tapping the card. Octopus host, what does this gray rope mean? Octopus card looked at the content on the card and laughed. Oh, congratulations. It's the iron rope card. After using it, one of your ropes and a random rope on the field will be replaced with an iron rope that can offset 1 cut. Octopus card said, and Grandpa Carrot nodded. He slowly ate the dumplings and steamed buns, and then ate the wheat ear-shaped dessert bit by bit. After Octopus card took away the plate, and Carrot confirmed that this level was completed, I will use this iron rope card now, Carrot said firmly. After Luobo finished speaking, iron rope card took effect directly. A rope behind Luo Bei was instantly coated with a layer of metallic luster, and the other rope was effective behind Zhigang. Looking at this result, Qianhuan sighed. This is really, the money flows to those who are not short of money. Why didn't I get any? Li Hua pushed his glasses. From the perspective of probability, it is like this. The more ropes a person has, the easier it is to be randomly selected. Of course, the same is true when choosing a broken rope. Li Hua said seriously. Then, Qianhuan shrugged helplessly. Okay. He looked at the octopus card as if he had accepted his fate. It seems that fate is still in our own hands. I'll have a dessert, thank you. Okay. Octopus card agreed happily. With the previous rounds of process and rule summary, Qianhuan's process this time was even smoother than Li Hua's. The dessert prepared for you is called crutch. I look forward to your magic being admired by everyone and undeciphered, dear magician. The dessert served to Qianhuan was a candy cane-shaped cake. Soon, Qianhuan used his basic ability as a magician. The ability of a magician is to transform something into a temporary prop as a magic prop, so that it can be stored in his prop space and bound to himself in this copy. The transformation requires a certain amount of contact time. The more complex and powerful the prop, the longer the contact time. But this cake, Qianhuan did not even touch it, and the transformation was completed. When he put the cake into the prop space and took it out, there were already 10 number candles from 0 to 9 on the cake, and the words "Happy Birthday" were written on it. Qianhuan sighed as he looked at the appearance of the cake. I knew it. This is really heartbreaking. He gently twisted it with 2 fingers, and the flames jumped up from between his fingers. Then, Qianhuan lit the candle with the number 5. The moment it was lit, the candle with the number 5 emitted a brilliant flame like a small firework stick, and then a card jumped out of the flame. Qianhuan turned over the card, and it was printed with a black scissors pattern. He curled his lips. Hey, octopus, what's the difference between this black scissors and the previous 2? It won't be a card that kills all of us. Octopus smiled and shook his head. This is not it. It just makes the 5 ropes on the field break. It's just completely random. Which ropes of which people break. It's completely uncertain. Octopus card said with a smile. As he said that, Qianhuan nodded. Oh, I know. Then, he began to enjoy the cake in front of him. Soon, Qianhuan finished the cake in front of him. Then he picked up the card and spoke directly. Then I choose to use this random card now. Qianhuan said, and showed the black scissors card with his backhand. Li Hua's face changed slightly, and he was about to stop it, but it was too late. Bang, 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 bang. For breaking sounds rang out in succession, and the ropes of Li Hua, Zhi Geng, and a Yu on the field broke. Among them, Li Hua even broke 2 ropes. In an instant, the 3 ropes that had originally returned to the safety line of this gambler were reduced to only 1 again. A Yu was also unlucky, and she couldn't help but spit. I went up early, Qianhuan, and I just reconnected the rope. Zhi Geng's ropes were all protected by the iron rope clip. But she still broke 1 rope obviously. If there was no iron rope clip for Luohua, she would have broken 2 ropes directly. The imbalance caused by the first rope break scared the painter. But after all, there were still 3 ropes, and she quickly stabilized her mind. Looking at everyone's shaky appearance, Mosenagin looked at Lin Yu, who was smiling with interest on the opposite side. Seeing that the other party still had no intention of speaking, Mosenagin gritted his teeth and spoke. Please give me dessert. As he said this, Octopus card started to work again. The dessert prepared for you is called Prey Guide. I hope that you will not return empty-handed every time you hunt. Mr. Hunter, who deserves respect. A heavy book stood on the plate, with the pages open and resting on the catalog page. Mosenagin thought for a while. How can the ability of Hunter be used on this? He whispered, and then Mosenagin chose to close his eyes. He took out a dart from his arms and threw it up with his eyes closed. What a flexible mind. Lin Yu sighed. Affected by the ability of Hunter, even with his eyes closed, Mosenagin can still throw the dart at the book. But even if the accuracy is increased, he can't judge where the final landing point will be. After the dart flew in the air, it suddenly changed its trajectory strangely and accurately nailed to a page in the catalog. It was like being sucked over. Mosenagin opened his eyes and saw this scene, and turned the page without surprise. This book is indeed very delicately made. Although the raw material seems to be sugar, the pages can be turned easily. There were 4 animals drawn on that page. Elk, python, wild boar, and buffalo. Others were confused, but Mosenagin's face became sharp. He pulled out a dagger from his waist and stabbed it hard into the heart of the elk in the illustrated book. The elk actually showed a painful expression, and a red liquid like blood flowed out from the blade. The liquid dripped into the plate and solidified and gathered into a card. Mosen Nagant ignored the card and continued to cut the candy book with a knife. He cut it into small pieces and ate it all with a knife. Then, Mosen Nagant picked up the card on the plate. What does this mean? There was a pair of scissors and a knot drawn on the card. Octopus card applauded. Congratulations, you got the rope change card. The function of this card is randomly cut a rope and repair and connect a rope. Octopus card said Mosen Nagant didn't seem very satisfied, but Li Hua was relieved. At least from a perspective of the total number of ropes, this is 0. He muttered, and Mosen Nagant also looked at Li Hua. Administrator of Order, this card doesn't seem to be of any use to me. Do you think I should use it now? I think you seem to be planning something, so I plan to sell you a favor and let you decide when to use it. Li Hua thought for a while and said, there's no rush to use it now. But Lin Yu suddenly interrupted at this time. I think it's better to use it now. He interrupted Li Hua and said with a smile, the dessert stage has advanced so far, and no one feels that the difficulty of this level is how to complete their respective desserts. Even if Li Hua doesn't make the previous summary, everyone can easily figure out how to find the cards through trial and error and analysis, thereby avoiding the punishment they will receive. But this level is still rare. The difficulty lies in how to deal with these cards. Regardless of whether the octopus card did this intentionally or not, it misled Li Hua and others with a second card that could continue. Admittedly, the card at the back that breaks the rope and the card that can reconnect and protect the rope are split in half. But the quantitative level is completely unequal. The 6 cards that have appeared so far are viewed from the perspective of Li Hua thinking about the total number of ropes. Added up, the number of broken ropes far exceeds the number of reconnected ones. So, how to allocate these cards has become a difficult point. Li Hua had to consider this carefully and cautiously. Of course, Lin, you also noticed this. You want to see what kind of card I draw before deciding. Use the cards in your and Zhiging's hands as chips. He cupped his chin and looked at Li Hua. But I won't agree. After Lin Yu finished speaking, he looked directly at Octopus card without waiting for Li Hua to respond. Hey, Octopus, can I wait until all 3 people's cards have been used up to prepare my dessert? Octopus Ka was stunned for a moment and nodded. Sure, it is in line with table etiquette for guests to request desserts at any time. After Lin Yu received the answer, he looked at Li Hua again. Hey, gambler, his plan failed. Li Hua's expression changed slightly, but finally he spoke calmly. I expected her unwillingness to cooperate. Then, let's start with Mosen Nagant. Mosen Nagant nodded and used the rope-changing card in his hand. And after he used it, bang! There was no rope broken on the field, but another rope was added behind Qianhuan. It's mine that's broken. Carrot turned around, looked at the rope behind him, and sighed. There are still 3 ropes behind him, but the one with metallic luster disappeared. Li Hua was about to use himself again. Lin Yu suddenly interrupted again. Hey, Zhigang, you said you owe me a favor, right? Give it back to me now. How about you use your card? But don't choose. I don't ask you not to use your card on me, but how about leaving the decision to fate? Lin Yu looked at Zhigang and said with a smile. After all, there is no one with the number of ropes on the field equal to 2, only those with more than 2. So, those with only 1 rope will not be selected. On the contrary, the guy with 4 ropes, are the most dangerous. Zhigang hesitated for a moment and looked at Octopus card. Is what he said true? It's true. The 2 scissor cards on the field will not take effect on someone who no longer has 2 ropes. Octopuska said, and if you're not happy to choose, I'll be happy to choose for you. Li Hua's face changed slightly, and he always felt that there was something deceptive. When he was about to speak, it was already too late. Although I don't like you, but one size is the same. Zhigang whispered and raised his card. I use my cards, and I don't make choices. Bang! Behind her, her own rope snapped. There's only 1 rope left behind Zhigang. She trembled, screamed, and almost slipped down. However, Zhigang responded quickly and immediately took out a marker and drew a few lines in midair. These lines instantly replaced the broken rope, tying and stabilizing the chair. With lingering fear, Ji Gung grabbed the back of the chair and slowly climbed onto the chair, looking at Lin Yu. Fluoxetine, I don't owe you anymore, she said seriously. Li Hua gritted his teeth and said, Idiot, you have been tricked by this guy from the Psychological Society. She is lying to you. I just checked with my last stored ability. The probability of her rope breaking is almost 0%. This guy used some kind of lucky props to eliminate the possibility of unfavorable situations happening to her in random events. Li Hua looked at Lin Yu and said coldly, Very good, fluoxetine. Is your goal to kill all of us? I didn't expect that you actually have a tool to enhance your luck. Lin Yu laughed. I'm not. I'm just simply lucky, he said with a smile. At the same time, Lin Yu sighed his heart. The number of times Teeth of Prophecy used before was not wasted. He used Teeth of Prophecy just now. Time points used. It was when I took out the delicious paper for the second time. At that time, Lin Yu actually only had one delicious paper in his hand. The rest are just pieces of paper. And he used Teeth of Prophecy to engrave in everyone's minds what he said. Of course, it's because the cupcake just cost not 58. After that, everyone, influenced by the prophecy tooth, naturally believed Lin Yu's next words, mistakenly thinking that he still had 57 delicious papers in his hand. In fact, only the first delicious paper in Lin Yu's hand was the real thing. And the purpose of doing this is to get a free meal worth 57 delicious papers. As someone who has actually dealt with gods, Lin Yu is not as good as these players in other aspects. But his understanding of gods is not inferior to the old-timers present. Therefore, Lin Yu is very clear. The props related to gods must not be ordinary. And in the home copy of a certain god, the props it provides may also be inextricably linked to the copy. Just as he expected, the cupcake, obtained at the cost of a prophecy tooth, gave Lin Yu enough ability to be invincible in this dessert link. The bonus provided by Cupcake is Lucky Sweetness. The effect is get a huge luck bonus before your next meal. As the number of random cards in this level increases, Lin Yu naturally opens this Lucky Sweetness without hesitation. Come on, Li Hua. Use your card. Lin Yu made a gesture of invitation. Gambler, Li Hua exhaled. Everyone, I'm sorry. I'll let you fall into the hands of the madman, Fluoxetine. After he finished speaking, he used the scissor card in his hand. 4 ropes broke in response, from behind Qian Huan and Mosen Nagat. And after all this was over, the situation on the field became very strange. All 4 ropes of Lin Yu's chair were still there, but the remaining 6 people, each of them only had 1 shaky rope left. So I'm really lucky. Looking at the swaying figures and nervous expressions of the crowd, Lin Yu smiled and said. Lin Yu lamented his good luck from the bottom of his heart, although his luck in this round comes from the buff effect of Lucky Sweetness. However, being able to reach the situation that is absolutely beneficial to me just by relying on Lucky Sweetness. This must have some kind of good luck on the level of destiny other than Lucky Sweetness. It went smoother than expected. Lin Yu let out a long breath, and then looked at the players whose lives literally hung by a thread. Then, Lin Yu looked at Octopus card. He made eye contact with the octopus, and then Octopus Ka smiled and said, Guest, you're the only one left. Now, do you want to enjoy your dessert? Lin Yu laughed after listening to Octopus Ka's question. He did not answer Octopus Card's question immediately. Instead, Lin Yu looked at the other 6 people present. Now, all of you, or at least 3 of you, owe me your life. Then, Lin Yu knocked on the table and looked at Octopus Card. Sorry, chef. I can't eat anymore. Lin Yu spoke calmly. He declined the Octopus Card. A look of astonishment appeared on Octopuska's face. He looked at Lin Yu in disbelief, and then said, Do you mean that you refuse to eat desserts? Of course, I can't eat anymore, so I can't waste it. Lin Yu said with a grin. I secretly ate a cake by myself just now, so it's considered dessert. He looked as if he really had eaten too much and was not going to eat dessert. Octopus Ka looked at Lin Yu with some admiration. Okay, but if you confirm that you don't want to eat, you will still have to accept the punishment. Lin Yu held his chin with one hand. Sure, he didn't even confirm what the punishment would be. Seeing Lin Yu's determination, Octopus card took out the button from the pool. Snapped. With the octopus card tapping the button, one of the ropes in front of Lin Yu's left side broke. As Li Hua guessed before, the punishment of this level is indeed to break only one rope. And for Lin Yu, who now has 4 ropes, totally innocuous. He just felt the chair shaking slightly. This is why Lin Yu tried his best to ensure that he must have 4 ropes. Judging from the state of others after they cut off the rope just now, even if one rope is broken and there are 3 remaining ropes, it can basically maintain a relatively stable state. But 2 of them were broken. The chair will tilt in one direction, making it impossible to sit on it normally. As for the broken one, only one remains. If you don't use some means of reinforcement, the chair will sway around or even start spinning even if you can barely stay on it. And unfortunately, compared with these players, Lin Yu does not have much accumulation of regular props. As long as 2 ropes are broken, he will have no way to strengthen the chair and will inevitably bear greater risks. The most important thing is that Lin Yu also needs to play the role of fluoxetine. So, the best way is to keep your chair as close to 3 ropes as possible. And in the case of 4 ropes, Lin Yu could choose to abstain directly. Thus, regardless of whether the dessert served by Octopus card is a killer-related prop that Lin Yu has never heard of, or simply bring out a prop related to the trickster, it won't happen at all. This is Lin Yu's strategy. Since this dessert might expose him, then just pay some price so that this dessert won't appear at all. After Lin Yu made this decision, not only the Octopus card, but also the other players on the field looked surprised. Even though fluoxetine is an incomprehensible lunatic and a guy who doesn't play by common sense, this decision is too abnormal. Why? Li Hua looked at Lin Yu and asked in a deep voice. And Lin Yu had already expected that someone would ask about his motivations. He worked hard to create such a situation on the court just to explain his motivation. A fluoxetine-like motivation that convinces everyone. Moreover, this motive can also be connected to the ultimate goal of his entire performance. Do I have to explain what I do to you, gambler? Lin Yu choked Li Hua with a smile, and then spoke again. But, since you asked, it doesn't matter if I tell you. I just said, all of you owe me your life. He looked at the Octopus card. The effect of the card in the last level is everyone breaks a rope. Hearing Lin Yu's words, all the players showed surprised expressions. What? Ji Gung exclaimed. Mosen Nagant couldn't sit still. How did you know? I know the contents of all the cards in this level in advance. Lin Yu knocked on his head and started talking confidently. This is a copy watched by the gods, a banquet hosted by the gods, and each of you, their potential and strength, are both recognized by me. So, if any of you die in the penultimate part of dessert, I will be very sad, because that's too ridiculous. Although Lin Yu's words were extremely ridiculous, because his tone was too natural, no one doubted that he could see the content of the last card. Octopus card did not interrupt Lin Yu either, because Lin Yu was very sure that this octopus actually didn't know what cards there would be. Because Lin Yu had made up his mind from the middle, he would directly reject this dessert. Therefore, Lin Yu's perspective on other people's dessert was different from theirs. Through observation, Lin Yu discovered a fact. None of the cards were put in by Octopus card in advance. All the cards were created after the interaction between dessert and the players. So, Octopus card has a great probability and doesn't know what desserts will be in advance. After successfully bluffing Octopus card and other players, everything that followed was more like the script that Lin Yu expected. Li Hua did some mental calculations and came to a conclusion and said, that is to say, after this level is over, there will be at most 4 ropes left on the field. Of course, do you think that the god created this game so that we can play house happily? Lin Yu said bluntly, that's why I will only leave 1 rope for each of you. Although I don't want you to die in the second to last stage, I don't want you to enter the final stage with too much tolerance. So many masters are invited by the gods to attend this fateful banquet. Of course, the drama must be done to the extreme, so that it can be called wonderful and worthy of the name of the Feast of Heaven. The final game between the geniuses and the gods. Of course, if you take a step back, you will fall into the abyss of no return, which is the most satisfactory ending for me. Lin Yu stood up from the chair and pointed to the sky with one hand. Everyone, if you survive after this copy is over, then come find me. I will wait for you above the rainbow at dusk in Jiangxing, on the night when 30 silver coins jingle. What rainbow silver coins are crackling? You scratch your bright hair? Fluoxetine. Can you speak human language? Faced with Yu's questioning, Lin Yu did not speak, but just sat back in his chair. Except for Yu, who asked directly, the others were also thinking about Lin Yu's words thoughtfully. But now is obviously not the best time to think about Lin Yu's riddle. After all, everyone is still in a crisis at this moment. The voice of Octopus Card sounded. Okay, everyone, the dessert session is over. Let's enter the last session of this banquet. As Octopus Card said, the rope sent an upward traction again. Everyone was dragged upward by the rope, and soon, they seemed to have broken through an invisible film. The surrounding scene changed again, and the sweet smell penetrated everyone's nose. They came from the clear, calm, and empty sky of 10,000 meters, and suddenly came to a long banquet table filled with exquisite food. This long table is so huge, like a mountain range. Every soup pot, bowl, and dish on the banquet table is several times the size of the table where Lin Yu and others are sitting. And looking around, this mountain-like banquet table is placed in a magnificent banquet hall. And the most important thing is the giant in a white robe sitting at this table. The giant's head is like a glass wine pot, and his facial features are some simple lines drawn on it. One of its hands is across the dining table of Lin Yu, and others different thin lines are tied to 5 fingers. These lines hang down. They're the ropes on the dining table and behind the chairs of everyone. Octopus Card spoke respectfully to the giant. My lord, this is the guest who came to attend the banquet this time. Through Octopus Card's words and the surrounding scenes, the identity of this giant with a wine pot head is naturally self-evident. He is the god of banquet, wine, and carnival. The host of this banquet, Areal, God. The god looked at the 7 people sitting around the table and spoke. Oh, these are the guests I invited. Very good, Ka. You did a great job. It looks like everyone was well entertained. His voice was friendly and cheerful, like the party master who could bring joy to people. When the players at the table saw this scene, they all held their breath and were so nervous that they couldn't speak. Although this banquet showed its difference from ordinary dungeons from the beginning, but it was still a bit too unexpected for everyone to see the gods directly. Especially, this god of banquets, wine, and carnivals seemed to be hosting the last part of this game in person. As expected, this huge god spoke. You all came here. I think you have been entertained by Ka. The only thing prepared for the guests is after-meal drinks. As the host of this banquet, in this last part, I will personally treat everyone to a drink. As he said, all the players were surprised to find there was an extra glass in their hands for no reason. Lin Yu was shocked. When was it stuffed in? This glass cup seemed to appear naturally in everyone's right hands, which were casually placed in front of their bodies and on their legs before, now all held the cup in front of their chests. Is this the god? Compared to the power of moving mountains and filling the sea, calling the wind and rain, Lin Yu was more shocked and shocked by this moment. After all, this god can actually control his body without him noticing. The other players were also almost shocked. The voice of the god of carnival sounded again. Of course, I think everyone knows that my banquet is not just about enjoying delicious food. There will also be many interesting games. So, this cup of drink is no exception. Ka, come and introduce it to the guests. The god of carnival said happily, and Octopus Ka immediately responded. As you command, my lord. Dear guests, in the last part of this banquet, after-meal drinks, you will taste the special drinks prepared by my lord himself. However, each of your drinks is an incomplete, semi-finished product with flaws and defects. This drink needs you to complete it yourself. Based on the drinks you have completed, my lord will give rewards and punishments respectively. The punishment is still breaking the rope. The number is uncertain. And the reward, is to give you new ropes, the number is also uncertain. After Octopus Card finished speaking, the god of carnival spoke again. That's right, everyone. I am looking forward to you bringing me new flavors and new drinks. Speaking, there was a sound of water in everyone's cup. In a glass, the liquid level rose out of thin air. The color in each person's cup was different. Uncle Carrot looked at the amber liquid in the cup, and before he drank it, he just sniffed it and came to a conclusion. Hey, this is tea. Mosanagan looked at the whitish liquid in the cup. Is this some kind of dairy product? Li Hua frowned. Mine should be coffee. Qian Huan shook the orange liquid with bubbles in the cup. Why is it Fanta? Ji Geng looked at the red liquid in his hand. Mine looks like watermelon juice. Lin Yu looked at the transparent liquid in the cup and sighed. Although it looks like plain water. However, a strong and pungent smell reminded Lin Yu what this thing is. Why is it a high-proof liquor? How much is it? And the capacity of this cup is very large, at least 500 milliliters. Lin Yu hardly drinks, so he thinks that his alcohol tolerance should not be that good. Rather, it is rare for normal people to not get drunk after drinking 500 milliliters of high-proof liquor. Fortunately, this is the last link, but it is still unlucky enough. Lin Yu sighed. But, fortunately, he is not the most unlucky. A Yu over there is holding a whole cup of green liquid in his hand, and his face is also green. What's going on, Octopus Chef and that kettle-headed god over there? Although I do live in Yanjing in reality, am I a second-generation immigrant? My ID card doesn't even start with those 3 noble numbers. I'm always scolded as an outsider in Yanjing, and even if I am, you guys are too stereotypical. A Yu clutched the cup in his hand and said with gritted teeth, why do they drink normal tea and coffee, but they give me a cup of soybean juice when they come to me? After hearing A Yu's gritted words, Lin Yu felt a little more balanced. Although strong liquor is bad, but compared to a full glass of bean juice, it seems acceptable. And the superior god actually responded to A Yu's question. The form of the liquid in the cup is just a carrier. Don't worry, I guarantee you will be satisfied. The god of carnival said, with a proud look on his painted facial features. Even if it's a semi-finished product, it's enough for you to immerse yourself in. So, please take a sip. The god's voice echoed across the banquet table. Although its voice is brisk, it leaves no room for rejection. The players could only raise the cups in their hands and take a sip of the liquid in the cup. Lin Yu is no exception. He took a shallow sip, and the spicy wine burned every inch from the tip of his tongue to his throat. And within this intensity, there is a thick, mellow aroma. It tastes delicious. It is the first time to drink high-strength liquor. In fact, few people are used to the taste. But even Lin Yu, who didn't understand wine at all, could detect the deliciousness in this wine at this moment. And, like all food before, there is something else besides taste. Some indescribable emotion surged into Lin Yu's heart. Dear invited guests, why do people hold and attend banquets? The voice of the god of banquets, wine and revelry rang in everyone's ears. Sometimes it's to eliminate the unforgettable grief. Sometimes it's to celebrate a successful hunt. Sometimes it's to cover up regrets that are difficult to change. Other times I just simply want to be happy. Everyone, no matter why you came, I hope you can enjoy this moment. So, please enjoy this drink. It's called Best Daydream. The words of the gods fell. Then, Lin Yu felt the increasingly intense emotions in his heart. That is the purest happiness and satisfaction. And happiness and satisfaction extends downward and becomes desire. For the first time, Lin Yu saw the manifestation of the desire deep in his heart. In a daze, he seemed to see a vague vision of the future. Like a daydream, it is not very real, but it seems to be close at hand. On the red carpet, countless spotlights were shining, pointed at herself. It seems that I am the center and focus of the world. He walked calmly through this flashing road and arrived at the venue. The movie starring himself is playing on the big screen. It does not seem to be a very mainstream commercial film, but its acting skills have exceeded the shackles of the film's subject matter, making audiences around the world and even the professional film critics sitting in the audience crazy about it. Countless faces with superb acting skills flashed across the screen, and they were just their own foils. Everyone is his own green leaf. There is no doubt that in this ceremony, which represents the highest level of film and television drama works, he also won the highest achievement that an actor can achieve. Not only that, everyone knows his achievement is even more valuable than all those who have achieved this achievement before combined. The shouts of the mountains and the tsunami are chanting his name, and the audience at this moment is even more devout than the believers. Lin Yu stood up from his chair and faced the spotlight again and walked to the stage, walking towards the honor that belonged to him. There was a heavy trophy waiting for him on that stage, like a throne waiting for a king to ascend the throne. However, Lin Yu suddenly stopped in front of the stage. So, main course is the past, and after-dinner drinks is the future? He raised his hand. Although it was a bit out of place, Lin Yu looked down at his hand and found an extra wine glass. This is definitely not what I, as an actor, should be holding at an awards ceremony for a movie star. It really makes people fall in without even realizing it, Lin Yu muttered. At this moment, he also understood that in addition to having the advantage of 2 ropes, those who eat the main course, more importantly, experience this illusion earlier than others. Although I had a similar experience during the appetizer session, it was a sad memory after all, and it was a bit different in nature. Of course, the real reason that made Lin Yu break away so quickly was, why did you omit the most beautiful part from me? He looked at the big screen with some dissatisfaction, even resentment. Whether this is a fantasy or the future, what the hell are you jumping straight to the awards ceremony? Why not let yourself experience the process of acting in a film that can win a global Best Actor? What a top-notch crew and script. There are so many top actors playing with me. And not only did he catch it, but he also overpowered them. How well does this work? It's not just about showing off. What was the level of your acting skills at that time? Why not give this part a try? He wants to act. He wants to act now. How could this god think that what he likes is the moment of gaining honor? No wonder this drink has flaws. It is called Best Daydream, but in fact it is not best at all. It even makes me feel uncomfortable. In the drama club, he didn't even like taking photos with the fans and audiences who came here. Lin Yu enjoys the attention of others, but that is only when he is on stage and performing. But how to improve it? He was able to act in this daydream, like hallucination, and he was not like the previous 2 times where he could only be a bystander or lose touch with reality the moment he wake up. On the contrary, after Lin Yu woke up, the surrounding scene became much clearer. Men and women in formal attire, a huge stage with gorgeous decorations and flashing spotlights. Lin Yuning could guess the illusion caused by the drink in the cup. On the contrary, my actions in this illusion may be able to replenish the drink in the cup. However, even if I can move, it's impossible for Lin Yu to actually perform. He doesn't have the ability to overthrow the entire scene and start over. But soon, the answer emerged in Lin Yu's mind. He walked up to the stage with a glass of white wine, and the host beside him spoke excitedly. Let's invite the new Best Actor Lin Yu to accept the award and speak. Lin Yu nodded to the host with a charming smile, picked up the golden trophy from the award-giving guest, and walked to the microphone. Boom buzz. Lin Yu hit the microphone hard, and the speaker sounded a buzzer that silenced the entire audience. Looking at the silent venue, Lin Yu nodded with satisfaction. Then, he leaned down in front of the microphone and spoke loudly. You are a bunch of academic idiots who have never acted before, hypocrites who praise political correctness just because they smell it, aesthetic hegemonists who are divorced from popular aesthetics and reality, and who treat dramas and movies as blasphemous performances of politics and capital games. Speculators, mediocre colleagues who have succumbed to capital and vulgarity. The media who follow everyone else's opinions and only chase hot topics. The poor audience who have been domesticated into a fixed aesthetic, the sad honor awarded by your ridiculous recognition. I don't need it. As he spoke, he dropped the trophy heavily to the ground. Snapped. The trophy fell to pieces. You have no right to crown me. For Lin Yu, What is more satisfying than winning the Best Actor award and going on stage to receive the award? Of course, it is to refuse the award, if you can't act. Or this scene is more in line with the daydream seen in Lin Yu's mind. This is what he has always wanted to do. And the moment the trophy was broken, this illusion also stagnated. After being scolded by Lin Yu, the stunned and horrified expressions of the host and guests on the stage, the authorities and celebrities in the audience also froze. The only one who can still move is Lin Yu. And the god of banquet, wine, and carnival appeared beside Lin Yu. I see. The man with a wine pot head wore a white robe that dragged on the ground, holding a carved golden cup in his left hand and a Killick's pottery cup in his right hand, and looked around staggeringly. At this moment, he turned into a body of the same size as an ordinary person, even half a head shorter than Lin Yu. The god of carnival looked at the scene around Lin Yu and was amazed. It's amazing. What's better than the honor of being admired by thousands of people is the feeling of trampling on the false reputation that others are flocking to. I never thought of this possibility before. The god said with praise. I want to give you full marks I want to give you full marks. The god of carnival said excitedly. Lin Yu looked at the god of carnival who suddenly appeared, but he was relatively calm. I just follow my inner desire. The god of carnival heard Lin Yu's words, and the facial features on the wine pot that seemed to be painted on changed into a passionate look. This is your most valuable quality. This degree of paranoid and sincerity, this wonderful and unconscious arrogance and agility. You are even the first one to complete it. Ka has already told me that neither the cup of morning wine of Kirishima Manor, nor the blood of the victor is always sweet, that he was proud of when we first met, could have any effect on you. You are worthy of being the seventh uninvited guest at this banquet. I will continue to pay attention to you in the future. If you can become my dependent and my agent, I think you will definitely bring the most interesting banquet and the most joy. The god of carnival took a step closer. So, this guest, are you interested in this? Before Lin Yu answered, the god of carnival suddenly raised a finger. Wait. Don't rush to respond to me. Let's go through the process of the banquet first. As he said, the god of carnival snapped his fingers crisply. The stagnant and solidified illusion collapsed, and Lin Yu returned to his chair. The voice of the god of banquet sounded from above, adding arrogance to honor, excellent creativity, perfect fit. I will give you a reward of 5 ropes. 5 ropes dropped down and landed in front of Lin Yu. The transparent liquor in Lin Yu's hand jingled, and a few sharp ice cubes appeared. He raised his glass to the god, and then drank the liquor in the glass. The cold ice cubes made the taste of this strong liquor sharper, reduced the burning sensation, and made the mellow fragrance more layered. In addition to the mouth, some light and slightly tipsy feelings also appeared. Lin Yu exhaled a trace of strong alcohol, although it is unclear why. But the experience brought by this drink really made him feel that it was most appropriate to describe it as arrogance. He took the opportunity to observe other players. Everyone held their own cups. Their eyes were blank, as if they were immersed in a beautiful fantasy. Obviously, just as the god of banquet said, Lin Yu was the first to finish and wake up. Moreover, judging from the progress, he is still far ahead. It seems that although I cannot compare with these real veteran players and masters in many aspects, and they're also geniuses far better than me, but I am not completely useless compared to them. Lin Yu murmured with emotion in his heart. While Lin Yu was sighing, the god in the air looked at Lin Yu strangely. His strange expression seemed to say, how did this person think of adding arrogance to the drink just now? Best daydream is the projection of everyone's heart. If you want to complete this drink, you also need to use the most real and strongest emotion in your heart to complete it. And the reaction of the guest in front of you now is simply too humble, right? But the god of carnival, as his name suggests, will not be too entangled in these issues. And another player woke up on the field. Lin Yu looked at Ayu sitting across the table. She exhaled, looking very relaxed. It was so fun. The voice of the god sounded again in the sky. Adding killing to victory, not a bad idea. I'll give you 2 ropes as a reward. The 2 ropes fell in front of Ayu. Just by listening to the words of the god of carnival, Lin Yu roughly knew what Ayu dreamed about and what she did. This little girl must have had a fight with someone in her dream and then killed everyone who fought with her. The color of the soy milk in her hand changed slightly, and the color became deeper. Ayu picked up the cup of bean juice in her hand and drank it all in one gulp, then showed a question with a grin. This taste is still strong, but I feel that after adding this salty taste to neutralize it, it is surprisingly okay, Ayu said, and then noticed another person who was obviously awake on the field. Hey, Sister Dingzi, you're the fastest again. The best daydream just now must have really made Ayu happy, and this little girl seemed to be in a very good mood. In the middle, she called Lin Yu's name, and it had all changed to fluoxetine. Now she returned to the original nickname, Sister Dingzi, which also indirectly reflected some of Ayu's mood changes. Yes, I am the fastest again, Lin Yu said with a smile. Ayu blinked and said with emotion, as expected of a member of the Psychology Society, you are really strong in adapting to mental attacks. But then again, what are the 5 ropes in front of you? Isn't it your reward? Lin Yu did not deny, of course. So amazing? How did you do it? Ayu asked subconsciously. Lin Yu looked at her, tilted his head slightly and smiled. This is a secret, Ayu. Ayu did not delve into it, just shrugged. Okay, it's this weird look again. The previous riddle was also so complicated that I couldn't understand it at all. But Ayu's attention was soon attracted by another person. Hey, the gambler is out too. Beside Lin Yu, Li Hua also woke up. After Li Hua woke up, the god's voice sounded again. Added leisure to calm, it barely makes sense. I'll reward you with a rope. Then, other people woke up one after another. The gods' voices sounded one after another. Among them, Qinhuan, Zhiging, and Ayu received 2 ropes. Mozanagant is the same route as Li Hua. Uncle Carrot showed his good luck again and got 3 ropes. After everyone drinks all the drinks in their glasses, the god of carnival spoke again. Okay, dear guests, this banquet is over. I will see you off later, and I will give you corresponding souvenirs. The value of the souvenir depends on the number of ropes you have. After the god of carnival finished speaking, most people looked relieved. It is finally over, Uncle Carrot said with lingering fear. Zhigung also nodded. Yes. There is no doubt that even for these masters, the copy in front of me is already extremely dangerous. In fact, it is very likely that because of their own strength and rich experience, they have not encountered a life hanging by a thread copy for a long time. But this time, they really almost died. In the moment just now, they almost fell into the abyss of eternal destruction. So, when the god himself declares that this game is over and is about to end, they even have a sense of inauthenticity. Is this the end? This question inevitably arises in everyone's mind. But, in any case, it is a good thing that this embarrassing and dangerous dungeon ends here. Of course, everyone here knows it very well. In addition to the fact that this dungeon itself involves gods and is very difficult, there's another reason why everyone is so embarrassed. Fluoxetine. Li Hua looked at the girl sitting next to him, holding her chin with one hand, and called out her name. The gambler looked very serious. After I get out, I will definitely go to Jiangchang to find you. I hope you won't break the appointment. Lin Yu looked at Li Hua's serious look and smiled like a flower. Then I have to look forward to it. And after Lin Yu and Li Hua finished talking, Shua, in just a few seconds, Lin Yu was the only player on the field. At this time, the voice of the gods sounded again. So, how do you think about what happened just now? The new chair slowly fell down, and sitting on it was the trumpet god of carnival who was cutting steak with a knife and fork. He put a piece of steak into his mouth and looked at Lin Yu. I left you on purpose until last. No one will interrupt our conversation now. Lin Yu looked at the god of carnival, touched his chin, and asked, I'm thinking about it, and I have a few questions to ask you, okay? Of course, the god of carnival said, forking up half a potato. However, I may not be able to answer you about matters other than the banquet. After all, I'm not a god of wisdom. You have 8 ropes now, and I allow you to ask me 2 questions. Lin Yu nodded. 2 questions, that's enough. The questions I asked are also related to the banquet, and even related to this banquet. The first question, I want to know what the octopus would have brought out to me if I had chosen to eat dessert just now. The god of carnival looked at Octopus Ka, who was washing dishes in the sink. Ka, is the guest asking you something? Hearing what Lin Yu said, Ka quickly raised his head. Oh well, I'm going to make a dessert called narrative trickery, which looks like a quill pen. After hearing Ka's words, Lin Yu couldn't help but sigh for his wise move in refusing the dessert just now. Fortunately, he didn't ask for it. Otherwise, when this narrative trick is served on the table, Lin Yu really doesn't know how to wash himself. Certainly, now that there was no one around, Lin Yu could ask. After all, this is equivalent to knowing the approximate appearance of one of your second-level props in advance, which is not without some benefits. By the way, I can confirm this. Sure enough, the disguise of mask cannot be hidden from the gods and their agents. Lin Yu sighed and said, the god of carnival intervened at the right time. No, Ka, or even me, can't see through the things on your face that have changed your appearance. Even in the daydream just now, I couldn't see your true face clearly. Until now, I can only vaguely see your identity. Someone equal to me has obscured your information. I can only analyze it from your performance at the banquet and the content of your dream. The career is probably related to acting, the god of carnival said, and Lin Yu looked at him in surprise. This god didn't seem to be lying. It is better to say that gods like the god of change who are keen on deceiving mortals should be a minority among the minority. Moreover, Lin Yu also clearly knew who was helping him cover up. The crow mark on his wrist has already explained everything. So, Lin Yu chose to believe what the god of carnival said. You guessed right, whether it is the profession or the content of God. So, my second question is, what do you mean when you say, I am an uninvited guest? The god of carnival put down the knife and fork in his hand and wiped the mouth on the surface of the pot with a napkin. Because the other 6 people came to the banquet after receiving my invitation, this is different from other games they participated in. What they saw is probably like this. The god of carnival waved his hand, and a line of creeping blood words appeared. There's a special copy waiting for you to join. Do you accept the invitation? This dungeon was originally a preliminary assessment for me to select an agent. The 6 of them are players I have watched and have certain potential. Compared with them, your status is still slightly lower, so you can't understand. This banquet is actually very helpful for their next step. When you have experienced the same number of level-ups as them, you will understand. Of course, these are off-topic. Let's get back to you. In addition to inviting the 6 people I chose myself, I also reserved a random quota for fate to choose. And what I didn't expect, but didn't surprise me, the guest brought by fate is indeed the most suitable. Although you have not been in this game for a long time, I believe you are the most suitable human agent for me, the god of carnival said with a firm voice. Lin Yu looked at him and smiled. Thank you for your kindness. I have finished my questions. What is your decision? The god of carnival asked eagerly. Lin Yu smiled even more and gave his answer. My decision is, congratulations on passing the game, Feast in the Sky. The reward for this game are being settled for you. You have received the basic reward, 7 days of survival time. Due to your performance in this game, you have been evaluated as mastering the overall situation and received an additional reward. Additional reward. Get a random, non-exclusive prop reward. Get non-exclusive prop reward, reusable delicious paper. In this game, you have received a reward voucher and are exchanging the reward voucher for an additional reward. Additional reward. Get 2 prop rewards. Prop Feast Pendant bound. Prop Blissful Immortal Pot bound. In this game, you have been favored by the gods and received special props given by the gods. Prop Portable Little Chef Apprentice bound. Opening his eyes in the settlement space, Lin Yu did not rush to check his rewards, but looked around. Looking at the players who were checking their harvested items, Lin Yu could tell from their expressions that the god of the banquet was definitely very generous. Even Li Hua and Mozen Nagant, who had 2 ropes, seemed to be quite satisfied with what they got. However, Lin Yu himself did not look at the rewards in the settlement space. and he did not intend to let others see it. Lin Yu did not intend to waste the last bit of time. He clapped his hands, and the crisp sound attracted everyone's attention. Hey, hey, ha! Everyone's eyes fell on Lin Yu. He smiled and spoke again. Everyone, the invitation of the god has been completed, but don't forget my invitation. No matter how many people you want to kill me or bring, I will come to the appointment alone. Everyone remember the riddle about the time and place. Then everyone goodbye. Lin Yu finished the last line in time, not giving anyone a chance to react. As soon as the voice fell, the time of settlement space just ended. This is also a necessary basic skill for an actor to control the length of the lines. And after opening his eyes, the problem that troubled Lin Yu before jumping down was suddenly solved. He opened his eyes and found that he was back on the rooftop, standing on the edge of the high place. Oh, it turns out that this game really has a rewind function. Lin Yu sighed and turned back from the rooftop. The time was still just after midnight. He removed the mask effect, strolled back from the fire escape, and locked the door again. After that, Lin Yu checked the props rewards he received. It must be said that the god of carnival, as the god in charge of the banquet, is indeed hospitable and generous. It is much stronger than a certain crow. Apart from anything else, the copy designed by the god himself, Fatal Questions and Answers, does not even have an additional reward assessment. Lin Yu was very sure that his current performance in the dungeon at that time was definitely enough to control the overall situation. He didn't get the reward. It was purely because the crow took a kickback. Although prophecy teeth and deceitful tongue are quite useful. But those two were obtained by Lin Yu after he had to decipher the lies and set up the game himself. Unlike this lore of the banquet, the props were given away. In the end, there was even a reason for giving props, such as God's favor. Thinking of this, Lin Yu couldn't help but glance at the crow mark on his wrist. You are also very optimistic about me. Why don't you take any practical action? I tell you, it's still time to give me 10 or 8 powerful props now. After Lin Yu finished speaking, the mark was calm. He shrugged, not very disappointed, and began to count the gains of this game. Reusable delicious paper. Delicious paper props that can be used in every copy. Just hold it in your hand and pray to use it. After using it, you will randomly get food that falls from the sky with a random value of 1 to 57 pieces of delicious paper. The higher the value of the food, the lower the probability of its appearance. After using delicious paper, Lin Yu already knew the usefulness of this thing. Although he already had chat supplies in his hand, it was really not delicious. Clear water biscuits can only be called life-sustaining meals. The food exchanged for delicious paper, even if there's only one piece, is at least hot and delicious. What's more, the upper limit of this is 57 pieces. Of course, this does not mean that chat supplies is useless. When you can also use it to feed teammates. What's more, chat supplies also has the hidden function of detecting other people's fear. However, reusable delicious paper is just the most common reward this time. The next is the highlight. Feast pendant. The holder's appetite will increase significantly, and they can obtain random buffs by eating. If the food already has buffs, the buffs can be upgraded after eating. Blissful Immortal Pot. The holder can temporarily suspend the buffs they have obtained and convert them into immortal brew and store them in the pot. After drinking the immortal brew, they can regain the suspended buffs. There can be up to 3 types of immortal brew in the pot at the same time. These 2 items are so useful to Lin Yu. He finally got a way to enhance his frontal combat power besides fraud. He can get gains by eating and store the gains. Combined with Tiangong's 2 hammers, the syringe that can be used after fake changes as well as the terror torch and must-hit revolver, I should still have some combat power now, right? Lin Yu pondered. If he faces first-level players like Tiangong and Red Fuji again, he may be able to easily solve them without any fraud or sneak attacks. Of course, Lin Yu, who just came back from the feast in the sky, dare not be too arrogant. After all, he has seen the combat power of high-end players. Just I use Demon Penetration Holy Power is enough to make Lin Yu feel insignificant. So, even though he got a very useful set of props, Lin Yu was not arrogant. He honestly checked the last reward, the one he got because of God's favor. A small chef apprentice who was on hand. What a strange name. What is it? Lin Yu's mind moved, and then the last item appeared. Pa! A wet sound sounded. A pink octopus the size of a palm, wearing a white chef's uniform, landed in Lin Yu's palm. It waved a mini spatula the size of chopsticks, looking very excited. Quack! It's a human world. I'm here. Quack! Are you the future agent that my lord asked me to serve? Pocket little chef apprentice. What does it do, you ask me? Why don't you ask it yourself? Standing in the stairwell of the hotel, Lin Yu took his eyes away from the prop's introduction and looked back at the little octopus in front of him. This is a summoned item type item, Lin Yu secretly thought, feeling quite surprised. Although I had long known that the god of banquets was generous, I didn't expect him to be so generous. Summoned objects are props with autonomous consciousness and life, which are relatively rare in the entire death game. Having one will greatly ease the difficulty of the copy. After all, once this prop is bound, the bound life will not betray the bound player. In other words, this is equivalent to having an absolutely loyal teammate. In particular, the little octopus in front of him not only spoke human words, but also had clear and complete words. He should have a very high level of intelligence. What's more, most of these living summon props have multiple abilities and effects. In other words, this kind of prop can be used as a substitute for several other props. The little octopus in front of me has a distinguished background. He was personally sent by the god of banquets. He must have 2 brushes. Lin Yu looked at it and couldn't help but think of the octopus card that hosted the previous copy. Lin Yu was suddenly full of expectations for this little octopus. Hello. What is your relationship with Ka? Do you have any abilities? Lifting the little octopus in his palm flat in front of him, Lin Yu asked softly. The little octopus was very happy to hear Lin Yu's words. Hey. Hello, future agent. The relationship between Ka and me is that of master and apprentice. At the same time, judging from a blood relationship, he is also my 6th uncle. I learned cooking and combat skills from Uncle Ka, so I'm also involved in these 2 areas. Depending on the raw materials I can find, I can currently make 3 different basic dishes. Cooking barbecue. The effect is to slowly restore physical strength and energy after consumption. Cooking salad. The effect is to temporarily enhance your mental power and shorten the cooling time of your props and skills. Cooking chowder. The effect is to relieve or cure injuries and abnormal conditions. I can look for ingredients myself, but if the future agent provides me with high-quality ingredients, then I might have a chance of making an advanced version of delicious food. Each cooking session takes about 15 minutes. However, because I'm still an apprentice, I have to sleep for about 8 hours after each cooking session, said the little pink octopus proudly. Lin Yu couldn't help but was speechless when he heard what the pink little octopus said. So strong. The god of banquets really gave us a set of props with strong linkage. This pink little octopus alone is equivalent to giving Lin Yu 3 more opportunities to obtain consumables every day. Coupled with Carnival Pendant and Bliss Immortal Pot, the effects of these foods can be maximized. And this is just your ability in cooking, right? What about your ability in combat? Lin Yu asked eagerly. Being asked like this by Lin Yu, the little octopus felt a little embarrassed. Gah, actually, I'm not very good at combat. Uncle Ka said that my frontal combat effectiveness is too weak, so he mostly taught me some stealth skills. You are more suitable to be a top assassin than a warrior who can defeat the enemy. This is Uncle Ka's evaluation of me, so I only have 2 combat-related skills. Stealth camouflage. I can change my body to completely match the color of the environment, achieving an almost invisible effect. With that said, the little octopus demonstrated. Her originally pink skin gradually changed color and finally almost blended into Lin Yu's palm. Even if Lin Yu observed it carefully, he could hardly see any flaws. Only when the little octopus moves on its own, a very subtle outline can be seen. As long as the lighting conditions are poor or the distance is far away, I am afraid no one can see it at all. After being praised by Lin Yu, The little octopus returned to his original appearance with some embarrassment. Guabaha, it's just so-so. This is actually just an extension of our racial talent. My second skill is even more powerful. This is a unique skill I developed myself. Phantom ink. As he spoke, the pink little octopus puffed up its mouth and sprayed out a stream of colorful ink. The ink evaporated in the air and turned into a larger red octopus. Lin Yu recognized the appearance of the red octopus, which was the octopus card he had seen before. Apparently, the ink sprayed out by the pink octopus transformed into a card. What was even more unexpected to Lin Yu was this phantom octopus card can actually move and speak. It waved the spatula and made a sound. You have to be 100% attentive to your food. You have to make sure that the dishes you make can satisfy your guests 100%. The timbre of the voice is the same as Ka's, but the content of the lines doesn't sound like what Ka would say. It's a bit too deliberate. But anyway, it's really powerful. This skill will definitely come in handy. Lin Yu gave a thumbs up to the pink little octopus hiding behind the illusion. Quack! Thank you, future agent. The pink little octopus said happily, dispersing the illusion formed by the ink. Lin Yu touched the little octopus's head. Don't be so polite, just call me from now on. Well, you can call me director at ordinary times, but after I change into different appearances, sometimes you may need to change your name as well. The little octopus nodded as if he understood. Understand, future agent, no director. It raised a small tentacle to Lin Yu and saluted. Lin Yu nodded. Oh, by the way, you already know how to call me, but I don't know how to call you yet. Since Ka has a name, you should have a name too. The pink little octopus nodded repeatedly. Yes, my name is Director. You can call me Ba or Baba. It answered seriously. But this sincere answer broke Lin Yu's defense. Well, your name is great, but I suddenly remembered. Director is actually my code name, so I should call you by your code name. I'll call you Hannah. Hearing Lin Yu's words, the pink octopus didn't think there was anything wrong. It just cheered and jumped for joy. Wow, code name. I'm Hannah. It feels so cool. You are worthy of being the director. After completing negotiations with the little octopus Hannah, Lin Yu took it out of the stairs and returned to the hotel. Hannah obediently lay on Lin Yu's right shoulder, using concealment disguise to adjust herself so that she almost blended into Lin Yu's clothes. Gua, the human world is really lively, Mr. Director. Hannah lay on Lin Yu's shoulder and couldn't help but sigh. Hannah, who is currently in the concealed disguise state, is using the soul connection between it and Lin Yu to communicate. Therefore, only Lin Yu could hear these words. Lin Yu looked at the surrounding scene. At this moment, he was in the executive lounge on the top floor of Shengjiang building. The light sign printed with Wake's Lounge glowed dimly. There were 7 or 8 guests sitting sporadically in front of the huge wine cabinet and the long wooden bar. The sofa booths by the window were not full either. There were only 2 tables. This can't be called lively by any means. Lin Yu was also communicating with Hannah through soul communication. But there are so many people sitting together drinking without a party. Hannah looked around excitedly. It's incredible. Lin Yu touched his chin. It seems that where Hannah lives, over there, she rarely sees people. Originally, Lin Yu planned to take the elevator directly back to the hotel room. But when Hannah interrupted him, he changed his mind. He walked to the bar in the lounge, pulled out a chair, and sat down. Have a non-alcoholic lemon twist, and then order the Iberico ham sashimi. Lin Yu said to the bartender behind the bar. The bartender nodded slightly, and his tone was extremely polite. Okay, sir, please wait a moment. With that said, the bartender turned around and started getting busy. Gah, this is the bartender in the human world. Hannah lay on Lin Yu's shoulder and whispered softly. This is why Lin Yu temporarily changed his mind. On the one hand, he originally planned to test the effects of Carnival Pendant and Bliss Immortal Pot. Immediately, and this executive lounge was just the place to eat and drink. On the other hand, let Hannah see more about how food in the human world is made, and maybe there will be some unexpected gains. After all, Hannah's description in item name contains the word apprentice. Maybe we can learn and evolve again. But it's a pity that although Hannah enjoyed watching it this time, she didn't learn any new skills. Of course, Lin Yu didn't plan to achieve success overnight. Soon, a stack of ham sliced into almost transparent slices, beautifully presented, and a glass of lemon-flavored special drink. Lin Yu rolled up a piece of ham with a fork and stuffed it into his mouth, then took another sip of the drink. Delicious, though, but I just came back from a dinner hosted by the god in charge of the banquet, and I felt somewhat like, except Wushan is not a cloud. It's just that the ordinary one is a bit delicious. And after Lin Yu slowly tasted the food in front of him, there is no gain. It seems that the probability of Carnival Pendant getting random gains from eating ordinary food is not high. Lin Yu muttered, took out the white jade pendant with a sheep body and a human face from his arms, played with it, and spoke with some pity. Then he wiped his mouth with a tissue. Hey, director, this food is not as delicious as the one I made. Little Octopus Hannah said confidently. It's really ordinary, but let's eat some more. Although the consumption level here is very high, Lin Yu is not sure of money now. Even though you are here, you have to get some buffs before you leave. Therefore, Lin Yu ordered a new grapefruit-flavored drink and a honey-roasted cashew nut. But after it was served this time, Lin Yu slowly ate it all. He also finally got a buff. Dance Mastery. Your body coordination increases by 50%. At the same time, you can temporarily enhance your own charm while dancing. Remaining duration, 1 hour, 59 minutes, and 59 seconds. Lin Yu looked at this gain and touched his chin. Well, it's better than nothing. Although Lin Yu does not need the ability to increase charm when dancing, improving body coordination is still quite useful. Therefore, Lin Yu took out the Bliss Immortal Pot from his arms. It was a small copper flask, very exquisite in style, with beautiful curly dark cloud patterns carved on the surface. Lin Yu opened the lid of the pot and activated the ability of Bliss Immortal Pot. Moment, he still has nearly 2 hours of dance mastery, countdown paused. Then, the invisible benefit that was originally blessed on him seemed to be stripped out of Lin Yu's body by some mysterious force. Although others could not see it, Lin Yu could see some pale white light flying out of his body and slowly converging into a winding stream in the air. That is Fairy Brew, transformed from the buff of Dance Mastery. The pale white trickle of Immortal Brew slowly flew into the Bliss Immortal Pot. After the last drop fell into the pot, the lid of the wine pot closed automatically. After Lin Yu looked at the Bliss Immortal Pot, again, in addition to the prop description of the wine pot itself, he could also see one more prop description about the contents inside. Dancing Immortal Brew. After drinking, you can get the Dance Mastery buff that lasts for 1 hour, 59 minutes, and 55 seconds. After putting away the wine pot, Lin Yu prepared to order some new food to see if he could get another buff. However, just as Lin Yu tapped the bell on the table to call the bartender, he found that the bartender behind the bar was changing shifts. The ordinary young male bartender took off his apron and left the bar, replaced by a short young woman. Ding! The crisp bell rang, and the new bartender who had completed the shift raised his head and looked in the direction of Lin Yu. The two people met each other's eyes. Lin Yu's face immediately showed a look of seeing a ghost. It's over, he murmured subconsciously. Hannah was a little surprised. Huh, director? What's wrong? Lin Yu did not answer, but sat up slightly. The new young female bartender behind the bar walked over quickly, showing a completely non-businesslike smile that was a bit overjoyed. Hey, this handsome and young and promising guest. What would you like to order? Would you like me to recommend a few of our signature dishes? I guarantee you will never want to leave after drinking them. Lin Yu looked at the familiar face in front of him, sighed helplessly, and gently held his forehead. Please forgive me, senior sister. The woman standing behind the bar, wearing a bartender's uniform and a ponytail. It was Lin Yu's senior sister, the president of the drama club of Jiangxing Media University, Shun Bingmiao. Late at night, in the hotel's luxurious suite, on the sofa in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, Shun Bingmiao shook her tall red wine glass, sat on the sofa with her legs crossed, and took a gentle sip of the liquid in the red wine glass. This ice Coke is so delicious. Shun Bingmiao sighed, and then looked at Lin Yu sitting on the armrest of the sofa. So, my dear ace, didn't you almost get selected as a poor student to receive a scholarship last semester? Why did you come to a place like this to buy such an expensive suite and order in the executive lounge now? Facing Shun Bingmiao's inquiry, Lin Yu broke into a cold sweat while sitting on the sofa. After being a fraudster for so long and having very strong acting skills, Lin Yu was confident that he could hide it even if it was his sister Lin Zhao who appeared in this hotel. Only Shun Bingmiao. Lin Yu felt extremely unsure of himself, because Shun Bingmiao is too familiar with Lin Yu's acting skills and industry. If she wanted to perform an impromptu performance in front of the president that could deceive her, Lin Yu would rather deceive the gods again. And most importantly, Shun Bingmiao's curiosity was too strong. Whenever you make something up, even if the other party can't ask anything from you, I'm afraid she will use her own methods to investigate. Can I not answer? Lin Yu looked at Shun Bingmiao and asked sincerely. Of course not. I came here in a different shift with my colleague. Shun Bingmiao rolled her eyes as the pillar of our drama club and my dearest junior. You suddenly obtained a huge amount of property from unknown sources. I feel it's necessary for me to get to the bottom of it to prevent you from going astray. Speaking of this, Shun Bingmiao paused. Of course, looking at the way you spend your money, I feel that you must have gone astray for a while. Now I should only be able to make amends and advise you to return from your lost ways. Shun Bingmiao's expression was very serious. Lin Yu raised his hands. President, please don't tell me that I am committing a crime. Shun Bingmiao said, what about immoral things? This luxurious suite. Are you really showing off your appearance? Those who use sex to do things to others will love chi when sex is gone, my dear ace. Lin Yu is even more helpless. What's going on here, senior sister? Why do you always think of me in this way? I just recently made a little fortune through investment and enjoy life. At this point in the conversation, Lin Yu quickly made a statement that was difficult for Shun Bingmiao to verify. Then, before Shun Bingmiao thought deeply about his words, Lin Yu quickly turned the topic to Shun Bingmiao. Then again, senior, why are you here? It's still school time today, right? Why do you work in such a high-end place? Shun Bingmiao drank the Coke in the red wine glass in one gulp. Of course it's to earn money for club activities. You're just a street kid. Do you know that our annual budget is only 5,000 yuan, boss? Then when you arrange the stage, you will say that it would be better if the props were more realistic. Wow, the props cost money. If I don't work in a high-end place like this, how can I afford you 3 plays a semester? Shun Bingmiao said angrily, then softened her tone. Of course, don't blame yourself too much. After all, I am quite interested in bartending. Looking at Shun Bingmiao's appearance, Lin Yu held his chin with one hand and nodded slightly. I see, that's weird. He sighed. President, although you are excellent as a screenwriter, stage manager, film critic, agent, and even a theater owner, your own acting skills are really only at the level of a functional supporting role in an evening TV series. Do you think your poor acting skills and lame excuses can hide your guilty conscience in front of me? Lin Yu looked at Shun Bingmiao and said calmly, So, what exactly are you here for? Shun Bingmiao pursed her lips when Lin Yu asked him in turn. She looked out the window. Then let's each take a step back, Shun Bingmiao said in an exaggerated tone. Let's give each other some space. Of course I agree, but don't make yourself look like a sentimental supporting character trying to tease passers-by, okay? Lin Yu said helplessly. I'm so grateful that you understand. Shun Bingmiao stood up and put the glass aside. And if you really made money through formal channels, I'm also very happy for you. Your sister will be proud of you too. Lin Yu was stunned for a moment when he heard Shun Bingmiao mention Lin Zhao, and then nodded slowly. I understand, President. Okay, see you at school tomorrow. Shun Bingmiao said, stood up and walked towards the door. Lin Yu watched Shun Bingmiao leave and breathed a sigh of relief. Finally got through it. From a selfish point of view, Lin Yu actually did not want Shun Bingmiao to be involved in matters related to his game of death. After all, with the curiosity and mobility of the President Shun Bingmiao, she could easily get herself killed. especially after knowing that the psychological society would evaluate ordinary people and kill them. Lin Yu even wanted to deliberately avoid letting Shun Bingmiao come into contact with him, so as not to fall into the sight of the psychological society. After all, Shun Bingmiao is the guy Lin Yu has ever seen who best fits the two terms genius and madman at the same time. Of course, Lin Yu did not doubt whether Senior Shun Bingmiao was already a player. But since the end of the first dungeon, Lin Yu had already tried it. He tried to talk to Senior Shun Bingmiao about the death game, or had the idea of telling Shun Bingmiao about his experience, but it was impossible. This meets the characteristics of non-player. Therefore, Lin Yu can judge from this that his senior is not a player and has not participated in the desperate death game. And just as Lin Yu was thinking about this, Hannah, the little octopus on his shoulder who had been silent for a long time, finally communicated with Lin Yu in her soul. Huh, she's finally gone. Director, this woman gives me a terrible feeling. She's like, hearing Hannah's voice, Lin Yu was about to smile and comfort the little octopus with a few words like, Senior sister won't eat people. But Shun Bingmiao at the door suddenly stopped. She turned around suddenly, looked at Lin Yu, and spoke with a smile. My dear junior Lin Yu. I suddenly thought of a possibility. Shun Bingmiao quickly returned to the room and walked in front of Lin Yu. Then, Shun Bingmiao's red lips opened slightly. Are you a player of the death game? Are you a player of the game of death? Shun Bingmiao's words were like ice cubes suddenly placed on the back of his neck, making Lin Yu couldn't help but tremble. Is she a player? No. I've tried it before, and I obviously couldn't talk about those things with Shun Bingmiao before. Did Senior Sister become a player recently? When yesterday? The day before yesterday? Last week? 2 weeks ago? Did the Psychological Society do it? That's not right. I even had the idea of testing the president again a few minutes ago. But until Shun Bingmiao spoke, he still couldn't confirm that the other party was the player. Looking at Shun Bingmiao in front of him, Lin Yu's thoughts were extremely confusing. He subconsciously took a step back and leaned his back against the glass of the hotel's floor-to-ceiling window, which made him sober up a little. Senior sister, you win? Lin Yu suppressed the complicated emotions in his heart and asked quietly. About last week, I saw that you were a little absent-minded, so I became a little suspicious. The guys you asked me to help investigate later also made me suspicious. Shun Bingmiao took a step back and sighed. I just can't believe it. You are really a player. Lin Yu looked at Shun Bingmiao's expression of regret, was stunned for a moment, and then shook his head. No, senior sister, you misunderstood. I mean, when did you become a player? Shun Bingmiao chuckled, and her tone suddenly became extremely soft. Oh, do you know that it is very impolite to ask about a girl's age? I didn't ask about your age. Lin Yu said seriously. Shun Bingmiao pursed her lips. The game of death is a game that allows people to regain their lives. If you ask about the time when I became a player, you're asking about my age after my rebirth. Lin Yu was helpless. What nonsense, Mr. President. Just forget it if you don't want to say it. But I'm quite surprised why I couldn't succeed at all when I tried to talk to you about the death game before. So before this, I didn't even think you were a player. Lin Yu said with emotion. Oh, you read the guide on the forum, which teaches you how to identify players, right? Shun Bingmiao suddenly said. Lin Yu nodded. That's right, senior sister. Shun Bingmiao sat down on the bed and stretched his limbs lazily like a cat. Don't believe everything in the forum. The operators of this thing are consciously filtering the content. Some of the things in it are applicable to ordinary players, but for advanced players, this is not the case. After all, the forum's position is not absolutely neutral. It is biased towards ordered. The method you just mentioned to quickly identify players is not applicable to high-level players. Hearing Shun Bingmiao's words, Lin Yu was thoughtful. Do advanced players have a way to evade this simple test of whether they are players? In other words, President, you are an advanced player? In other words, you have at least experienced. Hey, if you try to count the weeks and try to deduce the approximate time when I join the game, I will throw you off the stairs right now. Shun Bingmiao said bluntly. Although Lin Yu knew that his president was joking, seeing that the other party seemed to really care about this matter, he simply stopped worrying about it. After all, the time to join the death game is the moment when everyone dies once. It is normal to have some reluctance to recall. Let's not talk about time, senior sister. What level are you at? Which organization have you joined? When Shin Bingmiao heard Lin Yu ask this, she didn't hide it. I'm a third-level organization. It can be regarded as an order. I am not a formal member and am an outsider, she said lightly. Third level. Lin Yu was a little surprised. Although I knew that Shun Bingmiao might be very strong, I didn't expect that the opponent was actually at level 3. Originally, Lin Yu thought that the senior would only be a more experienced second-level person. In other words, she is even on the same level as the high-end players she met in the last dungeon. And she is actually a member of the Order. Although Shan Bingmiao claims to be an outsider, he is still very powerful. Being able to even become an informal member of the Order may be more valuable than a formal member. However, Lin Yu also thought it was reasonable. With Shun Bingmiao's talent and mobility, he is certainly no ordinary person in the game of death. So, what is the way for high-level players to avoid the conversation of determining whether they are a player? As Lin Yu spoke, Shun Bingmiao spoke vaguely. This involves the issue of upgrading. To be honest, I agree with the forum's approach. It is not a good thing for new players to be exposed to too much information about leveling up and advanced players. When Shun Bingmiao said this, she changed the topic again. However, you are my junior disciple who knows everything, so it doesn't hurt to reveal a little bit to you. The question you just asked involves the nature of upgrading. Lin Yu was a little surprised when he heard Shun Bingmiao's statement. The essence. Yes. How many dungeons have you experienced? Have you upgraded? Lin Yu was troubled by Shun Bingmiao's question. He was struggling over whether to lie to the president about the number of dungeons or whether he had upgraded. However, considering that the identity of Lin Yu should be a new soldier who has experienced 4 dungeons in the eyes of many people, Lin Yu decided to keep the character consistent. I have experienced 4 dungeons and have not upgraded yet. As he said this, Shun Bingmiao nodded. No wonder you are so bad. You are really a novice. Seriously, Shun Bingmiao continued. In short, if you go through a few more dungeons, you'll find that when you see the upgrade task of first level, the upgrade task of first level is different from all the dungeon clearance tasks you have experienced. Dungeon clearance tasks are often just how long to survive, what requirements to complete, what truth to investigate, and so on. It rarely allows you to have too strong interaction with the dungeon world you are in. But the upgrade task is different. The first level upgrade task can be seen. That thing will very specifically point to a very important thing in the dungeon. In other words, excluding the situation of actively causing trouble, a player who has cleared more than a dozen or even dozens of dungeons may have little impact on the worlds where those dungeons are located. But as long as you complete an upgrade task dash, it will leave an unprecedented and vivid mark in another world, enough to make that world remember that player thoroughly. Shun Bingmiao paused at this point. This is the essence of upgrade. To be honest, it has something in common with your favorite performance dash. Upgrade is the process of making another world remember you firmly. Okay, Junior, now that we have been open and honest, let's contact you online later. If you encounter any problems in the game, you can also come to me. After all, if I stay in your luxurious suite any longer, I'm sure my colleagues will spread rumors that I'm attracted by some rich young man. Then there will be many people borrowing money from me, and I don't like that. Shun Bingmiao said, patted her butt, and left the room, taking the skincare products and imported snacks given by the hotel in Lin Yu's room. As the door clicked shut, Shun Bingmiao really left this time. Lin Yu was left in the room, who had not yet reacted, quietly thinking about what she had just said. The essence of promotion is the process of letting another world remember you. This is indeed something that is not found in the forum or even in the organization information that you have joined. Lin Yu had not even considered this possibility before. Sure enough, my vision is still too narrow. He couldn't help but fall into reflection. Each of his dungeons was not in line with common sense, and even his way of clearing the level was not in line with common sense, so he was unable to notice this at all. After knowing this, Lin Yu always felt that although the various abnormalities he had experienced were not suddenly clear to him, he had also vaguely felt some connections. The player's potential, the gaze of the gods, plus the nature of advancement. If I go through a few more dungeons, I might be able to find out why I was targeted by the gods and evaluated as S level. Lin Yu felt a lot more relaxed when he thought of this. I met a bunch of masters in the last dungeon, and the remaining tension of dancing on the edge of a knife has been eliminated a lot invisibly. In Lin Yu's view, Senior Shinbing Miao may not be completely trustworthy, but it's still better than a guy I don't know at all. As for a third order master and member of Order who has a good relationship with him and is relatively familiar with him, if he encounters any confusion in the future, he can really try to ask him. Thinking of this, Lin Yu looked at Hannah. This little guy is also a relatively credible person to consult. By the way, Hannah, you just said how do you feel about her? Hannah thought for a while and shook her head. It's nothing, Director. Maybe I saw it wrong. Lin Yu nodded and took out several mobile phones he carried with him. Shinbing Miao hasn't contacted Lin Yu yet. Maybe he went back to shake the wine bottle and can't spare his time. Lin Yu looked at the two mobile phones belonging to Tiangong and Lao Yao. The seeds planted in the last copy have now begun to sprout. In the Predator app, a pinned post appeared in the general discussion area. The poster's ID is her name is highlighted in red, and when clicked on, she has the title of Deputy Minister of Yanjing Headquarters. There is no doubt that this is the yellow-haired girl Lin you met in the last dungeon. The title of the post is very eye-catching and very AU style. Gigi. Come in if you know how to solve puzzles. Clicking on the post, the content was not what Lin Yu expected. Brothers and sisters, help me solve a word riddle. The answer should be a set of time and place. What is over the rainbow at dusk in Jiangsheng? At night, when 30 silver coins jingle mean? I will be grateful if you find the solution. Hurry. The posting time was an hour ago, almost not long after the last copy ended. Because it was posted by AU, a big shot within the Predators, there was already a high degree of discussion. Seeing this post, Lin Yu couldn't help laughing. As expected, I asked for help outside the venue, but I didn't expect you to post so quickly, Miss AU. He murmured. Then, he opened the mobile phone belonging to Lao Yao. There are also related messages appearing in the Zhongontong app, but they are not as obvious as AU's posts. Tycoon made an announcement. I have received news from the Sea City of Order that a group of third-level masters may enter Jiangsheng in the future, which is likely to include members of the Predator, Freedom Alliance, and the Psychological Society. Members Order will also send people to assist us, and we at Zhang and Tang may also need to be prepared. The time and location are temporarily undetermined, and we will wait for further notification. Although there is no concrete evidence, Lin Yu feels that such a piece of news coming from Haicheng at this time cannot be unrelated to the previous copy. It seems that although the Tycoon is not an official member of the Order, he does have a high priority in the Order. I don't know if the outsourcer like the President can do as well in Order as the Tycoon. Lin Yu thought, and put down the two mobile phones. Very good. Everything is going in the expected direction. Although it was an impromptu game after confirming the identities of the participants in the previous dungeon. But it's enough to turn reality upside down. There is no movement yet for Zhu Ming. After all, the only contact person on this phone is the thief, Yen. However, Lin Yu planned to take the initiative. He sent a message to Lin Yan. I've completed my upgrade. Lin Yan quickly replied to Lin Yu. Oh, congratulations. Can you tell me which side you chose next? The two first-level items that a veterinarian can choose are collar and veterinary medicine. The function of the collar is to temporarily transform a non-player creature into his own follower. Creatures that are too powerful and intelligent have a chance of failure, and the follower will not be reborn after death. The function of veterinary medicine is to completely heal a non-player creature and can choose to put it into a crazy state with a cooldown of 24 hours. I chose collar. Lin Yu sent a message to Lin Yan. It's interesting. I like your choice. Lin Yan sent a message. Lin Yu felt that Lin Yin's belief came from a long distance. However, this was not Lin Yu's main purpose. He sent a message to Lin Yin again. By the way, on Yin, I got the news based on my intelligence network. There may be something big happening in Jiangsheng these days, and many masters of the organization are rushing here. Be careful. Lin Yin received the message, and it was rare that he didn't reply immediately. After a long time, Lin Yin replied, "Got it. You're a little more informed than I thought." Lin Yu smiled and put the phone aside. "Very good. The acceleration work here is also completed." Finally, he picked up the phone belonging to Dr. Mei and turned on the phone screen. Lin Yu raised his eyebrows slightly in surprise. This is the only phone that is filled with messages. 99 plus explosive messages from a famous detective. Brother, urgent. Call back as soon as you see it." Lin Yu took a look at the message from Fu Luo. More than 100 messages were sent after midnight. Because Lin Yu kept his mobile phones in silent mode all year round, he did not see these messages. After reading it, Lin Yu was even more emotional. More than 100 messages are all about "Are you there?" and "urgent." Can't you tell me what happened first? Lin Yu expressed great dissatisfaction with Fu Luo's behavior, but he still called Fu Luo back. The phone rang twice and was connected. Hey, Mei." Fu Luo's voice sounded. "Yes, what's the matter?" Lin Yu asked straight to the point. "Brother, I'm about to advance. Can you help me? I bought the team card. The remuneration is negotiable." Fu Luo said sincerely. Lin Yu was a little surprised when he heard Fu Luo's words. He did some mental calculations. When Fu Luo met him, he claimed to have passed 16 dungeons. In other words, next is Fu Luo's 19th copy. It shouldn't be, although there is not much content about second level and the second upgrade trial within the player community. Some basic Lin Yu has learned about it. The time for the second upgrade trial is usually an even number copy, because it is equal to the appearance time of the first order copy. For example, if you complete the first level upgrade in the 7th dungeon, then the second level upgrade will be in the 14th dungeon. Of course, if you fail the first trial, the time of final approval shall prevail. For example, the first upgrade trial appeared in the 7th copy, but was not completed. Then the second first level upgrade trial will appear in the 17th copy. If completed at this time, he will usher in the second level at 17 plus 7, which is the 24th copy. Level up trial. But why was Fu Luo the 19th copy promoted to second level? It's somewhat unscientific. Thinking of this, Lin Yu asked directly, "Why did you upgrade to the second level from an odd-numbered book?" Hearing Lin Yu's words, Fu Luo smiled sheepishly on the other end of the phone. "Brother Mei, this is actually the first level for me. The first level for the second time." Fu Luo said. Lin Yu was silenced by Fu Luo gone. He always thought that this detective had already reached the first level. After all, although he is a coward, he is famous and well-connected, and he actively posts various strategies on the forum every day. In addition, the opponent's performance in investigating Tiangong in the Winter Mountains dungeon and in reality was both good. In addition, Lin Yu thought that he had already reached the first level. In other words, your last first level upgrade mission failed. So now is your second first level upgrade trial? Lin Yu asked, and Fu Luo spoke seriously. "That's right, friend. So for the sake of safety this time, I hope you can team up with me." Lin Yu sighed. "Why are you such a coward?" The accumulation of 19 dungeons. Even if you can't pass the promotion mission, there will be no problem in surviving, right? It seems that there is also a gap between cowards. Although the almond who can join the predator is also a type that can run away and never fight, he has at least passed the first level mission. Thinking of this, Lin Yu suddenly seemed to realize something. Wait a minute. Could it be that you didn't even dare to take a look at the first mission, so you just formed a team and got through it? In the upgrade copy, as long as there is a team, the upgrade task will not be completed. Facing Lin Yu's question, Fu Luo's embarrassed laughter came from the phone. Ha ha ha. It's true, Lin Yu sighed, feeling a little resentful. It's okay to give it away for the first time. There are already 19 copies. I have to give it a try, right? If you don't accumulate experience, even if you get more props next time, you will still be blinded when faced with the upgrade mission, and you might waste another opportunity. What's more, what if it happens this time? Faced with Lin Yu's statement, Fu Luo made a statement that Lin Yu had never imagined. That's it, Brother May. What if I don't plan to advance? Isn't it cost-effective to only buy team props once for every 10 copies without taking any risks? Fu Luo said seriously. Lin Yu was shocked by Fu Luo's statement. Ew, you are really a talent. It has been a while since Lin Yu joined the death game, and he has met many players of all kinds. There's a beautiful woman who looks weak, but is actually scary, a medical student who is obviously infatuated but finally kills her boyfriend with her own hands, and an otaku who looks like a loser but is still alive for some reason. Even in the last dungeon, he got a glimpse of the true faces of many high-end players. But no player could shock Lin Yu so much that he didn't know how to react with just 2 sentences. After a long time, Lin Yu sighed. I can accept it, but I think it's not good for you. As a friend, I wouldn't do that. Lin Yu said sincerely. Although there's no confirmation, I still hope that you can improve your own strength. Otherwise, one day, you will encounter a copy that you cannot cope with by relying on ordinary props that do not belong to you. What's more, players never have to worry about more than just the copy, but also other players. As he spoke, Fu Luo was also deeply touched on the other end of the phone. Maybe what you said makes sense, but I am really afraid. No one is not afraid, Lin Yu said firmly. I was also very scared when I faced my upgrade copy, but we have no choice, friend. Death will never become merciful just because you are cowardly. As Lin Yu spoke, Fu Luo seemed to be persuaded. I understand, eh? This time, I will try my best, Lin Yu said with relief. That's right. When Lin Yu was about to hang up the phone, Fu Luo spoke again. Oh, by the way, May, there's one more thing. What little thing? Lin Yu asked curiously. Brother Sean just sent a private message, asking you to add him as a friend. Order has something to talk to you about. Do you still remember Brother Sean? As Fu Luo spoke, Lin Yu recalled it a little bit and then recalled it. Oh, Officer Gao Shan. Of course I remember. Lin Yu took out his wallet and dug out the business card he got last time in Junction. What exactly is it? Looking at the business card, Lin Yu asked casually. Fu Luo did not hide anything and told him everything he knew. It seems that something is going to happen in Jiangsheng, and the order side is going to transfer people. I don't know too much about the inside story for now, but Brother Sean said that he might ask me to help solve a puzzle later. If I know something then, I will tell you. Lin Yu scanned the QR code and successfully added the contact information of Gao Shan as Dr. May. At the same time, Lin Yu was also very emotional. The response from Order was really faster than I thought. Not only did the tycoons receive the news, but even the Order in Hunan province has already taken action. Sure enough, as the most recognized organization among players, Order has merit. After Gao Shan added his friend, the message he sent straight to the point was indeed not beyond Lin Yu's expectations. Deshan, it's Brother May, the doctor, right? Deshan, I am Gao Shan from the Zhengsheng branch of the Order. Polo once told me that you are from Jiangxing. Did you plan the previous ambush of the Predator, Yu Province Tiangong, and his party in Jiangxing? May 9th. I participated, but I was not the planner. Deshan, okay, these will be combined with your previous achievements in finding Tiangong. We will complete the review and go through the internal process as soon as possible. Deshan, in addition, Polo should have told you that some big things may happen in Jiang City in the near future. So our Order headquarters is dispatching experts from various branches to Jiang City and recruiting some reliable and capable players. Help. Deshan, I will arrive in Jiangxing in about 5 hours at most. Do you intend to take action with me? You will also be paid accordingly afterward. Deshan, I will tell you the specific content when we meet. At that time, if you feel it's not appropriate, you can leave. What Gao Shan said at this moment was within Lin Yu's expectation. After the organization Order learned in advance that fluoxetine might appear in a certain city, and when the Predators and Freedom Alliance were likely to join in the fun, they would definitely corresponding actions will be taken. Faced with Gao Shan's invitation, Lin Yu thought for a moment and then agreed. May 9th. No problem. Contact me when the time comes. Although in Lin Yu's original plan, he planned to start activities from the Jiang'an Hall as Old Yao. But the plan could not keep up with the changes. Being able to directly interact with the people of Order as Mei, Lin Yu felt that after weighing it, Jiang and Tang might be more suitable for him. After all, the identity of Mei is more mysterious and easier to use than Old Yao. His reputation is greater and his record is better. And the efficiency of Order is really impressive. It depends on Gao Shan. He will be there tomorrow morning. Being able to directly participate in it and see the Order process is something you can't miss. This action might also be an opportunity for Mei to officially join the Order. Thinking of this, Lin Yu turned off the phone screen. The next day, at 6 o'clock in the morning, Lin Yu woke up from the hotel bed on time. After he turned on his phone, he checked the messages from all parties again. Said with no exaggeration. Just relying on one false identity after another, Lin Yu felt that his information might not be as well informed as those big organizations, but it was definitely more comprehensive than them. After night passed, not only Order, but also Predators, Night Watch, Freedom Alliance, Players Mutual Aid Association, all organizations with some influence across the country have already started their activities. There are even many discussion posts on the forum. Do you know? Something big is going to happen in Jiangcheng. Didn't the Predators and Jiang and Tang fight just last week? It's much bigger than that. This time, there are a lot of people at the level of director and captain from various organizations. What's going to happen? Order and all major organizations are calling for experts in solving puzzles. I heard it's related to a mysterious expert from the Psychological Society. Just looking at the discussion on the forum, Lin Yu is very satisfied. Yes, that's right. It's best to discuss this matter as much as possible. After all, this is an invitation initiated by fluoxetine. Opening the mobile phone belonging to Mei, Gao Shan found a text message. Jiangxing Hotel, entrance. Lin Yu received the text message and used mask to adjust his appearance, then checked out and took a taxi to the door of Jiangxing Hotel. After getting off the taxi, Lin Yu saw an unusually 7 or 8 people of different heights, short, fat, and thin, standing at the door of Jiangxing Hotel. The policeman Gao Shan, who had met once before, was standing among them. After he saw Lin Yu, he recognized him instantly. This way, Gao Shan raised his hand and greeted Lin Yu. Lin Yu walked over quickly. Gao Shan smiled and nodded to Lin Yu. Thank you for coming. Lin Yu also smiled, nodded and said, It's not voluntary labor. You will be paid. Why don't you come? But what is going on? There's an uproar on the forum. With that said, Lin Yu looked around. Moreover, captain-level people are seconded from Jiangxing. There should be at least 2 captains seconded there. With the addition of Jiangxing's original Order members, there are now 6 captain-level people. What on earth is going on? Gao Shan looked at Lin Yu in surprise, as if he was surprised by Lin Yu's strong insight. Someone will explain it to you later. Let's go in first. Gao Shan took Lin Yu into Jiangxing Hotel and came to a large private room. Lin Yu found a seat and sat down. After 7 or 8 minutes, the seats in the restaurant were full. Observing these people again, Lin Yu used the seating arrangement and demeanor to clearly grasp the situation in the room. The 15 local Order backbones in Jiangxing should belong to 3 teams in Jiangxing, and the 3 captains should all be here. There are 3 captains seconded from other places, but these 3 captains, including Gao Shan, seem to have newly recruited peripheral members in the team. Then there are about 15 non-staff members who were recruited like me. And if I'm not mistaken, everyone sitting here has completed the upgrade. 6 captains, except for the 3rd team in Jiangxing. They're all 2nd level. 5 2nd level and 30 1st level can be gathered in one night. It's worthy of being Order. Lin Yu couldn't help but feel the power of Order again. But this also indirectly reflects how destructive fluoxetine, a guy with little reputation, is in the eyes of the top leaders of Order. Although so many people are not just to defend fluoxetine, there are also concerns about other organizations. But most of them are definitely because the cause of this incident is fluoxetine. While Lin Yu was thinking about this, the door of the private room was also pushed open. The administrator is here, a captain from Jiangsheng reminded him. Along with the voice of the captain from Jiangsheng, a familiar figure walked into the banquet hall, causing a burst of exclamations. It's him. Only Lin Yu showed an expected look. A tall and thin man in a Tang suit walked in, pushed his glasses, and spoke in a deep voice. Colleagues and friends were invited to help. Let me introduce myself. I am Li Hua, the gambler from Haicheng. Li Hua's appearance shocked everyone except Lin Yu. It's a gambler. Haicheng's administrator actually came in person. What is happening? Only Lin Yu is not surprised. After all, one of the invitees of fluoxetine is Li Hua. There is no way this guy will not come. Li Hua also opened his mouth to explain amidst everyone's doubtful gazes. Everyone, the reason why I come here is because, in the last copy, I received an invitation from a member of the Psychological Society that is an expert on the same level as me, and also an extremely dangerous madman. She invited me to come to Jiangxing to meet, but she didn't specify the time and place. She told me in the form of a riddle, I will wait for you above the rainbow at dusk in Jiangxing, at night when 30 silver coins jingle. These are her original words. Li Hua spoke leisurely, and then wrote this sentence on a whiteboard he took out and stood on the top of the round table. According to my current speculation and that of several others within the organization, the time should be Thursday evening hours. The location is not yet known. Also receiving this invitation are IU from the Predator, Carrot from the Players Mutual Aid Association, Zhigung from the Night Watch, Magician from the Free Alliance, and Bounty Hunter Mosen Nagant. Li Hua reported names one after another. Although the ordinary members of the Order and most of the outsourced personnel who were called were shocked again, they obviously did not realize the seriousness of the matter. But the 6 captains, including Gao Shan, instantly became particularly serious. Originally, they felt that such a large formation was a typical saturation mobilization of order. But now it seems that it is not necessarily safe. The captain of Jiangxing's first team, a middle-aged man with thick eyebrows who was nearly 50 and somewhat bald, spoke. Comrade Li Hua, were all these people invited at the same time as you? Li Hua nodded. We are all in the same copy, and all of us were present when she invited her. So the Psychological Society's plan this time is not small. Gao Shan was also horrified when he heard this. There's so many masters. The last copy of Gambler was really dangerous. He said. Lin Yu nodded. It is indeed dangerous, and the gambler really almost died. At this time, another captain who seemed to be seconded from Haicheng spoke angrily. Captain Li, you've been covering up this news a bit. You should have told us earlier. Let's call more people from Haicheng. It's just people from the Psychological Society. Even that son of a bitch Xian Huan could come. Don't we catch them all in one fell swoop? The captain of Haicheng was about the same age as Lin Yu, but he looked very frizzy. And in his words, he seemed to be an old acquaintance with Li Hua. Li Hua glared at him. Crazy Blade, please be more honest. You've become a captain and you're still so stupid. I think you're tired of being a captain and are ready to return to the grassroots level. After hearing Li Hua's scolding, Crazy Blade's momentum instantly became much weaker. He touched his head and shrank his neck. Captain Li, I think they are definitely going to cause trouble. We came to support Jiangsheng. We all came here naked. Even the team members came from all over the place. Made up. As soon as Quang Dao said these words, the dozen or so players around Lin Yu who were attracted like him were obviously unhappy, especially those who were pulled here by the crazy knife. Before any of these players got angry, Li Hua quickly helped to smooth things over. How many first-level players do you have? Are you bringing them to cause chaos and death? You also know that Jiangsheng is in danger right now. The situation here is inherently special. The position has been vacant for 2 months after the death of Jiangxing's captain, and Jiangxing's administrator hardly takes action. And being able to mobilize 3 captains is already the limit. If a large number of people are mobilized to Jiangsheng, how do you know that the Predator and the Psychological Society are not trying to lure the tiger away from the mountain and will not take advantage of the situation? So, Don't we have to count on these experts with a sense of justice to help? Li Hua said a few words, and Quang Dao instantly became honest. The other players lost their temper after Li Hua raised his hand like this, and even felt a little benefited from it. After all, although they are not members of the order, the fact that they were called here today shows that they all have a good relationship with the captain of the order. Therefore, most of them do have some sense of justice, and many are even players who are participating in the order assessment. Lin Yu couldn't help but admire. Sure enough, the Li Hua I saw in the dungeon before was still too one-sided. He only saw the calm, ruthless, righteous, and responsible side of this gambler. Now it seems that Li Hua is also very good at handling people's feelings. Seeing this opportunity, Lin Yu raised his hand. "Excuse me, Mr. Li Hua, I have a question. How did you confirm that the agreed time was Thursday evening?" Facing Lin Yu's question, Li Hua was somewhat relieved to get the topic back on track. It's very simple, because this riddle is actually not very difficult. She didn't mean to make things difficult for us on purpose. 30 silver coins is a very clear reference to a certain religious illusion. Judas betrayed Jesus. Lin Yu replied immediately. "Yes, it's Judas betrays Jesus," Li Hua nodded. And most players are used to using a certain day of the week as the agreed time because the copy cycle is 1 week. As for the date of the Savior Jesus, many will tell you which day of the week it is. For example, it's Good Friday. Judging from the related festivals of Easter, it happened on Friday. Although we don't know the exact day when Judas betrayed Jesus, it fits the moment of the jingle of 30 silver coins. There is a very famous event that happened at night. The Last Supper. This is also the Maundy Thursday of Christianity, a major festival called Good Thursday. Li Hua said calmly, and everyone present was convinced. So that's it. Lin Yu knew very well that the puzzle was indeed not difficult for the people of order. But the location, maybe we'll take a detour. Li Hua coughed lightly and said, "So, if we can confirm that the time is Thursday night, we still need to solve the puzzle about location in this limited time. The answer should be hidden in the first half of the riddle. If anyone can solve it or has an idea, please let me know. I will pay you extra money." Hearing Li Hua's words, Lin Yu held his chin slightly. "Do you want to try to earn this reward?" After all, as the person who asked the question, he must know the answer. Lin Yu finally chose not to solve the puzzle in front of Li Hua. On the one hand, Lin Yu felt that there were many talented people in order, and although time was not particularly abundant, it should not be difficult to solve this sentence. On the other hand, if order really wanted to play it safe and was eager to solve the location, then this puzzle, I am afraid it would still fall into his hands through other channels. At this moment, Li Hua had skipped the puzzle and began to temporarily arrange the tasks of each team. In short, we will temporarily divide into 6 teams and conduct patrol activities in the 6 districts of Jiangchen. During this period, the local organization Jiang and Hall in Jiangchen will assist us. Once the location is determined, the task of each team should be to control the main traffic routes to those locations and try to prevent irrelevant personnel and those players with ulterior motives from approaching the target location. However, once you encounter players that you cannot defeat, you can let them go and even give priority to saving your own life. There may be many monsters in Jiangchen this time. Your task is just to stop those low-level or even non-level players who are blind. After Li Hua finished speaking, he distributed a set of cognitive disturbance generators to each captain. Afterwards, each person was given a small brooch. This is the item Soul Gold Brooch, which can ensure that we can communicate with each other in real time in all situations, and no additional operations are required. You only need to silently recite its name to start it. It will be easier to use than a mobile phone. At that time, I will also use these to inform you of the specific location. At the same time, it also has the function of accurate positioning and monitoring vital signs. If you are in danger, your captain and even I can receive the alarm and rush to help at the first time. Now, adjourn the meeting and start the action. Li Hua pushed his glasses, turned and left the box, and announced that the action officially began. The 3 order teams in Jiangsheng immediately stood up and followed Li Hua out of the box and went to their respective areas of responsibility. The remaining 3 seconded captains were not in a hurry to leave, although the number of people in these 3 teams was one more than the direct team of order. They were put together temporarily after all. The jurisdictions they were assigned to were not too large, and they were not important areas. In addition, the 3 captains also needed to let the members of their own teams get to know each other. Gao Shan cleared his throat and said, "Ahem, everyone, you should all know me well, so I won't introduce myself as the captain. Let me introduce you to each other." Gao Shan introduced the other 5 people. Lin Yu also listened to the introduction carefully. Except for him, the other 4 are also first level. Most of them are old players who have experienced more than 20 dungeons. The occupations are security, police, social animal, and postman. Lin Yu has not heard of their IDs, but when several people heard Lin Yu's name, Mei Mei, they were a little surprised. "Oh, this is the doctor who has been very popular on the forum recently. Brother Mei seems to be from Jiangcheng, so I have to rely on you." The few people quickly became warm, and the atmosphere in the team was relatively harmonious after all. They were found by Gao Shan, the captain of order. There was no scene of dislike for each other. In addition, the members of this team are all young and middle-aged men in their 20s to 30s. It seems that Gao Shan also deliberately screened the objective conditions of his temporary team members this time. Realizing this, Lin Yu also directly raised it. "Brother Shan, why are all our team members adult men? Is there any consideration?" The other 2 temporary teams next to him, including the 3 previous order teams, are all mixed men and women. Gao Shan touched his nose awkwardly, but the dark-skinned young policeman in the team, the guy with the forum ID Luwei, laughed. Probably because of his profession, he knew Gao Shan earlier and was more familiar with him. "Well, you don't know this. Brother Dashin came to Jiangcheng this time with his wife under the pretext of a business trip, and his wife wanted to check on him. His wife is very fierce, and Brother Dashin is a henpecked husband. How dare he recruit women into the team?" The postman with the forum ID, Hunan Province Single King, also joked, "I have known Brother Shan for 2 months, and this is the first time I heard that he is afraid of his wife." Gao Shan coughed lightly. "Ahem, Shan Wang, this is not called being henpecked. There are no men who are henpecked, only men who love their wives. Don't ask about my family affairs. Let's go first." Gao Shan stood up and walked directly out of the hotel, and several people followed with a smile. After this little episode, the atmosphere of the team couldn't help but become more harmonious. After walking out, there was a van of Jiangcheng Express parked at the door. Shan Wang, postman, opened the door and explained, "The conditions are limited, and we can only rent this for the time being. Let's make do with it." Several people squeezed into the van, and the postman was responsible for driving. Lin Yu observed his temperament and combined with his ID Shan Wang to conclude that this postman might also do similar work in reality. The occupations in the death game do not completely correspond to reality, such as the postman, many delivery men, and couriers will be included in it. The car started steadily, and Lin Yu sat alone in the last row, pretending to be close to strangers and fiddling with his mobile phone. Of course, no one noticed that the mobile phone Lin Yu was fiddling with was not the same one he used before. On the mobile phone belonging to the identity of Zhu Ming, there was a new message from Lin Yan. "Are you interested in solving puzzles?" Seeing this content, Lin Yu couldn't help but sigh. Is my puzzle really that difficult? Why haven't I solved it here? As for the predator, Lin Yu also took a sneak peek in his busy schedule. A use post has not been removed yet. At least it should not be completely solved. Lin Yu has no channels with the Player Mutual Aid Association and the Night Watcher. However, if these two solve it, they will surely communicate with order. Lin Yu's thoughts flowed, and he edited the message and replied to Lin Yan. "What's the benefit? After you solve it, the magician will owe you a favor. No matter whether you join the organization in the end, you can ask him to repay you." Lin Yu raised his eyebrows. "Deal. Send the puzzle over." Afterwards, Lin Yu saw the puzzle he had given again from Lin Yan, not surprisingly. After looking at his phone and counting silently for 5 minutes, Lin Yu replied to Lin Yin again. Isn't this puzzle about time and place? Can't the entire Freedom Alliance solve it? I'm beginning to doubt my rightness in wanting to join you. His rhetoric was undoubtedly offensive. However, after having a direct encounter with the magician in the last dungeon, Lin Yu did not feel that it was wrong to show this side. Really, Lin Yin's next reply was not angry, but explained. The Freedom Alliance is not an organization where everyone works in the same direction all the time. This is just a commission from one of its members, the magician. The only ones who have accepted this commission are me, who is in Jiangsheng, and the prisoner and the inconfident. Unfortunately, the prisoner is not the type who is good at solving puzzles. The inconfident is very smart, but she has a weird personality and is not responsible for this. Lin Yu chewed these code names carefully in his heart. Prisoner, inconfident. The outside world has confirmed that there are only 9 known members of the Freedom Alliance. Among them, only 4 of them know their code names: Thief, Magician, Chef, and Mountaineer. Prisoner and Inconfident were the first time Lin Yu heard their code names. Later, Lin Yu sent the message again. I understand. So you and the Magician didn't figure it out? It seems that you two are a bit dull in this regard. Lin Yin sent a smiling expression. If you can figure it out, just tell me quickly. Don't beat around the bush, and it's disgusting. Of course I can. Just give me some time. After Lin Yu sent the message, he turned off his phone. Of course, he didn't plan to tell Lin Yin the answer to the mystery right now, because the timing is not right yet. Lin Yu sat in the back of the van and quietly switched on another mobile phone, the one belonging to Old Yao. And just as he expected, in the internal app of Jiang and Tang, he also saw the riddle. Tycoon and all members, if you have friends who are good at solving puzzles, please solve the time and place pointed to by this sentence as soon as possible. This is a commission from Order. Tycoon, whoever solves the mystery will receive 1,000 points from the Order reward and an optional Order internal item. Those who provide ideas can also receive rewards. The decision-making level of this organization is more decisive and stable than I imagined. Lin Yu muttered to himself while looking at the messages on his phone. This was the opportunity that Lin Yu was waiting for. If he solved these mysteries himself, then Lin Yu must take all the rewards he can get. If the people of the Freedom Alliance knew the location of the location in advance, their whereabouts might be exposed to Order. So, he plans to send the answers to the puzzle to all organizations he can contact at the same time. Lin Yu took the initiative to send a private message to Tycoon. I can untie it. 3 seconds passed, and the Tycoon's reply came as promised. What's the answer? Lin Yu pressed the keypad of his mobile phone and casually replied to the Tycoon. In the announcement of the Tycoon, there is no information about the time when Order has been unlocked. Lin Yu felt that this should be done on purpose. The purpose is to further confirm the accuracy of the answer. Therefore, Lin Yu also answered the question of time again, even more precise. It's 7 o'clock on Thursday evening. The reason is that 30 silver coins points to the Last Supper, which happened on Thursday. Allusions from the Bible are used here. The Tycoon replied with great amazement. It took a while, Lao Yao, but I've solved all this for you. Seeing such a concise and quick reply from the Tycoon, Lin Yu became even more convinced. The order was indeed intentional, and time was not released. For those who can figure out the time, the answer about the location will naturally be more credible. The Tycoon quickly continued to ask. The time has been confirmed, but what about the location? 30 denarii points to Judas' betrayal of Jesus and the Last Supper. Does this mean that rainbow corresponds to another allusion in the Bible, the rainbow oath? The Tycoon asked. Lin Yu was not surprised when he saw the Tycoon's speculation. It's probably not just the Tycoons who think so, because compared to 30 silver coins, which only clearly points to an illusion, rainbow is indeed a much broader image. Affected by the second half of the sentence, many people will think of the rainbow oath mentioned in the Bible. God made an eternal covenant with Noah after he built an ark to escape the great flood. The rainbow will appear in the clouds, and when I see it, I will remember my eternal covenant with every living creature of all flesh on the earth. This oath is witnessed by the rainbow. But once the rainbow is understood with this oath, it will be difficult to find its corresponding landmark in reality. So, Lin Yu gave a negative answer. That's not true, boss. Rainbows have nothing to do with the Bible. The tycoon's reply came quickly. Oh, what do you mean? Lin Yu did not directly give the answer, but began to explain his thinking. Of course, as the questioner, his thinking must be extremely clear. Although the second half of the sentence uses a well-known allusion in the Bible, the first half of the sentence does not come from the Bible. It comes from the most famous allusion in another well-known mythological system. If you only look at the rainbow, you can't lock this range, but there is an adjective before the rainbow. Rainbow at dusk. Obviously, the second half of the sentence has locked the time. Why does it emphasize dusk here? The answer is, of course, because this dusk and rainbow are inseparable, a riddle about location. It points to Ragnarok in Norse mythology. And the rainbow mentioned in the time of Ragnarok is the rainbow bridge connecting Asgard and Midgard. The tycoon sent a shocked expression. Rainbow bridge, meaning bridge? But Jiangxing has so many bridges, big and small, which one could it be? Seeing the tycoon's question, Lin Yu gave the final answer slowly. In Ragnarok, the rainbow bridge is broken. Although there are many bridges in Jiangxing, only one is broken. That bridge is not a bridge over the water. As a local of Jiangxing, you should know this, right? That place is also a good place for players to settle their grievances. Lin Yu looked out the window. In the suburbs of southern Jiangxing, there stands a bridge that was abandoned and unfinished due to municipal planning reasons, and it also collapsed once due to extreme weather 10 years ago. The southern section of the Ring City Viaduct. Before the tycoon replied, Lin Yu added another sentence. Boss, I didn't solve the above, but I still have some connections. All of the above were solved by a friend of mine. Can I count this reward? Lin Yu certainly still remembers what the personal image and personality of Lao Yao was like. It is indeed a bit inconsistent to let such an image that looks like he may not even graduate from junior high school and can't even pronounce the word, smoothly talk about the Bible and Norse mythology. So Lin Yu naturally won't let Lao Yao solve this puzzle by himself. His way to solve the puzzle is a reliable friend. This is also the personality that Lin Yu is going to create for Lao Yao, a guy with high emotional intelligence, many friends, and a wide network of contacts. After all, although Zhang and Hall is not a large organization, with a master tycoon, its combat effectiveness is also among the best in various organizations. After Lin Yu carefully observed the structure of Zhang and Hall, he quickly found a role positioning that this organization lacked, and that the identity of Lao Yao could fit. A guy who can call for external aid and knows many people from all walks of life. This is an idea that can connect various fake identities and also a way to make Lao Yao deeply rooted in people's hearts. Mei Mei takes the route of a lone ranger with high combat effectiveness to increase its popularity, and the identity of Lao Yao needs to make some differentiated competition. And the facts prove that Lin Yu's idea is right. If your friends have no objection, then this reward belongs to you. The tycoon's reply seemed more friendly than before. Lao Yao, although you have only joined the organization for 2 weeks, but I really should consider giving you a promotion. It just so happens that you should have passed the first level, right? Lin Yu saw the tycoon's reply and exhaled lightly. Yes, boss, I will follow your arrangements. Very good. Now in Zhang and Hall, the identity of this thief has gradually gained a foothold. When this identity is deeply rooted in people's hearts, perhaps the ability of the thief can also be as effective as the doctor for a long time. Of course, after brushing up Lao Yao's presence, we can't forget Zhu Ming. Lin Yu muttered, then picked up Yu's phone and sent the previous message to Lin Yin again in Zhu Ming's tone. Soon, Lin Yin replied, I see, Norse mythology. It's very much in the style of that woman. Although Lin Yu knew who that woman was talking about, he still asked, whose style? I'm quite curious about who has this style. Lin Yin replied again, I'll tell you when you officially join. That's not a dangerous guy whose name you should know now. Lin Yu didn't ask any more questions. Anyway, he just wanted to brush up Zhu Ming's presence and establish her personality. Then, Lin Yu took out Tiangong's trophy phone and glanced at it quickly. Unexpectedly, Ayu's post had been removed. Instead, a new pin post was replaced. The puzzle has been solved. Members who want to go to Jiangsheng and are above the second level can send me a private message to sign up and ask for the address. Has the puzzle been solved? So fast, Lin Yu was secretly surprised. He even suspected that there was a traitor in the Order or the Freedom Alliance. But the message cannot be transmitted so quickly, not to mention that the post was sent at a fresh time. It should be that a master and the predator happened to solve the puzzle at about the same time. Clicking on the post and looking at the replies of the predator members, Lin Yu's thoughts were also confirmed. Fuck, the boss personally took action. Sister Ayu is still very impressive. She asked the boss to tell her fortune directly. Brothers go. Anyone above the second level can go. The boss said so. I feel I have to go. A group of predator cadres responded one after another, and no one was surprised by the fact that the puzzle was solved. In their view, it seemed natural for the poster to solve the puzzle. Lin Yu also went back and took a look at the ID of the poster again. Fortune teller. Just looking at the name, it can be known that this is probably another big guy who uses his profession as a code name, or the code name is closely related to his profession. If Lin Yu guessed correctly, the other party may not even need the riddle to solve the time and place. It's really a dangerous ability. Lin Yu sighed. Of course, what made him even more impressed was the name itself. The identity of this guy is obviously obvious, because he can make the predators call him the boss in a uniform manner. Lin Yu still remembers where he saw this code name last time. The second-ranked player in the forum, second only to the general. He is also the boss of the predators. Fortunately, the other party does not seem to come to Jiangxing in person. Of course, even if he comes, Lin Yu is not afraid. There is a tall person to support the sky. If the fortune teller really comes, it will not be his turn even if he takes 10 turns. Just as Lin Yu was thinking, the voice of Gao Shan, the co-pilot in front, sounded. Hey Shan Wang, turn around. The gambler sent a message. The location has been solved. We have to get out of the city. In the abandoned closed section of the Jiangchang South Elevated Road, we were assigned to the old elevated entrance in the southwest. Shan Wang listened and responded. Okay, you're not in a hurry, right? No rush. The administrator of Haicheng is pretty good. He said that the place is desolate. Brothers can eat first and go there before noon. After all, we should be the first to solve it, so there's no need to rush to occupy a position. Gao Shan said, and Lu Wei interrupted in surprise. It's really fast. Could it be that our Hunan province's detective did it? Although that guy's not very good, he is really good at solving puzzles. Gao Shan shook his head. I sent him the puzzle early in the morning. He solved the time, but the location. He said he was not familiar with the terrain of Jiangxing. Even if he had a direction, it would be troublesome to verify it, so there is no movement. Lin Yu was slightly surprised. It seems that although Fu Luo has not officially joined the Order, he is closely connected with the Order. However, the thought about Fu Luo was only fleeting. Through the time when Gao Shan just reported the information, Lin Yu realized another thing. Mr. Tycoon seems to have a close relationship with Order. At least he should have a close personal relationship with Li Hua. Just a few minutes after he solved the mystery, Li Hua had already passed the news back to the front line, and he did not just inform the information, but also the action instructions that were accurate to each team after analyzing the information. This means that the Tycoon definitely has a way to contact Li Hua directly. There is no need for the organization to connect between Zhang and Hall and Order. Even Lin Yu has reason to suspect that these two people are now staying together, looking at the same screen and sharing information in real time. If that's the case, it also means Zhang and Hall will probably have a high degree of cooperation with Order in this operation. Jiangxing is really a complete home court for, hey, let me tell you, this old Yao is really a talent. How about it, Brother Li? Did our Zhang and Hall find a treasure? In the back seat of the speeding limousine, the Tycoon shook the tablet in his hand and said proudly. Li Hua pushed up his glasses. It's indeed good, Brother He, but I'm more interested in the person who solved the puzzle. Of course, now is not the time to think about it. After the mystery is solved, the top priority is to figure out what fluoxetine wants to do. Li Hua said seriously. The tycoon waved his hand. I can't figure out what that crazy woman is thinking. Rather, it feels pointless to try to speculate on the purpose of her actions. But this psychological association is not a free association. They will not do anything meaningless, even with fluoxetine. These guys are difficult to understand just because their goals and values are different from ordinary people, but every step they take is by no means done casually. Li Hua said calmly, and I can sense that she is definitely planning something famous. Throughout the entire previous dungeon, every step she took seemed to be chaotic and random, but there was a strong sense of purpose hidden in it. The tycoon nodded and pondered after listening to Li Hua's words. Okay, Brother Li, I admit that what you said makes sense, but it is admittedly difficult to speculate on her purpose. Li Hua raised his head with bright eyes. That's why I want to ask Jiangcheng Administrator's opinion. This kind of luxury business sedan has a soundproof panel between the front row and the back row. Now that the soundproof panels are down, the front seat driver and Tycoon Li Hua are almost in different spaces. In the back seat of the car, only Tycoon and Li Hua were sitting, but Li Hua still spoke firmly. So, dear Mr. Hacker, what is your opinion? He seemed to be talking to the air, but something horrifying happened. The next second, a voice actually appeared out of thin air and responded to Li Hua. What's the purpose of fluoxetine? I really don't have any opinions this time. The cold mechanical synthesized sound sounded and echoed in the car. Neither Tycoon nor Li Hua seemed very surprised and quickly identified the source of the sound. Car audio in the rear of the vehicle. Don't you have a clue? Li Hua said with some surprise. Although he's also an administrator, his manner of speaking is obviously much more respectful. But this respect is not so much a sign of having to lower one's attitude between superiors and subordinates, but more like the etiquette of the younger generation towards the elders. It wouldn't be wrong to say that I have no clue at all, but it's just some unfounded conjectures. According to what I think, perhaps this invitation has two purposes. One is to introduce a specific person, someone outside the 6 invitees in your copy. The mechanical voice continued. A specific person outside of us. Li Hua was thoughtful. Then, as if his thoughts were inspired, he murmured in disbelief. So that's the case. So a puzzle is needed, because in order to find the solution, we must tell other people about the riddle. Not only that, because we're concerned about other people, we will also call on members of our own organization. Among them is the person fluoxetine wants to see. The mechanical voice made a stiff, somewhat uncomfortable synthetic laugh. Haha, yes, it's like ABC murders. The best place to hide a tree is a forest. When the tycoon heard this, his expression changed slightly. It's bad. The location is in Jiangxing. In order to attract a specific person, it takes so much effort. I feel like this psychological society is coming for me. His expression was solemn as never before. It seems that I have 4th-level master who ranks 27th, works closely with order, and is the only profession have finally been targeted. The tycoon's speculation makes sense. However, Li Hua and the mysterious Jiangcheng administrator obviously did not approve. 100% it's not you, the mechanical voice said. Li Hua's answer was more direct. Brother He, you have been staying at the ruins of your old restaurant for almost 24 hours. Is it necessary to go through so much trouble to find you? I'm more inclined to think that she is targeting some mysterious guy, Li Hua said, and there was something in his words. The tycoon also heard the implication. A zebra, it's really possible. He also looked at the car stereo and got closer. Hacker, please be careful. The Jiangxing administrator's voice sounded. It won't be me either. In short, it is difficult to guess who this person will be. When Li Hua heard this, he pushed up his glasses again. Then let's put this aside for now. Did you just say that the other party has 2 purposes? Chaos. This is also the consistent style of the psychological society. The mechanical voice replied coldly. They want to take this opportunity to create chaos. Within this organization, whether radicals, conservatives, or centrists, there is a consensus. chaos can accelerate growth. Now all forces are gathered in Jiangshan, with the viaduct as the center. I'm afraid that the chaos that the psychological society would like to see the most will happen. If it is not handled properly, there's a more than 70% chance that its scale will exceed the Snow Mountain riot a year ago. Li Hua and Da Heng's faces changed slightly. Is this your speculation? Da Heng changed his casual behavior just now and sat up straight. That's my conclusion. So you two, come on. The mechanical sound stopped abruptly. Da Heng and Li Hua looked heavy. After a long time, Da Heng cursed. Zebra, you might as well come at me. At the same time, in the south of the city, there is an inconspicuous noodle restaurant downstairs in a residential area near the suburbs and about to leave the city. Big Bird, the social animal of Lin Yu's team, recommended this noodle restaurant. So a group of 6 people are eating authentic Jiangshan dry noodles here. It's delicious, although I still like braised noodles. The sturdy Gao, Shan, ate a large portion of noodles and praised it. The group was all young and middle-aged men. They woke up early in the morning and were hungry until now. They came across a noodle shop with quite good taste. Naturally, they all ate noodles in silence. Only Lin Yu still maintained a certain elegance because of the character of Mei Mei. Of course, there's another reason. Although this noodle shop is delicious, it is not amazing for Lin Yu, an old Jiangxing native, especially since his sister runs a restaurant. Lin Yu's almost eaten this taste since he was a child. However, just when Lin Yu was about to agree with a few words, this noodle is really good. A voice behind him made Lin Yu jump up with a start. Let me tell you, this shop is authentic according to my dad. Don't look at it as small. In fact, I don't treat ordinary people to eat this. A somewhat immature and playful female voice floated in from the door of the store. And this female voice...
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.